Welcome, guys, to part 4 of What If an OC was reborn as an Inuzuka and achieved immortality in Narutoverse. But before we get into it, like the video, subscribe to the page, and hit that naughty bell. And shout out to HolyJoker, the author of this amazing fanfiction. Check out the link in the description for the original story.
I am the ghost of the Uchiha. Madara Uchiha.
Better with the fake love, but the gun in my brain go bang on. Better with the drama. Gotta grieve for my mama, cause I don't think I'ma think too much longer. Better.
Yamato looked at Yami, well, more specifically, it was Yami's clone. But since a shadow clone will transfer its memories after being dispelled, it is still the same as talking to Yami himself. They are currently in Yami's backyard, both of them are sitting on the grass. Yamato looks at him, with uncertainty in his eyes. After all, he thinks that he has never met Yami personally. Ever since he was accepted in the orphanage, he has only seen Yami a handful of times. Yamato used to be just your everyday orphan before being picked by the Inuzuka's orphanage for the gifted. Which is considered amazing. It is known that the people picked by the Inuzuka orphanage are always amazingly talented children. Suddenly Yami's clone pulls out a scroll and unfolds it. Inside it there are strange Fuinjutsu markings of different varieties. Yami put his palm on the scroll and smoke appears around the scroll, but when it settles down, the only thing seen in it is a large stack of books. Yami's clone smiles and says to Yamato with a reassuring voice, "These are the books we will be learning about during this week." Yamato immediately looked even more uncertain, but Yami's clone simply flashed an even wider reassuring smile towards him. Yami POV. This world truly is a place where wonders can happen. No matter the blood, betrayal, massacres. I think I love this world. It isn't something as simple as just because it has cool ninjutsu. It is more than that. Just like in my last world, people considered some countries as the land of dreams with a lot of opportunities. This world to me is my land of opportunities. I have achieved quite a bit during my stay on here. I am still only 19 and nowhere near my peak strength. But that doesn't mean anything. I will go higher. My children, the Inuzuka clan, Konoha, I will leave all of these things behind as they will all wither as cities turn to dust and the humans turn into maggot shit. But I will still be here, still living like nothing was even outside of my expectations. Sitting on the heavenly throne while looking down at the people below me. Laughing at their heroic deeds and their sufferings while I sit on my throne. Looking down on the whole world. But first, I can't jump my steps to divinity. I look at this scenery around me. The trees and grass, while I lie down on the ground and stare at the sky. Lately there hasn't been a lot of stuff going on. Well, my clones have been killing and stealing treasures around the world, but that is more like background noise to me. I am expecting 2 children this year, one by my little Kumo spy and the other is by Tsum. Finally, the manipulation during Tsum's life paid off. Since my little spy was so boring with her emotionless look, the threesomes made my sex life a lot more entertaining. Also, I learned that Mikoto is pregnant too. Obviously, the kid is not mine, but I still want to look at Fugaku's face if he knew that he got me sloppy seconds. Well, I guess mini Kunoichi will have to be sloppy seconds because of me. I can be really charming when I want to. As expected, I have been spending my last couple of months just relaxing and having a lot of fun with a lot of young ladies. And some else thrown in there every now and then to spice things up sometimes. I must say though, my immortal life has been treating me quite well. Plus lately things have been going quite good too, and everything has been going to plan. I have noticed that I have changed quite a bit since I came into this world. Especially with the whole thing of wanting to know everything and control everything. Truly a control freak all the way. I can easily recognize my different so-called mental diseases. Well, that is what they would be called by a modern world doctor. But those mental diseases have helped me not only survive, but also thrive in this world. Most mental illnesses are categorized like that because they disrupt a normal and standard society. Honestly, now even if someone promised me divinity just as long as I stay in a normal society, my answer would be obviously no, dumbass. Who the fuck accepts strength given to them by some random being? How insecure and a beta male do you have to be to even want something like a system, or as I used to read in my last life? Some people even ask for a 12-inch dick. I mean, in my last life I used to sometimes read stuff like this, but really, though, how insecure do you need to be to ask some random being to increase your dick size? I can't stop laughing at the losers who think like that. Immortality really makes me think about stupid stuff. I guess now that I don't have the pressure of being a normal squishy human, I have the leisure time to let my mind wander like this. Though I never slack off, my body is already at its physical peak, and unlike normal bodies, it doesn't need to keep training for its strength to not deteriorate. My body naturally doesn't deteriorate at all. I will never lose muscle strength or something like that, just because I don't train. Suddenly, as I am relaxing like this and just laying down in the grass with my hands behind my back and even my eyes are closed, but I sense a presence that comes inside my forest. I notice that it is trying to disguise itself as the average animal, but it obviously isn't working too good while trying to hide from me. Mostly because I can also sense emotions, that is how I noticed. But of course no one needs to know that. The sense emotions is honestly easy once you know how. It is like a sixth sense, and most jonin could learn it. I developed this technique by studying how the Zero Tails did it. Of course, I wouldn't teach this technique to anyone else, not even my children, or that would be beyond stupid. After all, if they somehow learn how to counteract this technique, my children might have a legitimate chance to successfully betray me before I kill them. So no. Except me. No one will learn this technique. Now let's see how this little animal got here. I just calmly walk up to the animal and see that it is a toad. I smirk at it, already figuring out who it is. You know, is it just me, or are you Santa not very good at hiding? I say to the frog, who only looks at me normally like an animal would. I just raise an eyebrow at this. The toad opens its mouth, and slowly a man in a jonin uniform comes out of it. He has long spiky hair, black eyes, and his face had an awkward smile on it. He is one of the 3 Sannin. Jiraiya. When I see this all, I just have a normal look on my face. As if this didn't bother me at all. But really though, his hiding was impeccable. I couldn't sense his chakra at all. My jutsu that allows me to sense emotions just saved me from a lot of troubles. I decided to say something first as I asked Jiraiya. I hope you weren't sent here to spy on me, or I would have to take certain precautions against it. Immediately Jiraiya started sweating cold sweat, a little as his face became a little nervous. I noticed his muscles instinctively twitching, even though he knows perfectly well that he stands no chance against me, no matter what he might try. We are alone in a forest with him spying on me. He knows that I know that if I kill him here, no one would even find his body after I kill him. The Hokage could say different things, but if we are being truthful here, I roll Konoha from the shadows. I could ruin it with just a snap of my fingers. So even the Hokage wouldn't dare do anything like that. Of course he could kill my mother, but who cares about that? Maybe she will finally be useful now. People say that when you have someone to protect, that will make you stronger. But that is all a lie. Only when you have no one to protect and no one to worry about, only then can you become stronger. I have no true weakness. No one can threaten me with my mother's life or anything like that. So that is the reason I am daring enough to take risky moves. Plus when people think that I care about my mother makes it even easier for me. But still, I can't just tolerate something like this, or other people might get some bright ideas. It seems like I will have to make an example out of Jiraiya, so other people know what the consequences of opposing me are. After all, if people think that I will just release the people that I catch spying on me, then they will take that as a cue to do so. While thinking all of this, I smile at Jiraiya softly, as he answers my question by simply saying, I was simply here for a message. I can see that he has already calmed down, and his ninja training has kicked in. He is no longer giving me a lot of information on what he is feeling. Well, not being intimidated by. Isn't that rude of him? Well now, you have put quite the hard decision on me. I said slowly as to emphasize that he wouldn't get out of this so easily. Jiraiya POV. Those cold eyes, that relaxed posture with his hands on his pockets. He doesn't see me as a danger to him at all. Well, he wouldn't be necessarily wrong about that. Yami has become someone very dangerous, the type of guy who could kill Danzo, a village elder, inside the village and face no persecution. Actually, he even got some praise out of it. Sarutobi-sensei told me to just look for any suspicious activity around Yami. I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Especially here, in this forest where if he decided to kill me, no one would even notice. I can see it in his eyes. He will kill me if I step out of line. From what Tsunade says, Yami isn't someone to act without a plan where he gets the most benefits and the least losses. His intelligence might be at Orochimaru's level or possibly even higher, due to his ability to plan things so perfectly, and Yami has already surpassed Tsunade in medical ninjutsu. He will most likely kill me here after getting the information that he wants from me. Suddenly I hear Yami say with a nonchalant voice, So, did the Hokage send you for an errand? Like spying on me or something like that? When I looked at his eyes, my instincts were screaming to tell him the truth, that yes, the Hokage did send me to spy on him. Due to some suspicion of Yami having a flight risk, he might become a missing ninja. No one ever thought of this strategy, since he has the Inuzuka and his mother in Konoha. But due to some information that Orochimaru has revealed, it seems like Yami doesn't necessarily care about his mother. And a guy who doesn't care about his family, what is stopping him from simply running away? This was supposed to be a simple investigation, but it turned into much more. I keep my cool in this situation, my face and body language, not portraying anything about my thought process, as I say to Yami. No, the Hokage didn't send me here. I was simply curious about Tsunade's student that she keeps bragging about. I smile a little as I say the last part, trying to lighten the mood. But somehow Yami still didn't seem amused by this, and he isn't even giving me an escape from questions like this. Yami releases a small sigh and rubs his eyes as he says, Well, I guess I could forgive you for this time since you are Tsunade's teammate. I didn't know how to feel about that, so I simply nodded and didn't say anything. I took that as my cue to leave. I turned around and am about to walk away. Suddenly I hear Yami say again, I don't think I gave you permission to leave. As soon as I heard that, I couldn't help but be filled with abject despair. I now understood that Yami wanted to make an example out of me. So my body froze and couldn't walk anymore. Suddenly black markings started appearing around my body. The markings had square forms. I analyzed that it was the paralysis seal. And the person who most likely cast is Yami Inuzuka. I didn't even see him when he even put on the seal. I didn't sense him touch me at all. Don't tell me. He has surpassed even Minato and Kushina in Fuinjutsu. But that shouldn't be possible. Kushina is an Uzumaki and a Fuinjutsu specialist. Yami. He also seems to know curse seals like the paralysis seal. Damn. What do I do now? Jiraiya POV. Of course, I didn't know what to do when I was stuck in place and couldn't move at all. The only thing I can hear are Yami's footsteps as he calmly walks forward. Damn, am I really going to die like this? I guess Minato really is the child of prophecy. Sadly, Yuhiko, Konan and Nagato died when they were ambushed by Hanzo the salamander. If I die, their memory will die with me too. No, I can't give up easily like this. I run chakra through all of my body, trying to force the paralysis seal to be undone. Yami seems to be so casual, so it means that he isn't taking me seriously. I can use this against him and escape. I use my chakra to try and corrode the seal. But I can sense that the seal is only slightly weakened. But it's not enough, so I try to stay completely still. Even though I haven't mastered this form completely, I can still enter it for a couple of seconds. I try to gather some sage chakra, but I immediately stop doing so as I look at my chakra reserves. They are dropping. But how? I am not using any jutsu or anything like that. The next thing I hear is Yami's whispering in an amused tune in his voice. So, you must be thinking something like my chakra level is dropping. But I am not using any jutsu. How is that possible? Isn't that right? He figured me out immediately. Can Yami read minds? Does he have an ability like that? Now you must be thinking if I have read your mind, says Yami as he gets in front of me. That is when I see his mocking smirk. Even with him being so expressive, I still can't guess what he is thinking. Damn it. I don't understand his intentions. Does he want to kill me or not? Or maybe he just wants to cut off one of my arms to make an example of me. But even these thoughts of mine are simply a speculation. Even while I think this, Yami simply has his hands in his pockets. His posture completely relaxed. He truly didn't see me as a threat at all. I can see it on his eyes. It's not that he underestimates me. More like he understands me. He understands that no matter what I do, I will never be able to pose any real danger to him. How about this then, since killing you would be troublesome? How about you cut one of your fingers and never do something stupid like this again? Says Yami, as he sighs slightly at this. So, it seems like he has decided to let me live, huh? I immediately feel the Fuinjutsu crawling away and getting out of my body. But I will definitely check later if Yami has left anything inside my body. I didn't even see him put the paralysis curse seal on me. Who knows what else he might have done. Yami just looks at me calmly. I don't let him repeat what he said again. So I just took a kunai. And my bloody pinky finger fell on the ground. Yami just nodded at this, and walked away, and started whistling like he has no care in the world. Damn. He is really terrifying. I am definitely not spying on him ever again. Let Orochimaru do this shit. After all, he suggested to Sarutobi-sensei that we do this. I look at my pinky finger on the grass, even as I see Yami walking away. I don't dare go and grab my finger, or he might change his mind. That monster is unpredictable. So I just started walking away too. Better lose a finger than my life. When I am a safe distance away, I can't help but think of the terrifying situation I was in. Damn. I got off this easily. I honestly thought he would kill me when I saw the look in his eyes. I was really lucky this time. I had misunderstood and thought he was more like Sarutobi-sensei. It seems like I was wrong. He is dominant, extremely dominant. I wonder how Tsunade can even live with someone like that. Their personalities would clash constantly. I mean, she even lets her kid around Yami. That isn't like Tsunade at all. Or maybe there is something I am not seeing here. I should ask Orochimaru more about this. He can figure out stuff like this way quicker and more accurately than me. I look at my now missing pinky finger. I guess I will stop the bleeding. It isn't that bad anyway. It doesn't even affect my fighting abilities too much. After 10 days, I return to Konoha. I know that Tsunade will be able to handle herself in the front lines against Tsunade for some time, even without my help. Immediately I go to the Hokage's office, where I find Hiruzen-sensei. When I ask him if Orochimaru is around, he simply says that he isn't here, but in a couple of days he might return to Konoha because of certain situations, raising in the front lines against the hidden mist village. I only sigh and explain the situation. He thinks about it a little and says, well, I have a certain theory why Tsunade is doing what she is doing. But I am sure that Orochimaru could prove this. I just nod towards him, and go towards the hospital to check if everything is alright with my body. This situation seems to be way more complicated than it seems. Hope I don't regret what I will discover. Sometimes I know that ignorance is a bliss. General POV Hachi and his team are in another patrol. Ever since the time when Mei got taken by Yami, Hachi couldn't help but contemplate that situation. Was it the right decision? Was it wrong of him and his team to let Mei go like that? But he is sure that Yami won't be cruel to Mei. I am sure that Yami won't be cruel to her. After all, even though Yami is a little harsh, she isn't cruel. I can be sure of that. Thinks Hachi, but he still can't get that feeling in his stomach. As if Yami isn't what he seems. Suddenly, as he was thinking this, his instincts kicked in as he and his team, who were just jumping from tree to tree, heard a sound as if something was burning. Explosion seals is the last thing Hachi thinks as Hachi's team were enveloped in the explosion. Since Ken, their Jonin sensei, was closest to Momo and Hachi, he grabbed them both to pull them out of the explosion. Because of this, Shoto is enveloped by the flames of the explosion, and his limbs burn before he can scream anything. For Hachi, it feels like time has slowed down, as Shoto's face burned off and his eyes melt into his own skull. But he immediately comes to his senses as he sees the explosion coming towards him. He didn't even feel pity for his teammate who he bled and cried with. Hachi is simply terrified. Tears start coming out of his eyes. Momo, his teammate, is also terrified of this, but before the explosion reaches either of them, Kai's hair lengthens even more as it surrounds them all, in a cocoon protecting them. I didn't smell anything wrong. This is bad. I need to get the kids out of here. If they were able to hide this good, it means that they must be mist ninjas that specialize in assassination. They must also be very strong to be able to hide from an Inuzuka. Thinks Ken, as he analyzes the situation, choosing the best outcome possible in this. Since it's a high-level battle, Hachi and Momo would be useless in a fight like this. So he wants them to run away and not be a bother and get in the way. But if there are more than one ninja at his level, Ken will have a hard time making an opening for his genins to escape. Ken thought all of this while he protected Hachi and Momo from the explosion. He can feel his hair burning even though he has reinforced it with chakra. Due to the force of the explosion, they are thrown away. As soon as the cocoon protecting them touches the ground, Ken dispels it. Looking at Momo and Hachi, he has a complicated look in his face as he says to them, Hachi, Momo, you guys need to run away. You will only be in the way if you stay here. Even though still in a little shock from watching Shoto die like that, they knew better than not to listen to Ken. So they immediately attempt to run away, but as they are about to do so, 7 figures appeared on the trees all around them. They all had swords on them. As soon as Ken saw this, his eyes widened as he looked at them. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Thinks Ken, he immediately goes to take a vial from his Jonin jacket. He takes out a vial of dark red bubbling liquid. This is a gift given to him by Yami during the time he experimented on Ken. As he goes to drink the red liquid, a lightning bolt is shot towards him. Ken dodges this by simply stepping to the side, but then one of his arms flies off as a thin string circles around his neck, and it is chopped off. Ken had a wide-eyed look on his face. Even during his last moments, he contemplated how he could have been taken out so easy. What he didn't know, however, was that during the Second Ninja War, Yami had taken out almost all of the ninja swordsmen by himself, while he was only 12 years old. Ever since then, if a hidden mist ninja ever meets an Inuzuka, they must immediately take him out without the tricks and without underestimating him. Immediately they turn towards Hachi and Momo. The genins obviously had no chance to escape them, even though Momo had given up. Hachi, who was absolutely terrified, he still rose up. I will not die here today, thinks Hachi as he waves through hand signs. But before he could even do anything, he is decapitated by a giant sword, also known as the executioner's blade. Hachi's head flew in the air and he died, as his headless body fell, like a puppet that had its strings cut off. His head too landed on the ground. When Momo saw this, she wanted to scream, but a ninja wire was wrapped around her throat. Better not scream, little girl, or you will end up like your little boyfriend there, said the one with the giant executioner's blade. Yumi POV, I just looked at my new test subject on the medical table, when suddenly, I get the memories of the shadow clone hidden inside Hachi. It seems like he is dead. Well, it is war, and I am not hopeful enough to expect someone like Hachi to survive. Putting my faith in something like luck or fate, something that I can't control, is stupid. Though I did advise Hachi to not graduate early and even gave him a second chance for him to come to my camp. But he wanted to grow without me helping him. Well, look where that got you, you little shit. I can't help but be slightly emotional over my son's death. But that too is immediately settled down. After all, in this world, death is only a state of being. Plus, even if it wasn't, I am prepared anyway. But really though, meeting the 7 ninja swordsmen is as unlucky as it can get in there. That clone made the right decision to not appear and help Hachi. Because even if he did appear, he is still only a shadow clone. Him hoping to be able to take the 7 ninja swordsmen is almost impossible, even though I could easily do it. After all, he is still only a clone. Using the Hurration to get Hachi would also be almost impossible, since my clone can't use the Hurration to bring someone with them. Well, I guess I will have to deal with Tsunade's hysteria. That will be such a hassle. I really don't want to do it. Guess my disappointment of a son couldn't keep himself from dying. He just kept making dumb decisions, thinking that he will be able to grow if he is away from me. In war there is no such thing as wanting to grow, there is only death or survival. And he, as the weaklings that he was, he died. My emotions are completely calm, even as I let a single tear fall from my right eye. That is as far as I will mourn him. And he should be glad he was my son. For his father will reach the heavens themselves. So goodbye my son. I never knew I was his father. Yami, POV. Since Hachi is dead, the situation isn't that bad. The plan can continue back into his tracks. My power will keep growing, no need to think about something like this anymore. He could have betrayed me anyway when he grew up. Either voluntarily or involuntarily, due to a genjutsu like Kodomatsukami or something like that. I guess things will get a little complicated here. I will have to deal with Tsunade, plus the 7 ninja swordsmen are going to attack the Konoha camp, where Orochimaru should be residing. Sadly he isn't there. He has been summoned by the Hokage, because Jiraiya became curious about mine and Tsunade's little secret. Now obviously to get this information wasn't through spies or mosquitoes. Not even spying Fuinjutsu seals, since if something like that was in the Hokage's office, it would be obviously noticed. What did I use to spy on them? Well obviously technology, mini radio recorders all over the office of the Hokage. It is perfect, since that technology isn't developed yet here, it's only in its early phases. But with my Google knowledge from my first life, I did search on how radios work for a school project one time. So that was useful for myself to develop these, since no chakra check or anything like that would be able to notice the little guys. They are placed inside the walls, and blended with the surrounding cement, so not even a Byakugan would be able to notice that it was there. This technology should be developed around the time the Third Ninja War is over. But I can release it a little before that and get the patent. Which isn't worth much in this world, but if I am the one who owns it. Well obviously no one would be dumb enough to challenge me just for some short-range communication, which is already available by Senjutsu. Anyway, Orochimaru won't be at the camp, so it will be completely wrecked. Normally that would happen. But I have a certain trump card. After that is played, everything will fall into place. Just like according to plan. General POV. Well Yami was contemplating different scenarios, and adjusting his plans a little. In the Konoha camp that fights against the hidden mist village, countless corpses were piled up like a mountain. Hundreds of ninja were dead, with the 7 ninja swordsmen working together. This camp stood no chance against them, even though they did hold them back for some time. While they were fighting, a certain tall and well-built man with high cheekbones, a somewhat bulbous nose, dark hair, thick eyebrows and noticeable body hair on his wrists and forearms. His hair was cut in a bowl style that was combed to his right and lifted slightly. He also sported a bristling mustache with a small goatee and stubble, which made up the rest of his beard. He wore a green jumpsuit, orange striped leg warmers, and a yellow scarf around his neck. It was Dai. While looking at all of this and the ninja dying around him, already hundreds of them have been killed. It won't take much more for the others to be killed too. When he understood that, Dai built up his resolve. His eyes closed as his chakras started going directly for the 8th gate. Even while this was happening, he can't help but regret not seeing his son one last time. Guy, it seems like I won't be able to see you grow up. But don't worry. I know that you already have comrades that will protect you. And Yami will protect you too, even though he appears tough. I know that Yami has a soft spot for Guy. So please, my son, let your flames of youth shine so bright that it will be seen from the edge of the world. Even while thinking this, slowly, red mist-like chakras started surrounding his body. The Konoha ninja who were close to him were looking at Dai, the middle-aged genin, who started exerting so much pressure that even they didn't know what to do. Suddenly the 7 ninja swordsmen noticed a strange phenomenon. The swordsman with the giant explosion sword started asking, "Will a pro?" But before he could even finish saying what he was going to say, his head burst like a watermelon. The other swordsman immediately jumped back. But suddenly, the swordsman with the needle sword, his body was kicked in the chest by what to them seemed like a red blur. His chest caved in, and a giant hole appeared in his chest. The other ninja swordsmen immediately understood the situation. Thankfully they had prepared for this. It was called the Yami Inuzuka flee on site strategy. They all split up in different directions and started running at full speed. This way, Dai would have to follow one of them. This strategy worked as Dai went after the one with the heavy hammer and sword. He kicked his head, and the head flew off like a football was kicked. Dai wanted to go after the others, but suddenly, his body gave out, and as he was mid-jump, his overheated body started falling to the ground, slowly turning to dark ash. Guy, when you find someone to protect, I hope that. Even Dai's last thoughts couldn't be finished as he died. But the ninja swordsmen all had already retreated, not daring to return back to the scene, hoping that they can get out of this alive. Not knowing that their attacker is already dead. They had been prepared to take on Orochimaru, in case he was here. They were happy that he wasn't and thought that it was their lucky day. Not understanding that someone even stronger than Orochimaru was amongst their opponents. Though 4 of them escaped safely, they would never forget this day. As the 7 ninja swordsmen or easily defeated by leaf genin. Yami, on the other hand, had already seen the situation with the help of his mosquitoes. He was sitting on his chair, inside his tent. He also had a strange smile on his face. Letting Jiraiya go was part of my plan. Me letting his suspicion develop even more, insinuating that I only let him go because of Tsunade. That aroused a suspicion in the relationship between Tsunade and me. Then predicting the way that the Hokage would react was easy. Hiruzen obviously wouldn't tell his suspicion to Jiraiya before he got some proof. The only people he knew that would know the truth would be Tsunade, me and Orochimaru. So he obviously chose Orochimaru to come and verify it. All of this was according to my plan. Now with I dead, the timeline will go back to normal. I apologize to you, my son, for you were an uncertainty general POV. When Orochimaru arrived in Konoha, he immediately went towards the Hokage's office. He had already been notified about what Jiraiya is curious about. Orochimaru could already guess how this conversation will go. He already knows that Hachi is Yami's son, but Hachi is still boring and easy to understand. Unlike his father, who is like a complex Rubik cube, Hachi is simply an open book. I can understand where he came from and why he is like he is. Contemplates Orochimaru. He truly wasn't interested in Hachi at all. Hachi was so boring compared to his father. Yami is always illogical and can't be understood. Hachi can be read so easily, and even though he has some of Yami's traits, they seem to be minimal at best. Though Orochimaru does use Hachi to get a better understanding of Yami, so that is the only thing that makes Hachi even remotely interested to him. When he goes to the Hokage Tower, he enters inside and no one bothers him, as he calmly walks to the office. Everyone just politely nods his way, not daring to stop him. He is an S-rank ninja and a Sannin, plus being the Hokage's student holds some weight too. Orochimaru opens the door, and inside the Hokage's office sees Jiraiya and Hiruzen. The latter was smoking a pipe. It seems like usually he is smoking most of the times lately. Hiruzen was sitting on his chair, with paperwork all around his desk. Jiraiya on the other hand was leaning in the window. He most likely came through the window. As expected of someone like Jiraiya. Analyzed Orochimaru instinctively. As a ninja he was used to observing minuscule things like this to come to a conclusion. Hiruzen is the first to ask as he leaned back on his chair. Tell me, do you have evidence of Tsunade and Yami having a more than student and teacher relationship? When Hiruzen says this, Jiraiya grimaces at that. After all, no matter how much time passes, Tsunade is someone whom he secretly loves ever since he used to be young. Plus hearing that a child, who at the time should have been around 12 years old, had sex with Tsunade. This was all bizarre to him. But during his stay here, Hiruzen has seemingly hinted to Jiraiya what was his theory, so if it's true it doesn't come as an immediate shock to Jiraiya. But Orochimaru, when he hears what Hiruzen has to say, his reaction is different from Jiraiya's, as he chuckles slightly in his own creepy way. Why, Sir Toby-sensei? Is your inclination that Tsunade and Yami Inuzuka were more than student and teacher, especially during his younger age? Though they were talking like this, none of them knew the reality. Hachi is already dead. Neither did they know of the situation in the front lines against the hidden mist village. The news hasn't reached them yet due to the situation only happening not even an hour ago. No battles against the hidden mist village happened during this war. Plus the rumors about some civil war that has started in the hidden mist. So they were in their right to assume that hidden mist would not do something stupid like this. After all, hidden mist would help the rebels in the hidden mist, and the village will be easily overthrown by that. Jiraiya was the first to refute Orochimaru's idea. No. I know Tsunade wouldn't do something like that, said Jiraiya, as he frowns at the thoughts in his head that keep bringing up his suspicion. Orochimaru's smile dampened a little when he saw Jiraiya refusing something like Yami and Tsunade having something going on between them. So he just sighed a little and finally decided to drop the bomb on them. Hachi Senju. Or should I say Hachi Inuzuka is truly Yami Inuzuka's son. I have conducted blood tests by using Yami's mother and Hachi. The connection is there and the evidence is undeniable. Hachi is Yami's son. As soon as this was said by Orochimaru, Jiraiya's face becomes heavy. His frown deepens and he simply jumps off the window, going somewhere. Orochimaru just shrugged his shoulders at this. He was absolutely calm at this. He didn't have feelings for Tsunade anyway, so he didn't care who she slept with. That was her business and it's her body. She can do whatever she wants with it. He wouldn't care which people his teammates slept with. He has better things to do. So Sir Toby-sensei, how do you think we should act now that we have this information available to us? Questions Orochimaru as he thinks on how he might be able to use this information against Yami and get an advantage over him. But contrary to what Orochimaru is thinking, Hiruzen simply sighs and says, Yami is a Konoha citizen and the head of the Inuzuka clan. Even with this information, how are we going to use it? If we release it to the public, Yami wouldn't care that much. It would only ruin Tsunade's reputation, since it would seem like she took advantage of a 12-year-old Yami. Plus even if we have something bad against Yami, it wouldn't be smart to use it. After all, we don't want to push him away or something like that. When Orochimaru heard the last part of what Hiruzen said, he smirked a little and sat down on one of the chairs in the Hokage's office. After he settled down on the chair, Hiruzen filled his pipe with tobacco and started smoking again. So tell me, sensei, you seem to act as if Yami has a high risk of desertion. Would someone as smart as Yami give up the advantages that Konoha has? Asks Orochimaru, contrary to his usual joking manner. When he was alone with his teacher, he acted more relaxed. After all, currently Orochimaru and Hiruzen had a good relationship. He was Hiruzen's favorite student after all. Hiruzen thought a little at the implications and the things his spies have conveyed lately. Well, I wonder if Yami will really be at a disadvantage though. Orochimaru folded his arms as he leaned back on his chair. And how would that be? Does he have some secret base or something like that? The Hokage sighs at this as he shakes his head. Nope. It's even worse. He has a whole new village to fall back into. Possibly a village who is under his absolute control. When he heard this, Orochimaru's thoughts went into overdrive, and after a couple of seconds he showed his natural genius by guessing. So the most likely village that will support Yami, and even when he leaves Konoha, will most likely be. So the village that will support Yami, and even if he defects Konoha, will most likely be one of the small ones. Says Orochimaru as he rubs his chin. Thinking about which village would accommodate Yami. Megakure, Hidden Rain, is out of the question because that place is too unstable, and Hanzo wouldn't risk having someone like Yami in there. Takikakure, Hidden Waterfall, is also out due to its alliance with Konoha, so it would be either Kusagakure, Hidden Grass, or some other village that would be too far away. Like Morigakure, Hidden Woods, or something like that. Hiruzen's face morphed into a smirk when he heard Orochimaru say that. He can't help but praise Orochimaru's genius. It's something that many people fear, but Hiruzen only feels proud of his student. So Hiruzen just nods at this. You are correct. It is Kusagakure. He has absolute control over it. My spies have proof that Yami has Kusagakure's new leader under his thumb. Whether they have a partnership or Yami is subtly manipulating him, it is unknown. But what is known is that the connection between the Kusakage and Yami is undeniable. Orochimaru just shrugged his shoulders when he heard this. After all, they were stuck, they couldn't do anything to Yami, and neither could they intimidate him. So they could only treat him nicely and hope he stays in the village. But that option only exists for Yami. Because if anyone else who doesn't have the power would be simply killed, and the public would simply know that he was poisoned by our enemies. While this was happening, Yami on the other side was lying down on his bed, in his tent. He had his eyes closed as he had headphones on his ears, listening to the conversation Orochimaru and Hiruzen were having. He smiles a little at this. Things were going just as planned. Even though he didn't have high hopes of this working, he still tried expressing his strength and daring anyone to challenge him. Obviously, this is a little crude form of manipulation, but he also has the power to be able to pull that off, so he did it. Or maybe they already know that I am spying on them. So Hiruzen and Orochimaru said that only to make me let down my guard, knowing that I was spying on them all along. Thinks Yami, his thought process calculating a counter plan in case something like that happens. After all, even with all of his power that he currently holds, he never underestimates anyone. He knows better than to do something stupid like that. Now if only he can find where Zetsu and Madara's cave is. That will allow him to take countermeasures in case his plan G fails in the future. Yami had 7 plans on how to reach his goals. He is not following just one. In case one fails, he has 6 others, and every now and then, he creates a new plan in case all 7 of his plans fail. I also need to be careful of those underground white Zetsu. They are a great source of Hashirama cells. But I already have a lot of those, plus I don't want to notify Madara and Black Zetsu that I know of anything about their existence. Contemplates Yami, as he shifts in bed slightly, trying to find a comfortable position. Soon another of his 2 children will be born. Contrary to Hachi, they will be useful and have the Inuzuka name. Also Guy will soon come to know of his father's death. Truly, the 8 inner gates in an amazing technique, allowing a mediocre genin like Dai to insta-kill some of the 7 ninja swordsmen and make them flee. So many plans. So many wonderful things to learn about. This world truly is amazing. It literally has no limit on how much someone can grow. When I understood that, I even had a revelation, and I now have a theory on how I came to this world. If what I assume is true, then, Yami laughed inwardly, satisfied with his recent progress. I must always seek to evolve. That is the only way I can reach my dream to omnipotence and omniscience. I can already imagine myself sitting on a throne laughing at the trivial things happening in the world. Contemplates Yami, due to his plans lately going so good. He too is in a good mood. He brings his hand in front of his face, and he uses some chakra. Slowly, a little lava started appearing in his hand. He had only let Maid Terumi escape because she was no longer useful to him. Escaping Yami is truly impossible. Even if Kagaya magically descended from the moon to save Maid Terumi, she wouldn't be able to do so due to the countermeasures Yami has in place against leaving loose ends. Plus, he even deleted the memories of the horrible tortures he inflicted on her, trying to figure out how to keep her alive, while he obtained her Kage Genkai. So now Maid Terumi is just one more of his pawns. She just doesn't know it yet, which is even better. Around another 5 years and the war should be over. I must get some more benefits from this war. My shadow clones are already plundering the world for me. But that isn't enough. I need some more. How did Itachi get something like the Yamada Mirror and the Totsuka Blade? Also, I need to start researching more on souls. I have hit a roadblock there. But I need more. After all, I too would like to have my own Susanoo. I know that the Susanoo is actually in the nose of the human soul. But unlike replacing a physical nose, I must learn and investigate more about how the soul works. Thinks Yami, as he remembers the strange research results that he got. He didn't even know that somehow soul-body form even existed. That shows how much in the unknown he is researching. I wonder how people will react when they learn of what happened in the hidden mist. Tsunade will definitely be hysterical once she learns of Hachi's death. She will most likely leave the village again and drown in alcohol. But Hachi's death might influence her even more. Will she maybe become a hindrance to my plans? Or will she maybe even join Akatsuki in the future if they promise to revive her loved ones? This is honestly a real possibility. But maybe not so much. Given that Nagato will not take to inviting her due to the risk of Tsunade recognizing him and figuring out his powers. Or maybe she will join hands with the Orochimaru in the future. Both of those outcomes would be horrible. Thinks Yami as he plans out bad possible future outcomes, and how he will handle them in case they happen. I also can't put something like an explosion seal on her, or she will definitely notice it. Plus my memory manipulation techniques are crude and unrefined. Truly, coming up with plans and schemes is a hurdle. Plus, I would like the timeline to continue as close to canon as possible, and that way I can somehow predict the future, and not just run around blindly. My future knowledge is an absolute tool of mine. If I have to kill Tsunade for it, to keep it on track, then so be it. Calculates Yami, while contemplating which people he should kill and which ones he should keep alive. After a couple of hours, the Hokage is just sitting down in his chair. He just finished his current paperwork, he can let go a little and relax. But even though he is relaxing, his mind can't rest. Thinking of different things, people, and the situation in the war front. Even though Konoha was somewhat holding up. It isn't really in a good situation, it is literally at war with all of the other great hidden villages. The situation was obviously horrible. Although Hiruzen is glad that Konoha has been blessed with a strong generation of ninja. From Yami, Minato, and Fugaku to even others who would normally be considered geniuses, but have been overshadowed by these three. While he was contemplating this, a hawk flew in from the window and landed on his desk. The Anbu that were around the room didn't react, since they knew that this was a messenger hawk. When it landed he immediately extended his hand forward and the hawk, which was of normal size. It opened its beak and a small scroll came out of it. Hiruzen caught the scroll and read through it. As he kept reading, his face morphed into a frown and when he finished it, he had white eyes on his face. How could this happen? Thought Hiruzen, shocked at the hidden mist's actions. But then became sad and terrified when he heard of Hachi's death. With a heavy face, he looked at one side of the office where one of the Anbus is camouflaged. So with a wary voice, he told the Anbu. Send a message to Tsunade Senju, who is currently in the front lines against Hidden Sand. Inform her that her son, Hachi Senju, is dead. The Anbu silently nodded. It made himself seen and vanished again in a body flicker. Shit. Tsunade will definitely leave Konoha now. Also, Jiraiya is mentally unstable after the current news. I wanted to give him some time to blow off some steam. But it seems like we don't have that luxury anymore. During this time, Tsunade is currently healing an injured person who had his leg crushed by the third Kazekage, Rasa. If it was anyone else, they would immediately designate that the victim's ninja career is over, and he will never be able to walk again. But Tsunade is not your every other medical ninja. She is one of the best. So she easily fixed the problem with only a 2-hour surgery. After that, she goes outside of the medical tent and goes towards her own tent. As she arrives there, she sees a hawk flying circles above her tent. Her eyes immediately narrowed, in suspicion that some enemy ninja might have copied the Konoha communications. But after a couple of seconds, she went towards the hawk. When it saw her, the hawk flew in front of her and opened its mouth, spitting out a small scroll. Tsunade caught the scroll and sensed that it had the Hokage's Fuinjutsu seal and chakra, so after confirming that she opened the scroll. She had a casual look as she did so, she even had a bored look in her eyes. But when she opened it, with a glimpse, she saw what it was. Hachi Senju is dead, the funeral will be held in 2 days. Immediately her eyes became hollow. What? Asked Tsunade in confusion, not referring to anyone specifically. She dropped on her knees and crouched down. As tears came out of her eyes. This can't be happening, said Tsunade in denial. She couldn't accept a reality where everyone she ever loved has died. She didn't even give Hachi her grandfather's necklace. Why? Just why? Asked Tsunade to no one in particular. Was she asking the gods? No, she didn't believe in anything like that. No ninja really believed in gods. After all, what type of god would allow the world to be so cruel? On the other side, Yami was just lying down on the grass, reading a book with his Sharingan activated. It was actually a book with the research materials of a certain ninja. Of course, the ninja doesn't know that Yami has these. So Yami is just memorizing this before he put it back. Suddenly he senses as the hawk approaches him. He just looks upwards, and as the hawk is about to land close to Yami, he immediately puts the bird under Jinjutsu. It's just a precaution. He takes the letter the hawk spits out. This form of communication really is gross. I know that we don't exactly want anyone to get out hands in the messages, but there are definitely easier ways. Thinks Yami as he opens his letter. It's about Hachi's death. They're holding an official funeral. Isn't that only for accomplished ninja? Wasn't Hachi just a mere genin? That really seems like a waste of time. Is it worth even showing up? But if I don't show up, Tsunade will just come and bother me while saying stuff like, why didn't you come to your son's funeral? It really is unavoidable, isn't it? Tsunade will leave after this, it seems like. Man, talk about Hiruzen being a pussy. Can that guy just grow a pair and tell Tsunade that if she leaves she will be branded as a missing nin and hunted down like a dog? Thought Yami, as he just threw the letter away. It burned into ashes midair. I mean, I would get it if this was a democracy. After all, you have to please the people if you want to stay in power. But this is more medieval, and people act like animals. So to me, if someone acts like an animal, they will be treated like an animal. But really though, the Hokage has so much power, but Hiruzen never uses it to its full potential. That for sure is something that I am not going to do. Criticizes Yami, as he can't help but understand why people don't really follow the Hokage. It's simply because he doesn't really rule. He doesn't dominate. He doesn't show his power. Then he wonders why the Uchiha will revolt in the future. Well, obviously, Hiruzen gave them an opportunity and courage to challenge him. Why didn't they revolt when Tobirama was Hokage, even though he banished the Uchiha to the outskirts, and made them be guards by creating the Uchiha police force? Well, it's simple. The Uchiha knew they would all be massacred if they did that. 2 days later. It was a sad day, as the entire village came to mourn someone who was supposed to be their hope. Hachi Senju. Everyone thought that he had a bright future ahead, but sadly he couldn't realize his true potential. Yami had to stop himself from yawning, as he saw Tsunade, Shizune, Misuune, Yami's mother, Tsume, and some other people he recognized. Thankfully, Jiraiya was not here since he had already been sent to fight against the Sand Ninja. Hachi's coffin was covered in white flowers all around it, with a photo of the smiling Hachi doing a peace sign. Couldn't they find a better picture? That looks ridiculous. Thinks Yami as he looks at the picture of his son. Even though on the outside he seems sad and is barely holding himself from crying, on the inside Yami's mind was like a gossiping housewife, nitpicking at useless stuff. Black really suits Tsunade. Should I take advantage of her sadness and go another round with her? This time I would be careful so another Hachi isn't born. Contemplates Yami as he sadly looks towards Tsunade. Whoa, is that Ino's mom? Thinks Yami, immediately planning how to manipulate her. But when he saw the ring in her finger, he sighed sadly. Damn, she is already married. Guess I won't fuck her since it would require too much effort. I am exceptionally horny today. Mused Yami, as he looks for any pretty girl nearby who seems like she would be easy prey to get. Tsume already has a baby bump now, and he doesn't want to hurt his child in any way, so he is looking to have a one-night stand. At his son's funeral. Yami POV honestly, I felt like crying tears of joy when the funeral was over. I was a little surprised that Kurigakure even gave Hachi's corpse back. I had used my mosquitoes to learn that, as expected, Tsunade will leave Konoha on a vacation. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. I have spies on her all day long now. I learned my lesson when I didn't even know I had a child until he came to my front door. I guess I should return to the battlefield now. I start to look around and search among the people wearing black. It doesn't take long for me to spot the person I am looking for. Tsume now has her hair down and better makeup, aka not ugly like in canon. She seems a little sad. After all, Hachi had been living in my house for quite some time, and most people aren't like me, so they get attached to people easily. She looks like her usual 7'10" self, but now she also has a slight bump in her belly, signifying that she is carrying my child. Although it is unnoticeable to most people, I can easily see it. I walk close to her and extend my arm towards her. She notices me and interlocks her arm with mine. I notice that some of the people around us started whispering, and they will probably start some rumors about mine and Tsume's relationship. But it doesn't matter what they think or say. And they aren't technically wrong anyhow. Me and Tsume disappeared in a dark flash, arriving at my Konoha camp in the front against Kumagakure. We are inside my tent, where one of my shadow clones is doing my pepper work while sitting on my desk, while my bed to the side is all fixed and with neat white sheets. When we arrive there, I see Tsume's face changes from a little sad due to Hachi's death into a frowning one. Did that upset your womb, Tsume? I asked her, wanting to know if she is feeling any problems. After all, she has my child inside of her. She just shakes her head. No need to worry, Yami. Everything is okay. I feel no pain, no numbness, and not even any pricking. I just nod at her. If you say so. Anyway, if you ever feel even the slightest amount of pain, you must come to me for a checkup right away. Now go to bed, you need to get your rest. She sighs a little, but still accepts and goes towards my bed, going to sleep. As a ninja, she has trained so that she can go to half sleep in a split second. I just dispel my clone and take his place sitting down on my desk. I throw all of the paperwork on the ground and put my feet on the table as I lean back on my chair. Sum and my hot spy from Kumo have both gotten pregnant. Which is good, since I can mold these children to my exact liking. No more undesirable variables. They will be very serviceable to me, and I will love them very much. I have finally made up my mind. I can't trust anyone in this world. They are all potential backstabbers and imposters. Yes, I will look after my kids and be a good father to them, but I will never trust them. I will always have countermeasures in place against them. And most importantly, they will never be allowed to grow anywhere near my power level. They will be my happy little birds. Happy to always be inside their birdcage. Happy to flap around their wings and sing whatever I tell them to sing. All in order to please their loving father. In another note, the reason why Tsum reassured me that everything was alright is because of my mindless spy. She too is holding my child, and since we had a lot of threesomes together, they most likely got pregnant at the same time. I just recently told Tsum that the spy had been having certain complications with her pregnancy. I also explained that I had placed her in my own ICU ward in one of my labs, in order to care for her and the baby. But that's obviously some bullshit. Since I don't want someone who doesn't have any emotions to be a bad influence to my kids, and that she wasn't even that great to fuck, I have decided to kill her off. And that is why her brain-dead self is currently under my tent, inside a life support capsule filled with green liquid that keeps sustaining her and the baby. I made all the necessary adjustments, and my child will receive all the required nutrients for proper growth. It will be like breeding my child in an artificial womb. I made up that pregnancy complications excuse, just so I could simply let her die when she gives birth. Tsum will not doubt my intentions. Not even in her wildest imaginations. And even if she did, I will be prepared. 8 months later, MC age still 19, witnessing Tsum on the bed, screaming as she gives birth, isn't quite the memory I want permanently inside my brain, so I deactivated my Sharingan. I just look at the baby's head coming out of her. It isn't difficult for her at all, and soon enough, a baby with dark hair is born. Tsum seemed tired as her eyes were a bit dull, and sweat was all over her tan body, making her skin seem glistering. Not that I care, anyway. Cries the baby who is now in my arms. I look at it, trying to see any abnormal qualities or something like that. If her Yun chakra is higher than the standard 50%, that implies stronger mental capacity in the future. Usually, no one checks for this on their kids. Most people can't even check for this. But I make sure to check everything for any sign of my child being born with any abnormality. I let out a sigh of relief, which I easily know that Tsum mistakes as me being relieved that my child didn't have any complications. "See, can I see my baby?" says Tsum. I just nod at her. "It's a girl." I say to her while smiling. I know that she will be worried about the baby being a girl, but when she sees my reassuring smile she relaxes. "So what do you think we should name her?" asks Tsum with a tired smile on her face. I just smirk at this, as I go to her and hug them both warmly. "Well, you're the mother, so do you have anything in mind?" She just smiles as she gives me the baby. I see her eyes are closing, she is going to sleep. I think that her name should be Hana Inuzuka. I just smile at this and say, "Of course." When Tsum falls asleep, I look at the baby in my arms. She too has fallen asleep. Her vitals are stable and everything seems okay. So this is my first daughter, Hana Inuzuka. I have plans for you. 1 week later my second daughter was born. She has dark skin, dark purple hair, and yellow eyes. It seems like she takes after her dead mother. Her name shall be Yuruchi Inuzuka. I have plans for you as well. General POV. With Yami's children Hana and Yuruchi Inuzuka being born, that brought up quite the news to the people in Konoha, who didn't have a lot to talk about, since the war front had been silent recently. There were many rumors running around. From the so-called scandal that Yami and Tsum now have a child together, to the whole dark-skinned child business. Yes. It is speculated that Yami Inuzuka has been having a relationship with an enemy. Of course, since that sounded too crude, Yami used his connections to change the rumors, from Yami having sex with an enemy ninja, to Yami and Akumo Kunoichi, falling prey of both naive and tragic love that was not meant to be. During this time, even a book called Romeo and Juliet started circulating around. It was a giant hit with the civilians. In just its first week it broke all of the existing selling records. It had also become a way to give light brainwashing to the masses, assisting them with believing the new version of the dark-skinned baby rumors. Since the book was launched for sale, it eased the people's feelings towards cases like this. Some people in high positions were the exception though. This book came out very timely during this situation, before people even really started suspecting Yami of anything, and even before they even had the chance to form an opinion. This book, it not only calmed the minds of the populace, but it also made Yami's reputation skyrocket among the demographic of middle-aged housewives and young women. Though most couldn't see it, the old foxes and most of the clan heads could see the terrifying charisma that Yami had. He used something like literature to calm down a raging public. They have read the book, and even though it was good, it didn't change their opinion of Yami's danger level. A ninja who has never even had any books published in his name except some medical books. He is simply another type of charismatic monster. A monster in manipulating public opinion. So as time flew and another month passed, Yami became 20 years old. He was in his office reading an experimental book on various kinjutsu, forbidden techniques, that he got from the land of demons. He didn't have a birthday party celebration or anything like that. What he did have nonetheless, were 2 daughters his clones took care of. Yami still keeps his experiments going on. He has been trying to experiment with mixing Fuinjutsu and Kinjutsu recently. He wants to create some type of curse seal technique like the ones Orochimaru will use in the future. Though it seems like so far, all of the test subjects explode from the inside when he uses the unfinished version. Although, it is only a matter of time and inner explosions before he gets it right. He had also contemplated if he wanted to go and try and steal the Tsuchikage's dust release secrets. But in the end, Yami deemed that too risky. After all, just one wrong move and he will be obliterated by the Tsuchikage's atomic dismantling jutsu. I guess it's better to wait until he gets older, thinks Yami, as he contemplates his next move. His power growth had begun to stagnate again. He has already researched almost all of the Kurigakure Kake Jinkai. 1 year later, Yami's age is 21, we can see Yami, in Konoha. He is out in his yard. He had a small yellow ball in his hand, and he throws it towards his daughters. His daughters have also grown up. They are both wearing yellow pants and pink t-shirts. They run towards the ball. Well, they try to run, since they mostly wobble. Yami just laughs at this. His aging has been good for him. He has gotten taller, his shoulders have also gotten wider, and his good athletic figure can clearly be seen. His face hasn't had any dramatic changes. He is only slightly more handsome due to the minor surgeries that he has done to his face. After all, what people see first when they meet someone is their face. They get their first impression from that, so now he can be called quite handsome, contrary to his average looks from before. Yami sees, as Yuruchi pushes Hana down and gets the ball. She clearly tries to run towards Yami while saying, "Papa, Papa, I got this." But as she's about to wobbly run, she saw her big sister, Hana, lying on the ground with tears in her eyes. So she felt guilty at this, she stopped wobbling towards Yami, and turned around to go towards her sister. When she arrives in front of her, she just looks at the ball and extends it towards Hana. "Here. You can have it, Hana-chan." When Hana sees this, she smiles and gets up to hug Yuruchi. "Love you, little sis." While seeing this interaction between them, Yami has a strange smirk on his face. He goes towards them and envelops both in a hug. "Dad?" asked Yuruchi and Hana at the same time. Yami just smiled at this. "Yuruchi, Hana. Always remember that family comes above all. So no matter what happens, promise me that you will always love and treasure each other." Yuruchi and Hana look at each other confused, but they still smiled and said, "Of course, Daddy." "Hahaha, you even finish each other's sentences like twins now," says Yami, with a sweet smile on his face. After spending some more time with his family, Yami finally decides to make a shadow clone to play with them, as he stealthily slips out. When he is out of the sight of his children, Yami can't help but think of the war situation going on currently. Kumo has been quiet lately. I know that they have been trying to form alliances. But obviously, I can't allow that, so I have already killed all of the messengers they send around. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Yami has heard about Zabuza's massacre in the Kiri Ninja Academy. Also, Zabuza has already graduated this year at the age of 9. From running through my memories, I remember that Rin and Obito will become Chunin this year. In a couple of months, the Chunin exams will happen in Konoha. So I will have to make that happen. Rin has to die at the Kanabi Bridge while Obito watches. After all, his Magic-Q ability is something I absolutely need, thinks Yami, as an utterly cold look appears on his face. He needs to plan this carefully, and he knows that. He will need a perfect plan for Obito to reject this reality, when where Kakashi kills Rin, so that he can gain the coveted Kami. Yami POV I go towards a restaurant that is close to my house. I should really maybe make a mansion or something like that for me. I mean, I might not need it, but with the war going on and me kinda selling weapons and offering things like insurances to civilians, I am making so much money, I don't even know what to do with it. As I walk towards the restaurant, I see that there are a lot of new shops around the Inuzuka compound. There are also kids running around. They are the hundreds of orphans that I have adopted into the Inuzuka clan. The war has been treating me nicely. I have a couple of new cool Kake Jinkai. Now look at my hand as it slowly breaks down at a cellular level, and it reforms into a giant eagle's claw. I then easily just change my hand back to my normal human one. Though, it was a little hard getting the right genetic structure and stopping my DNA from destroying itself. I had to reinforce every single one of my cells to be able to handle the power that is being produced by them. I mean, it would normally be impossible even with my medical knowledge, but with the help of the Jungu I was able to do it. But sadly my body wouldn't be able to handle any more bloodline limits. I tried to get the hearts of Kake Jinkai users, and see if I can use it. Sadly biology doesn't work like that. I did get their natural elemental affinities though in chakra. But I do have another way to get some more Kekkei Jinkai without problem, but it seems that I will need to wait for a while sadly. Also on the war front, I haven't really been going to my Konoha camp too much. Kumo hasn't really been directly attacking me. Well, there have been a couple assassinations and poison attempts, but they were kinda laughable. Well, to be honest, with how careful I am, I don't blame them for failing. Plus, no poison even works against me. My camp is currently being managed by my clone, and below him are 20 elite jonin from the Inuzuka clan. I have discovered how to make a curse seal due to one of my clones getting his hands on one of Jugo's clan members. Now every Inuzuka can use the first stage of the curse mark, and the second stage can be accessible if they fuse with their dogs, turning them into creatures who look like werewolves. Finally, I arrive at the restaurant called the Inuzuka Special. It is a restaurant that makes most of my meals. Well, the menu only has the meals I like, and the restaurant is fully financed by me, so there is that too. I entered the restaurant. From the outside it looked like your average fancy restaurant. As I opened the door, I saw a fancy restaurant with big tables and red comfy looking couches. There were various traditional paintings on the walls and different fancy looking plants on vases. I go and sit down at one of the couches, and then I lie down on them, making myself comfortable. I hear the waiters turn the sign on the door to show that they are closed. After all, now that I am here they know that I mustn't be disturbed. When the waitress comes close I can easily hear, sense and smell her, and my eyes are closed, relaxing, so I couldn't see her. But as expected of the restaurant made to my preferences, the waitress is also wearing the perfume that I like. Before she can even utter a word, I simply say, 10 T-bone steaks well done, and 3 buckets of chicken. Also bring me a barrel worth of fruit drinks. I want the drinks from peach, oranges, green apple. I am feeling adventurous for today, so maybe a lemon drink too. The waitress doesn't say anything as she just nods and walks away. Ah, this is how mortal life should be, just be lazy and do nothing. I mean, my body doesn't really deteriorate even if I never train, and with my Sharingan photographic memory, neither will my skill with jutsu become rusty. I mean, I obviously work hard still. But I mostly work smarter now, since training harder will not yield results anymore. Now, everything is in place, and my strength is unmatched. All I need to do now is wait. So why not have some fun while waiting? So I enjoy the best of foods and drinks all day long. Though I don't like the taste of alcoholic drinks, so I don't really drink them. But I do like fruit juice. Sure, some people might say it's childish, but who cares what other people say? Also, I am so rich that even if they had something to say, I would just stuff money down their throats and choke them to death. Also, now that the Inuzuka clan is unofficially the strongest clan in Konoha, no one really dares to make fun of us anymore. I mean, people can literally point at any building in Konoha, and there is an 80% chance that it is owned by the Inuzuka clan, aka me. Though I haven't economically ruined any clan, after all, that wouldn't be good for my political career. No need to breed hate unnecessarily. But I have made the clans on my side way richer than those that are on the other rides. Also, Konoha's economy has skyrocketed since I have made my business ventures. I mean, it isn't publicity known, but even other elemental lands are business partners of mine. Sure, I might not have any businesses in other hidden villages, but I do have economical contracts with their lands. So, when peacetime comes around, my business empire would be able to do some aggressive expansions. As I was thinking that, the food finally came, so I immediately started devouring it. I'm eating as much as dozens of humans would need to, but I mean, I don't really even need to shit anymore. That is how far I have evolved from the normal human. Anyway, the Hyuga clan should be joining my Konoha clan's alliance soon. When I become Hokage this will be important, but currently that is useless. I already have dozens of Byakugans, I just need to prepare some more before I implant them. Even though I can now laze around a little, I still have so many things to do. No rest for the wicked, I guess. After having the big meal I decided to go towards the orphanage district in the Inuzuka clan compound. It is a district where all of the orphans that are adopted by the Inuzuka clan, go. It is a place full of talented children that will be my main force when I become Hokage. So better start training them from now. And I can't deny the effectiveness of this. I mean, only having Yamato, who is 10 years old now, beyond the Inuzuka, it has given the Inuzuka a certain prestige. After all, we have a wood-style user in Konoha again. Also, people in high places have been trying to make me give Yamato the last name of Senju. But I didn't raise my political power for so long for nothing. So I easily rebuffed all of the efforts of that, and Yamato Inuzuka is the only wood-style user in Konoha. Knowing the future truly does give me superior advantages. I mean, it is the strongest weapon on my arsenal. When I arrived at the orphanage, I stealthily went into the backyard. The yard was big, and had dozens of slides, and other tools that a child might need to entertain himself. There were around 40 kids just running around and doing kids stuff, like playing ninja and so on. But the one kid I concentrated on was Yamato. It was quite amusing seeing him as a 10-year-old. He had 2 younger kids hanging from each of his shoulders, and another toddler was on the top of his head, hanging on by clutching Yamato's hair. I also see another toddler come close to Yamato and nudge him on his leg. "Yamato nai, make a slide," says the small toddler. Yamato just sighs and grabs the toddler that was on his head. but he seemingly can't get him off. Come on little boy. You have to let go, says Yamato, trying to reason with the toddler. But contrary to his expectations, the toddler on top of his head, now known as Bai, just started tugging even harder. Stop it, Bai, complains Yamato. That is when I decided to intervene by walking out of the shadows, and good-naturedly chuckled. It seems like you are having quite a difficult time, Yamato. Immediately all of the kids stop what they are doing and look at me. I just smile sweetly at them. But nonetheless they all stop acting like little brats, and settle down. Hello there, Yami-sama, say all of the children respectfully. I just smile back at them. Hey there kids. Yamato looks glad when he sees me. I just wave at him. Yo. Yamato, how has your wood-style training going so far? He scratches his face with a finger in embarrassment. Well, Yami-san, it's not advancing as quick as I hoped. I mean, when I hear what the First Hokage could do with it, it kinda feels inadequate whatever I do. I just smile at him and get close. I put a hand on his shoulder and encourage him by saying, well, the First Hokage couldn't do what you can do at the age of 10, that is for sure. You're still young, so don't try to compare yourself with Hashirama when he was at his strongest. He seems a little better when I say this to him. But really though, he should be glad he isn't getting too strong too fast, or I would kill him. I don't like people who are more talented than me, who can grow stronger faster than me. Honestly, I hate people who are better than me at anything. I usually kill them off. No need to take a chance if someone can compete with me. Better kill him now. Just try to be you, Yamato. Even if you never reach Hashirama's strength, it doesn't matter. Then I mention all around us with my hand. What matters is family. Those are the people who will love you and care for you even in health or even in sickness. So don't try to be someone you are not. You are Yamato Inuzuka, the self-proclaimed big brother of the Inuzuka clan. Yamato suddenly seems to feel better when I say that. He looks towards the courtyard and does some hand signs. Wood style. 20 wood slides jutsu. Suddenly wooden slides come out of the ground. When the other kids see this they all cheer and immediately go to play. Yamato just falls back on the ground breathing heavily. His 10-year-old chakra reserves have gone lower than 10%. He looks at me and smiles slightly. You were right, Yami-san. I look at his questionably as I ask. Right about what? You were right. I really do need to be more like myself. Everyone expects me to be the next Hashirama. But I am not going to be that. I don't want to be Hokage or anything like that. I just want to be Yamato Inuzuka. I just smile at him. Silly. You already are Yamato Inuzuka. Even while saying that on the inside. I was calculating on the inside. After all, what I said. It is all to increase his belonging and build a familiar bond with him and the clan. Suddenly I hear the back door of the orphanage open, and when I turn around I see another protege of mine. She is 6 years old, she has a small and petite body. She also has light blue hair, and when she sees me her face lights up in happiness. Yami-sama. Yami-sama, I have a new move, says the little girl as she runs towards me. She shows me her right hand as a small palm-sized crystal puppy is created from her hand, and it jumps on the ground. When I see this I smile at her too. Congratulations Gurn, you truly are smart coming up with moves like these. Yes. She is Gurn, the subordinate Orochimaru would get if one of my clones didn't find her. She is a great talent added to the Inuzuka clan. She is now known as Gurn Inuzuka, the girl with the crystal release. I can say for sure that the Inuzuka clan's future is very bright. General POV. Well, Yami was just relaxing and planning like always. On the other side, where Yami's camp lies. In the Jonin meeting tent, there were 20 ninjas sitting down on a circular table. They all had Jonin uniforms on them, and they all have fierce chakra and wild hair. Each of them had the Inuzuka clan marking on their cheeks. But unlike your average meeting, there were also Ninken sleeping around on the ground. Suddenly one of them, who had long wild hair up to his lower back, his name is Aki, one of the Inuzuka clan's elite Jonin. He says, "What are Yami's orders?" Another one who has his wild blown hair cut short. He had a serious look in his face as he said, "Yami has ordered that we should send his students, Guy, Asuma and Kurenai into the front lines." The others all nod at this, not questioning Yami's orders. After all, they know that Yami will never lead them astray. But suddenly one of them, who has a lazy look on his eyes, his name is Cat. He tries to suggest, "But they are so young, Guy is 11 and Asuma and Kurenai are both 12, maybe we should let them grow a little more before we push them like that. After all, the war isn't going anywhere." Suddenly the atmosphere in the room gets colder. All the other Inuzuka clan members look at the lazy Cat. Their eyes cold and emotionless. "Did you just question Yami's decisions?" says Aki. He looks at Cat. Depending on his answer he will be immediately killed. The number one rule in the Inuzuka clan is, never. I mean never dare to question Yami's decisions. Cat sees this and just waves his hands in front of his face while nervously saying, No, nothing like that. I just thought that maybe we interpreted his orders wrong." Immediately Aki just gets up and he bangs his fist on the table. He takes a deep breath to calm himself down. His long hair moving upwards as his chakra aggressively pours out of him. "Are you saying that Yami isn't smart enough to make his orders clear?" says Aki as his anger almost poured out of him. But he must keep calm. He knows that he will bash Cat's head into a bloody pulp if he lets his anger get the better of him. The Ninken sense Aki's negative emotions rising, so they open their eyes. They look at Cat and his Ninken. Immediately the Ninken started growling at Cat and his ninja dog. Cat is in cold sweat as he looks at the situation around him. Damn. Why did I have to say that? Thinks Cat as he tries to figure something out on how to get out of this. He knows that he will really be ripped apart by the Ninken if he doesn't think of something. Of course the killing of comrades in Konoha obviously isn't allowed. But there are very loose rules around that law. After all, if a ninja is working against Konoha interest, he could be killed on the spot with no repercussions. Now working against Konoha's interest has a lot of loopholes. It was originally that way so some ninja can be killed if they are so incompetent that they literally hinder the mission. Or some. Konoha ninja is doing something treasonous, but the village can't find any proof. So they use this law. Obviously there would be an investigation by the clan head of the victim. Civilians are investigated by some ninja personnel, most likely someone incompetent, so no one really cares about that. Of course there is also the death against enemies, so most deaths by comrades are not investigated. After all, in the eyes of the higher-ups, it's simply a waste of manpower. Anyway, Cat knows that Yami will never punish Aki. He literally is a fanatic about Yami. Some even joke that if Yami told Aki to eat shit he would do it. So Yami will most likely just do an investigation and claim the case closed. Cat knew that and was thinking of a way to get out, and he finally decided to say, No. It's just that I couldn't understand it. Aki immediately disappeared from his position and with extreme speed he was in front of Cat and grabbed him by the throat. Cat and Aki are in around the same level of strength, so he could have dodged that move, but if he did so, the next move would be Aki going for the kill. He definitely doesn't want to start a death battle with Aki, that is for sure. The other Inuzuka let Aki handle this. After all, in their eyes he was someone trusted by Yami. So you think that Yami is unintelligent enough that he can't explain things clearly for you to understand, says Aki as he chokes Kai. Cat uses some chakra to reinforce his throat exterior so he can breathe a little, and he groans out. And no, I was in the wrong. I just wasn't concentrating at the moment. Cat hopes that admitting that it was his mistake should help calm the situation a bit. But contrary to Cat's expectations, black curse marks start spreading around Aki's body. So, you are not concentrating on Yami's orders, is it? Well then I guess that the Shinigami might forgive you. But I fucking won't. Who the fuck do you think you are to have the audacity to not listen to Yami's orders? Says Aki as his grip around Cat's neck increases in strength. Cat's eyes go bloodshot from the lack of oxygen. He tries to use his own Inuzuka curse mark, but he still can't get himself out of Aki's steel-like grip. He can feel his neck almost give out and crack, and his lungs burning from the lack of oxygen. Fuck. Is this how I am gonna die? Thinks Cat, but as he is almost about to pass out and his neck is almost about to break under Aki's grip. He couldn't believe that this is the way he will die, because couldn't keep his mouth shut. But in a dark flash, a dark figure appears next to Aki, and immediately grabs his wrist, easily breaking it and releasing Cat from the grip of death. Cat drops on the ground, and he starts coughing and taking in very deep breaths, as if he is starved for air. Out of the black flash comes out Yami, with a smile on his face as he says, "What is going on here?" Aki is about to answer, but Yami just looks around and nods. "No need to, I already got the gist of the situation." Not giving Aki any time to even get his voice out. As expected of Yami. Thinks Aki, with a smile on his face. He then decided to say, "What should we do with Cat, clan head Yami-sama?" Cat coughs a little as he is finally able to get his breathing under control. When he looks up, he immediately sees Yami just smiling down at him. He can feel chills down his back when he sees Yami's cold eyes looking at him. Damn. I hate it when he looks at me like that. It is like he can read right through my flesh and blood. And look straight into my soul. Thinks Cat as he tries to keep calm under Yami's unnerving gaze. Unfortunately he fails, as his face morphs into a grimace when Yami says, "Tell me Cat, why do you think that my students, who are now Chunin, shouldn't be allowed to fight?" Cat just looks at the ground nervously, not daring to look at Yami's eyes again. This is why Yami as a clan head has never been challenged for the position. No one dares even talk about challenging Yami or they might disappear. No, Yami-sama, it was just a stray thought of mine, says Cat. The nervousness in his voice has now become very apparent. The Ninken started growling at Cat, but Yami just gave a side glance, looking at the Ninken, though his face didn't show anything, the look in his eyes showing dot, and they all whined, putting their ears down in submission. His dominating presence, helping him get the room completely under control. When Yami is inside a room no one would dare ignore him and his orders. Especially a barbaric like the Inuzuka clan. Yami looks back at Cat. His dark eyes were motionless as Cat finally decided to look up, and he wished he hadn't. Yami's dark eyes, looking down on him. Cat could feel his scalp tingling from the overwhelming instinctive fear that he has for Yami. Cat has been in countless close-to-death situations, but he had never felt like this before. Suddenly he, a grown man. Tears started coming out of his Kai immediately bows down, with his head banging on the floor. I am so sorry Yami-sama, I just thought that your students were too young and might die if they encounter some jonin. I ask for your forgiveness. Yami just keeps his smile on his face, as he crouches down and puts a hand on Cat's shoulder. Come on now, there's no need for this. You're forgiven, Cat. It wasn't just Cat that felt like that, even though it was concentrated at Cat, the rest of the Inuzuka in the room felt nervous too. They all swallowed hard in nervousness. Yami just gets up and shrugs. Well, the situation is solved. So see you later, guys. In a puff of smoke, Yami disappeared, showing that he was a shadow clone all along. The real Yami was enjoying his time in Konoha messing around. 1 month later, Guy, Asuma and Kurenai were jumping on trees. They are currently on a patrol just like usual. Though they are still young, and they still have an entry in the bingo book, they all had only 1 page for the 3 of them, simply stating that they are Yami's students. They have also grown taller, especially Guy. He seems more like a teen than an 11-year-old kid. Due to the protein and certain types of steroids in the food have given Guy the optimal body, with no side effects. The whole team is also wearing Chunin uniforms, so their physiques can be seen clearly. Also, their walking method has evolved. A medic can no longer read their physical strength, just by looking at them, and away they walk, looking for any Kumo ninja who might be around. Though it's like your usual patrol, their assignments have been getting sent to more and more dangerous territories. Suddenly they all stop, and Kurenai takes out a flute and plays it. She closes her eyes, as soon as the sound comes from her flute. This is a technique that Yami taught her, to use sound to transfer her chakra and sense targets nearby. She also discovered that it can be used in Jinjutsu just like her teacher, Yami, does. Suddenly she frowned and used hand signs to communicate with Guy and Asuma. Enemies nearby signals Kurenai and points towards a thick tree. How many signals Asuma as they continue tree jumping, like nothing was wrong. 5, 2 Jonin level and 3 Chunin, explains Kurenai. Immediately Asuma continued communicating with his team, signaling if they should retreat. After all, there were 2 Jonin. That is very dangerous for them. But contrary to his teammates' uncertainty, Guy is different. His bushy eyebrows form into a frown, and he immediately just nods towards his teammates. They immediately understood what he meant. But before they could ask Guy anything, white miasma-like chakra came out of his body. Immediately Guy disappeared from his place, with Kurenai and Asuma not even noticing that he was even gone. But Guy just walked towards the tree and the tree explodes to bits, as it is kicked by Guy. 2 people carrying 3 others jumped out of it. Guy immediately goes after the one carrying 2 people, assuming that he must be a Jonin, since he was able to react to his speed, and even carry 2 people with him. As Guy gets close to him, midair, the Jonin throws the 2 Chunin, who were still dazed, aside to free his hands. He started waving hand signs, but Guy didn't allow him to do that as he immediately got in his personal space, due to his initial powerful jump. The Kumo Jonin goes for a block. This is when Guy remembers Yami's lessons. He adjusts his stance and tries to kick the Jonin in his balls, but the Kumo Jonin blocked. Even though he grimaces a little when cracking sounds came from his wrists, due to Guy's 5th gate power. Go for the chin, thinks Guy, reciting Yami's words in his mind. The Jonin didn't have the speed to act anymore, even his wrists were broken. So Guy kicks the right side of Kumo Jonin's chin. The Jonin's brain hits the inside of his skull, knocking him out. His eyes roll into the back of his head. Take initiative, always make sure that you take him out, says Yami from Guy's memories. So Guy decides to make sure and punches the Jonins under his chin. Blood comes out of the Jonin's nose as he starts falling down on the ground. This exchange all happened in a split moment, and it was midair, not even giving time to the other Kumo Jonin to intervene and help his comrade. But Guy, as he is still midair, as he stopped using the 5th gate and closed it. As he started falling down, he catches a branch of one of the trees, and he swings himself to lower the impact as he lands on the ground. As Guy was looking at the other Jonin, he had a serious expression on his face. Even though it doesn't exactly suit him, he can be serious when the situation demands it. As the Jonin that he has knocked out started falling towards the ground head first, even though he knows that the Jonin will die, Guy didn't do anything to help him. After all, he is an enemy. Yami had taught him many things. One of them is to never show mercy to an enemy or they could easily kill you. As the Guy was falling, the other Jonin just let go of the Chunin that he is holding, letting it fall down. Since he was already in the ground, he uses chakra on his legs to reinforce his legs and he jumps up and catches the Jonin that was knocked out by Guy and was about to hit the ground head first. But at this moment, Guy decides to attack. Since if he uses the gates anymore, he would most likely suffer muscle strain that would lower his immediate combat potential. Suddenly, he started spinning around in one leg, until heat started coming out of his leg. When the Jonin sees this, he is midair and can dodge, plus he has his comrade in one of his arms. But suddenly, he hears the sound of paper being burned. Immediately his eyes whiten as he looks at his fellow Jonin who is unconscious. Paper bomb is the last thing he thinks as he is enveloped by the explosion. As the dust is about to clear out, someone jumps out of the explosion. It was the Jonin, except he had half of his face burned off. and he smelled like burned flesh. His eye had melted into his socket. Surprisingly, he didn't have any other outward injuries. But it wasn't for long, as Guy used his flaming kick to hit the Jonin's throat. Before he could scream, his own windpipe had melted, and he choked on his own blood, unable to breathe anymore. This whole confrontation happened in seconds, not giving the Chunin, nor Asuma and Kurenai any time to react. But when they saw this, the Kumo Chunin were shot, so Kurenai was the first to act as a melodic singing voice appeared and all of the Chunin fell to the ground, unable to resist the Jinjutsu. Kurenai too fell on her knees due to her yin chakra being depleted too quickly. Asuma just goes to tie up the Chunin, and Guy falls on his back breathing heavily. That was so close. I am glad I listened to Yami-sensei when he always told us of his fighting style when he was a genin. Though I didn't expect it to be so effective. And unyouthful. Kurenai just grabbed her head in pain, as she had a headache. Her yin chakra had truly gone low. As expected of one of Yami's Jinjutsu, they have such a heavy drawback, and can only be used as a trump card. Thinks Kurenai, as her hands are surrounded in a green-colored chakra. She immediately started nursing her headache, and even turned off some pain receptors, as they need to quickly get out of here, or more Kumo Jonin could come here. Kill them. We can't stay here anymore, says Kurenai to Asuma, who without hesitation nods and slices the throats of all of the sleeping Chunin. And due to the pain, they wake up from the Jinjutsu and die choking on their blood. Asuma then goes towards Guy and says, "Can you run by yourself?" Guy shakes his head. "Yes, but I would slow you down. My body has some heavy muscle tears and burns on my right leg, where I used eyeball jam." Asuma just nods at this and picks Guy up piggyback style. And immediately they started running. After some time they were thankfully able to run away far enough and meet another patrol team, telling them of the possibility of more Jonin being around the area where they fought. Yami POV. Even though I am currently in Konoha, I am using some of my mosquitoes to spy on my little students. They did pretty good. It seems like my lessons to them weren't in vain. Guy will most likely get a bingo book entry of his own, once his deeds are made public. Also, it seems like opening the 5th gate even for a couple of seconds is still too much for his small body. Now I should just pull some strings and have him promoted to Jonin. After all, even though temporary, his ability surpasses a Jonin's, plus with him using my tricks, he will most likely win against the average Jonin, even without even opening any gates. Even though I am thinking about my students, my mind still goes back to the only weakness I have left. My brain. If it gets destroyed, it's all game over, no matter how fast of a regeneration I have. My hands subconsciously twitched, and my mind went to the thought of stealing the forbidden immortality jutsu, and then I will use only half of the technique to immortalize my mind, just like Orochimaru did. So my brain will no longer be my weakness even when it is destroyed. But if I acted recklessly now, I would lose everything I have accomplished in Konoha. Plus I most likely wouldn't be able to get another forbidden technique after getting the first. How did Orochimaru get the technique without being noticed? Damn it. Why does someone smarter than me exist? He should just die. But no. I can't get impatient. I am so close to my goal. I can almost feel it. Omnipotent. Omnipresent. The two words that are used to describe God. I want that. I want to see how the God looks at humans. I am curious how it feels to know everything and be all-powerful and be able to do anything. Sage of the Six Paths, Otsutsuki, Kagaya, Indra, Asura, Madara, Hashirama, Jashin, Naruto, Sasuke and even the Shinigami. All of them will be my stepping stones. Just need to wait. Just 2 more years. I will get what I want from this village. Soon. So soon. Canon will come. In 2 years. The 9 Tails will attack Konoha, and that is when my plans for godhood will truly begin. 1 year later, Yami's age 22. I am currently in the yard of my mansion. The mansion isn't too big, and it only has 15 bedrooms, but it is still called a mansion, and I also expanded my yard now. Now it has a big pond in there, and a garden, with different types of flowers. There are also different trees around. My 2 daughters are running around playing this world's version of tag. Well, I mean every game that has to do with tag, hide and seek, etc. It is just called playing ninja. They are 3 years old now, so they have grown a little. About as much as the average 3-year-old. I have already started Yuruchi's and Hana's training. Well, I have been covering it to make it look like a game. I must say Yuruchi's talent is way better than Hana's. But as expected, after all, Yuruchi's mother. What was her name again? It was something that started with them anyway. Yuruchi's mother was a Jonin from Kumo. So she had good genes, that plus with my amazing genes, and we have little Yuruchi, I am sure that she will at least reach elite Jonin in levels of power. Though, with me as her father, she will reach S rank. As for Hana, she should reach around Jonin. Maybe elite Jonin. People say that hard work will always show results. But that is not true for most cases. After all, for example, right now even if I spend all day training for a whole year, I would get absolutely no results. My body has already grown to its maximum potential for my age. Plus with just training you will minimize the results. You also need to get the right training, and eat the right things to reinforce muscle growth. Thankfully Tsume hasn't acted bad towards Urichi, after all, that isn't her kid. So I wouldn't be surprised if she acted badly towards her, but maybe she hasn't noticed how much better Urichi is compared to Hana. Maybe when she notices that, she will start being jealous of how Urichi is better than her own daughter. Though maybe Tsume sees Urichi like her own daughter, after all, she was also most likely conceived while me, Urichi's mother and Tsume were having a threesome. Anyway, Tsume has been a little mad at me lately, and the reason for that is, well, I am finally getting married. And this marriage will bring huge benefits for me. I mean currently, the daimyo just listens to me. Obviously he isn't under some type of genjutsu, after all he has his 12 guardians with him. Some of them are truly skilled, especially that old blind swordsman monk. He has very acute senses, so he might notice something. Plus not everyone is allowed to meet the daimyo whenever he wants. Even I have had the opportunity to talk with him once. So I never took the risk, plus the daimyo already listens to me out of his own volition. After all, I have bribed all of his advisors and his wife, and some of his concubines are very fond of me. So it wasn't that hard to convince them to whisper things in the daimyo's ear. So it was children's play getting the daimyo to approve certain policies and make decisions in my favor. But anyway, my current arranged wife is Shiori, daimyo's daughter. POV I look at myself in the mirror for the 10th time today. I am a tall and slender woman with long black hair that extends past her waist, with locks of hair that frame my face down to my chin, and with my dark blue eyes with long, voluminous eyelashes and pale skin. I have a narrow waist and very large breasts. I am currently wearing a sleeveless top which emphasizes my breasts, and also with a blue dress. Yes, I know that I am pretty, plus with being the daughter of the daimyo, I am the desire and dream of many men. But sadly, I am to be married to a killer who already has 2 children of his own. What was father even thinking when he made this dumb decision? I hear the door to my room slowly open, and my personal maid enters the room. She is young, the same age as me, age 21, and pretty cute too. Though nowhere near as cute as I am. But she will be my personal maid for when I go to live in Konoha. She just looked at me and said, "So, I heard that you will meet your fiancé today." I just give her a side glance. Yep. And you will be coming with me to meet him too. Who knows? He might feel charmed by your meat looks and fall for you. I say to my maid, she has black hair, brown eyes, and she is shorter than me. So compared to me she is pretty short, and with her me personality, she would be the perfect little thing that men like to dominate. When she hears me say that, my little maid just fidgets, and her face is in a full-blown blush as she says with her usual meek voice, "Shiori, don't say it like that. It's embarrassing." I just smile at her. She usually addresses me casually when we are alone. After all, we have known each other since we were young. And I have kept her off the clutches of any noble or even my own father sometimes. So she is my closest confidant. Come on now. Don't be so embarrassed or you will never find a man in Konoha. After all, you do plan to be married and have a family, don't you? I simply rhetorically ask her. I know the answer already, but I just smile when her whole face goes red. She doesn't answer, so I just walk towards the door and say, "Come on now. Let's go and meet my future husband." As I walk towards the guest room, where my father and Yami Inuzuka are, I keep my back straight and express a completely confident mask. But in reality, on the inside, I'm nervous and even a little terrified. Yami Inuzuka isn't just your simple killer. He is the best killer Konoha has. He most likely has already killed thousands, and I am not dumb enough to just listen to the news the Land of Fire has, since they describe Yami as some type of god that will protect the Land of Fire with his life. But the things the other lands say about him is terrifying. Killing children and even the extermination of multiple clans by him, up to the last toddler. Destroyed the village hidden in the sky who had hundreds of thousands of people living there, and he was a child when he did that. Now he is 22, only 1 year older than me. But still terrifying. I am to marry that man. Will he be cruel to me? Will he rape me and use me as his sex toy until I am dead? When I was a young girl, I used to imagine that a prince from another land will come and take me from here, and make me his wife, then he will be my husband. Then we will live happily ever after. But I was young back then and didn't understand the world. But now, I know how cruel the world is. But I will not give up to the world. I am not some submissive woman who will just stay by the sidelines. I will either have my freedom, or I will kill myself. After all, life without freedom to me is no life at all. I opened the door to meet my new husband, Shiori, MC's future wife, POV. When I open the door, the first thing my eyes land on is my future husband. I only recognize that it is him because his photo in the bingo book. He is sitting on a big dining table, next to my father. They seem to be eating breakfast already. He has specky wild hair, and contrary to my expectations, he wasn't in his ninja uniform. He is wearing black jeans and a black t-shirt, with the words "Wolf" written on it. He seemed just like your normal handsome young man. Except that he also had his Inuzuka clan tattoos on his cheeks, so that is another sign that it is him. Neither did he seem to even be carrying any weapon. And he had a genuinely happy smile on his face as he talked to my father. Ha ha ha, come on now, father-in-law, if you say stuff like that, people might think that I will be Hokage only because of our friendship. says my future husband. Only then did I notice that 8 of the 12 daimyo guardians were here. The others are most likely scouring the castle like always. So what, let them assume whatever they want. Me and you are friends, Yami. After all, I will be your father-in-law soon. Obviously you should be the Hokage, says my father with a smile on his face. But come on now father, don't you know better than to not say things like that out loud? Wait, is that sake father is drinking? As I closed the door, father seemed to finally notice me as he turned around and looked at me. Ah Shiori, you're here. Let me introduce you to someone. This is Yami Inuzuka, the future Hokage, said father as he started chuckling at the last part as if it was an inside joke with Yami, who too just smiled a little. Come on father-in-law, you can't say stuff like that, says Yami, who seemed genuinely a little embarrassed at this. That is surprising. An embarrassed ninja. I just smiled slightly too. No need to make a bad impression on Yami. So better at least try and act nice. Words are free after all. Nice to meet you Yami-san. I say greet him as I continue smiling. He just looks at me and smiles back. It is genuine. How is that possible? Whenever a new man meets me for the first, he will always have a surprised face. But Yami seems completely unfazed by me. He didn't even try undressing me with his eyes. It is impossible for him to deceive me. I can read people well. So he must be attracted to men, then. Well, I can work with that. I just sat down on the table, next to my father, and as I did so, father immediately got up. Well, I better leave you youngsters to your own conversations, said father as he walked outside of the room, with his guardians all following him. Now the only ones left in this room are me, my maid and Yami Inuzuka. How do I bring up the conversation of his sexuality? Then maybe we can work something out. He just has to let me be in charge of this. As soon as I was about to say something, Yami handed me a letter. We are being spied on, I just nodded. Then I will speak normally and not say anything sensitive. I guess we can talk when we take the carriage to travel to Konoha. In 1 hour it should be ready. I just put on a smile and asked, so tell me how being a ninja is. It must definitely be exciting. Suddenly he just smiles and says, well, it probably isn't as exciting as you expect it to be. It's mostly just killing and torturing some enemy ninja every now and then. WTF. Did he really just say that? No way. I turn a little and give my trusty maid a side glance. Yep, she is pale in fear. So he must be the type of man who is very straightforward then. It's a little hard to keep the smile on my face when he says stuff like that. But I can endure this. Oh, is that so? Then tell me a little about your family then Yami. I try to change the subject and keep the conversation going. His smile, ever present on his face as he says again. Well, my father died before I was born and my mother is alive. She is a nice woman. But she too almost died during the last war. It was from the stress of me going to the battlefield. Oh okay. I don't know what to say to that, and the situation is getting kinda awkward, so better say something. So I hear that you have 2 beautiful daughters. Tell me a little about them. His face brightens. Oh, Hana and Yurichi. Hana was born due to me having sex with Tsumi Inuzuka, a girl who I see as my sister. When he says this, his face is brutally honest, and it's getting painfully hard to keep a smile on my face. But he still continues saying. On the other hand, Yurichi was born with a Kumo ninja I regularly fucked. Since we are getting married, we gotta be honest. So I will just say. I suspect that my daughters were born out of a threesome we had. What the hell is wrong with this man? I am half willing to marry a pig farmer than this guy. Contrary to his handsome looks, he is not cool, nor charismatic, nor does he live up to his terrifying reputation. Also, who says to their wife stuff like this? Just like this, 1 hour passes and Yami still continues telling me some of his ninja stories with terrifying details that would make any normal person throw up. So then my best friend and teammate Asatori died in my hands. I went to look for his sister soon, but she too was dead. Killed by the Chunin, says Yami with a smile still on his face. I am tired. In just 1 hour talking to him and I am already extremely tired. I will have to spend the rest of my life with him. I will probably throw myself off the Hokage mountain within the first week I spend with him. As Yami finishes his recent depressing and awkward story, the door to the room is opened. I turn around and see that it is a servant who just bows his head and says, your carriage is ready. After that, we all go outside. Only me, my maid, Yami and someone that Yami trusts will be riding the carriage. But surprisingly, when I go outside, instead of seeing the normal carriage, what I see is a giant crocodile, or maybe an alligator, with a small house on its back. I have never seen something like this. So for a split second, my face expresses the surprise I am feeling. But that is quickly squashed as my face goes back to the polite smile. Entering the carriage, mini house, as it was quite high. Yami simply made a hand sign, and stairs appeared in a puff of smoke. When we went inside, it was just like your average house. It even had running electricity somehow. It has a stove and all that. Then I just wave at my father as the door closes. I sit down on a couch, and my maid also sits next to me. When the creature, which we are technically sitting on top of, starts to move, surprisingly there is almost no shaking. Well, This is actually way better than traveling in a carriage. But as Yami looks at the window, waving towards whom I can only assume is my father, he closes the curtains on the windows and turns on the lights. When he turned around, he had his smile on his face still. But there was something wrong. I just couldn't quite put my finger on it. He sits next to me and pushes his body next to mine. The next thing I feel is a hand going round my shoulder in a friendly gesture. Suddenly the next words I hear come out of Yami's mouth are, "You aren't as smart as you think, little princess." Immediately as soon as he said that, I got chills running down my spine. Shiori POV. You aren't as smart as you think, little princess. Immediately as soon as he said that, I got chills running down my spine. His hand that he has around my shoulder slowly goes towards my chin and forces me to look at him. I was shocked by what I saw. His eyes. They were so terrifying. Like two dull pupils with no emotion in them. I have never seen something like this. Underestimating someone is the dumbest thing you can do, my wife. I could see his smirk widen a little. I have already analyzed what kind of woman you are. Judging by your personality, I am sure that we will get along. If you feel unhappy in our marriage, it doesn't matter. You just give me a couple of kids, and then you can live a life of luxury until your body slowly rots away due to old age. How? I can't read what he is thinking at all. Even though my face is calm, when I look at his eyes in amused smirk, it feels as if he already knows everything about me. I see. So then tell me, dear husband, is this the true you? Or is this another mask? Though I can't read him, I can loosely guess what he is thinking. After all, if he is someone like me who wears a mask, then we might have the same thought process. Suddenly his whole demeanor changes, and the hand that he had on my shoulder slowly goes towards my breast. I obviously was prepared for this, so there was no reaction out of me. I see that now Yami has a blush on his face, and his eyes now have a deep emotion in them. He just looks at me and says, "Shiori, I love you." For a split second I almost believed him, even knowing what I know about him. Damn. His acting is really good. How does he do it? Yami POV. Looking at my new wife, I have to say, she is quite a looker. I don't think I have even seen a woman as good looking as her. But then again, contrary to the ninja training female ninja do, she most likely spent that time taking care of herself, so her beauty isn't something that will make my heart skip a beat or something like that. That only happens in shitty romance stories, that has no place in real life. But with my hand around her neck, I cupped a feel of her big breasts. That is nice. I don't mind spending the next 20 or so years with her. Who knows, I might not even cheat on her. Okay, maybe sometimes with Tsun and that cute waitress. Maybe sometimes with that one nurse that works in the Inuzuka clinics too. But other than that, I will not cheat on her. Possibly. But she doesn't have to worry her pretty head about that, since I will do any extramarital activities behind her back. Anyway, I think that her thinking face as she tries to figure me out is cute. We will reach Konoha in a day or two, then we can get the Hokage to officialize the marriage. Yeah. I am not waiting that long to fuck her. I believe in my lying and manipulation enough to think that I can get someone like her to bed with me. Plus we are husband and wife to be, not doing it at least 15 times before marriage is weird. Anyway, I truly already know everything there is about to know about my future wife. I just glance at the small maid that doesn't even have a noticeable presence. This is why I never trust no one in this world. That little girl right there has been living her whole life with Shiori, and has been treated pretty good by her. But that didn't matter at all. She is a spy of mine, I memory wiped and optimized. She is the perfect spy actually, she doesn't even know she is one. And even if a Yamanaka went through her memories, they wouldn't find anything. Because no memories of her ever being associated with me don't exist in her mind. People think that what makes them, well them. It is their soul, body, brain or something like that. No, what makes me is my memories. Even if I died and my soul reincarnated without memories, that isn't me anymore. So this is the secret to how I control her. She has some fake memories sealed inside her head at which during certain commands, they activate and she will remember how I saved her from being raped or something like that. When in reality none of that ever happened. Her whole life is just a fake play made up by me. She is really beneficial. Anyway, I just look at my pretty new wife and say, well, since we are gonna be husband and wife, I think that we should be honest with each other. I will start first. I took a deep breath and stopped groping her firm breast. I was joking when I said those things to you. But you really need to be careful against ninjas. You are a good liar for a normal person. To a ninja though, you are even mediocre, especially the ones who can see even minute changes in your expression. I can see her frown a little and say, so what then? Will I just be one of your fuck toys then? Just another plaything until you get bored? If that is so, then no, thank you. I will slit my own throat before I become something like that. She is fierce, but people who talk about death like this, they have most likely never experienced it. If I were to take out a kunai and put it against her throat, she will become terrified and won't say useless stuff like this. I just yawn a little and say with a bored voice. Well, as interesting as the thing that you said sounds, I have more important things to say. She doesn't retaliate, even though I just implied that what she spoke was bullshit. She stays calm, as she tries to guess what I am thinking. I just continued saying to her, "You are calm, that is good. What I want to tell you is that you will never really be able to read what any ninja is thinking. But you can study their previous actions and determine the future ones by that. Everyone has a pattern, something that they follow, plans and goals." Her face is calm as she looks towards me. "What are you trying to teach me? What is my duty as your wife?" I just smile again. "Well, you are my wife. Since you are not a ninja, I want you to manage my civilian business. And if we build some trust between each other, then maybe I will give you control of other things like my clinics, businesses and so on. I will make you the most powerful woman in the world. You will be my empress by my side." After some time Shiori finally seems more comfortable with me. We talked till midnight and the maid even fell asleep, but me and Shiori were still talking about my countless business ventures, and how she will manage them. Though I did notice her try to hint that she would be uncomfortable living in the same house as my daughters and my lover. She didn't say anything when I just smiled at her. She just nodded, understanding that I wouldn't listen to her on that one. She is truly a born manipulator. I have noticed on several different occasions where she instinctively tries to manipulate me. Growing up in a political slaughterhouse that is the capital city of the Land of Fire has made her into quite the smart and politically inclined woman. Though she will have to learn a bit more before she can manage any business. After all, politics and business management are two different things. She should be glad that I am willing to even let her manage anything. I usually don't trust people. Am I even kidding? I don't trust my future wife at all too. I just want to make her feel like she has control and choices in the marriage when in reality she controls nothing, but I control her life. After all, I don't want to appear as a control freak, so better give her the illusion that I am not one. So want to consummate our marriage? I asked Shiori with a slightly teasing tone in my voice. But contrary to my expectations, Shiori just looked at me and said with a calm face, "But we are not officially married yet." I just lied back on the couch, my arms spread wide and leaning on the top of the couch as I stare at the ceiling. I know, right? Why couldn't the daimyo do the coronation ceremony? That way we could be having fun right now, instead of talking about business all night. I just give Shiori a side glance and she just blushes a little, but it goes away a second later. She is really good. Well, it doesn't mean that we couldn't have some fun before marriage. After all, every couple does it, says Shiori as she looks at me with her deep blue eyes and her calm and pretty face. Immediately I just look at her, and with my hand I cusp her chin, bringing her face closer to mine. She doesn't resist as she closes her eyes, and I too extend my neck towards her and I kiss her. I can see that she is truly inexperienced as she just gave me a mediocre kiss. When I started using my tongue on the kiss, her eyes winded, but I just clutch her by the ass and make her sit on my lap as we continue our makeout session. While we were making out, my hands didn't stay idle at all. As I used them to slowly pull down her skirt, I saw that she was wearing nice pink panties. Without hesitation, I used my agility to pull off my pants, as Shiori sat down across my length and started rocking her hips, the arousal blooming on her face instantly. She no longer tries to keep her cold and indifferent look on her face. I pull her closer, trapping her body in contact with mine. No argument rose from her lips, not that it was surprising. They were serving as my amusement, following the lead of my lips in a merciless tango. I could feel her arousal rising unchained, especially as we had the maid asleep on the same couch as us. As Shiori took off my boxers, it was the time to start the main dish. I simply ripped her cute panties. I lifted her, my cock jumping upright immediately. Then, a negligent push later, her slit was free for an unbound push. I pressed my shaft on her entrance, but waited for her to realize what was going on. Our lips separate for a second, just enough for her to moan. Yes. Her moan was filled with arousal and a little panic, the confirmation that she was trying to project turning into a weak echo, drowning the pleasure. "You can do whatever you want to me, Yami. So be it," I said to her as, with my shaft inside of her, I took her to the bedroom, and we separated as I pushed her on the bed, her arms pushing to bed in reflex, which had the added benefit of forcing her to the doggy position. And then, without waiting for her to answer, I pushed into her mercilessly, earning a cry that would be hair-turning if I had any mercy. "Yes, yes, yes," she repeated like a mantra with every time I slammed inside her tits trying to move freely, only to be prevented by her bra and white top. But interestingly, every time she repeated the confirmation, it sounded less like it, and more like a moan of pleasure. I slammed inside her again and again, and soon, the only sound that left her mouth was wordless cries filled with unbounded pleasure. Still, the quickness of her mood change was the best indicator of her love to her husband, me. Her hips swayed back and forth in the same pace as my beats, pushing my shaft deeper into her. Even her token attempts to keep her voice low didn't last long, her voice loud enough to rattle the windows as I pushed inside her again and again. The maid was definitely awake by now. I decided it was time to catch a vision of her beautiful breasts, so I reached for the hooks of her bra, opening it with a soft touch. Her flimsy bra opened and fell on the bed as I ripped her white top too. I leaned and grabbed her breasts, sinking deep into her beautiful flesh, her nipples hard against my palm. Struck with a desire to see her face, I pulled out. She let out a disappointed cry that tempted me to tease her with a session of denied orgasm, but after all the fruitless sessions, I was just as enthusiastic as her, so I just pushed her to her side. Not expecting, she tumbled, finding herself lying on her back. Seeing her face, with such an erotic expression, my shaft got even harder before sliding inside her once more. "How do you feel, princess?" I asked even as I slid my full length inside her. "I feel amazing, Yami. I was nervous at first, but now this is amazing." She answered with a calm voice, but her face, contorted with pleasure, clipped me that it was far from her actual feelings. The repeated gasps of pleasure escaping from her lips, uncaring about the presence of the person who was sleeping, was just a bonus. I pushed deeper into her even as I leaned forward, capturing her lips with a searing kiss. This time, there was no mediocre kiss as her lips countered mine. Her body was covered in sweat and other liquids from both of our bodies. Looking at her beautiful perfect body enhanced my pleasure even further. I doubted that I would, nor wanted, to be able to pull away from her, but it doesn't matter, I want this too. "You love this, right?" I asked. "I do, with all my heart." She answered, a statement that might be comfortable if it wasn't for an earth-shattering moan following it. I started using my medical knowledge to raise her pleasure and arousal at even higher levels. I finally let my cum fill her, triggering a mirroring climax in her. Her cries rose unbidden as her hands found my shoulders, her fingers digging deep. I stilled as my load filled her insides. "That was nice," I said as I pulled out, my strong body already pushing for a second boner. "It was amazing," she murmured, her fatigue finally set in as she was breathing heavily. I just raised a questioning eyebrow at this. "What is this was stuff? I will let you rest for a couple of minutes, and we will be doing it again," I said to her with a smirk on my face. "Oh Yami, you are so bad," said Shiori, though her words took a different meaning once she cupped her breast and extended her finger towards Yami, mentioning him to come back. Yami POV. 2 days later. After 2 days, me and Shiori reached Konoha. We definitely had a lot of fun along the way. And thanks to my medical jutsu she can walk straight again. And I learned something very important during this journey of mine, and that lesson is that it would take a lot of time for me to get bored of Shiori. So that means that she will be good for me for the next 20 years. Then her boobs will start sagging, her skin wrinkle. But that doesn't matter since I will have fun with her as she's young. When we arrived in Konoha, we had changed to a normal horse carriage when getting close to Konoha, so we didn't draw attention with the giant lizard in house. That thing was my creation. After all, as the leader of the blood swamp, I don't rule just over mosquitoes, bats and leeches. There are many more creatures that live in a swamp, and the strange lizard is one of them. Anyway, as the carriage got inside Konoha, it immediately followed a separate road towards the Inuzuka compound. As we arrived at my mansion, I saw Tsun waiting at the front gates. She has a pissed off expression on her face. "Oh right, I did kinda get married even after we have a daughter together. Oh well, maybe she should have tried harder to become stronger, so she didn't have to worry about stuff like this. I mean, look at me. I am all kinds of messed up, and no woman in their right mind would marry me after being such a dick, and literally making it almost obviously clear that I only valued her looks. But I know that Shiori will never cheat on me. And that is because I am powerful. I am so powerful that she wouldn't even dare look at another man. I am so powerful that I can destroy the daimyo's family whenever I want. Especially now that she knows a part of my political power. She is the only non-ninja who has the knowledge of how influential I truly am." I get out of the carriage and walk past Tsun with my hands in my pockets, while trying to whistle the Game of Thrones song. Sadly, I seem to be failing at trying to make the whistle sound anything like it. Well, this will be a nice cat fight, but sadly I don't have the time to watch it. They will resolve it by themselves, and I know Tsun won't kill my wife, who is also the daimyo's daughter. I mean, Tsun isn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, but she isn't that dumb either. She is someone who grew up with me after all. 2 days passed like this, and during that time I had my wedding, and all of the clan heads and a lot of people I know showed up. My wedding was horrendously boorish, so I sent a shadow clone to take my place. During that time I just spent my time following Shiro around. The little shit didn't show up at my wedding, so I thought I would look for him. Lo and behold, I found him in a trash can. Alive. And surprisingly drunk. How did he even get his hands on alcoholic drinks? Anyway, it seems like there is only 6 months left until an event that I must interfere must happen. 6 months later. I am currently in a hot tub, with a paper in my hand. I couldn't stop it. The maniacal laughter coming out of me. Haha. 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 This is it. This is amazing. Thankfully I was alone in my mansion, so no one could hear me laughing. My plans can finally move once again. I can start finally acting again. I just got out of the hot tub, and due to the very hot water my body was releasing steam. Still, I just walked out of the room, and walked amongst the hallways. Soon, Shiori, the maid and my daughters have gone outside to meet with the so-called Konoha's Women's Association. It's something pretty silly, but apparently all women in Konoha who have husbands who are war ninja gathered together. I obviously spy on them. It is mostly talking about tea, gossip and bad-mouthing each other behind their backs. The paper is still on my hand as I walk down the stairs and go all the way down to the basement. When I enter there, I see my laboratory, but in actuality it is just a cover-up. I go towards one side of the room and release my chakra. That triggers the seals that appear all over the room. They start checking different things. And when it is all over and done with, I just jump down a hole that opens up in the ground. But as soon as I jump down, I hit a layer of liquid. It is just another secret check. And after that, I finally enter my real laboratory. During all of this time I notice that I still have the paper on my hand. I can't help but smile as I reread it once again. Mission of the Kanabi Bridge. Delivery investigation mission. Unexpected events. Rin was kidnapped by enemy ninja. It was illogical, and it is assumed that this happened due to the carnal desires of the enemy ninja, or maybe an information leaker. Team members. Obito Uchiha. Rin Kakashi Haddock deaths. Obito Uchiha. Body not recovered. Results. Unexpectedly Kakashi Haddock has one of the Sharingan of Obito Uchiha. This matter will be investigated further by the Uchiha clan head, Fugaku Uchiha. Hahaha, Obito Uchiha is dead. Finally, I was so worried that I had changed too much of the timeline. I even had to manipulate a little for Minato's team to take this mission. Plus, I had to manipulate the events so Minato would be busy during this moment. Hahaha. It worked out as expected. Though, I was worried a little during the execution of the events. In the end, everything ended up okay. I use fire chakra to burn the paper to crisp as I look at my lab. There is not a lot of light in here. So I just flick a switch in the wall next to me and, as the lights came on, what I saw was dozens of pods filled with Uchiha bodies. And not just any Uchiha. It was Obito Uchiha. I look at the capsules filled with clones. I have been making people genetically the same, or as they are usually called, clones. I have been making them for quite some time, especially Uchiha clones, but sadly, they don't have a soul. Their brain is running and they are perfectly healthy, only the soul is missing. Now how does someone make a soul? Well, I don't. I have recently come to a conclusion. They are clones so they can't wake up because I can't create a soul yet. Which is sadly something that I haven't worked out yet. I have observed a lot of pregnancies, and learned that during the 6th week the soul is created. But how is it done? There is no definite answer. Something that I need to figure out. After all, the unknown is only something that we haven't discovered yet. So I have been trying to make them. The clones of Obito, a combination of shadow clone and real clone by using Obito's chakra. I have quite a bit of it that I have gotten, enough to activate around 10 clones, but I haven't done so yet, because I need to wait for Madara to die first before I do something like that. After all, he's as dangerous as people can get, so it's better that I don't underestimate him. I go towards one of the bodies. In the capsule the clones are all naked, and have tubes all around their bodies, to give them the necessary supplements to keep them alive. Also they have a breathing mask on, due to me having to use a machine to help them breathe. I also have clones of different Uchiha in some other rooms. This is my Sharingan factory, so now I just need to learn Izanami, and I can go around confidently and start being brave. Surprisingly, as someone has already awakened his Sharingan, the clone will have it too. I walk past dozens of Obito clones. I already have countermeasures against them if they somehow wake up and revolt. But there is no plan to wake them up by using Obito's chakra anytime soon. After walking past them I go into the other room. I go through some procedure Fuinjutsu identification. When I enter this one, I see men with long dark hair in capsules. This is full of Hashirama Senju clones. I have already figured out how to replicate Hashirama cells. Just a little bit more and I can start truly creating human souls and bodies. Becoming God. That will be the first step. When I can do that, I will start truly climbing the stairway to divinity. Slowly but surely, I will understand and control chakra to its highest caliber. I will become omnipotent and omnipresent. After finishing the regular checkup on the clones, the other clones were unimportant. Most of them were just Minato, Fugaku, Mikoto, Kushina, Hachi, Tsunade, Killer Bee, A, and some others. Not really as big of a collection as I planned to make it. I also didn't risk making any clone of me, because if I did that, it might actually just be me creating my own downfall. After all, if I was a clone, I would definitely kill the original and take over everything he has worked to accomplish. That is why sadly I can't ever create a clone of mine, or they will take me over. I never underestimate my enemies. Especially someone like myself. They will be the most dangerous of enemies. After some time, I get out of my lab, and the first thing I actually did is put on some clothes. I decided to walk outside. I see that everything is normal. I take a deep breath and I activate my sensing abilities to my full potential. So Guy is actually in the village. I haven't seen him lately, ever since he became a Jonin. Well, he became one at the same age of Kakashi, both holding the record of the second youngest Jonin promotion. The first youngest being held by me. 3 months later. I am currently eating at one of the restaurants, which I own, which has a view of the Konoha gates. Like usual, I am eating as much as 10 people, my modified metabolism and Jungu, working hard to turn this all into protein to build my muscles and support my growing body. I eat a healthy bone steak in one bite, as my teeth turn jagged like a shark to break down the bones. While still looking at the gate without even blinking, I just control my finger to molecularly transform into a bone fork as I start eating some broccoli too. Finally, the one I have been waiting for comes in. Kakashi. A smirk takes form on my face as, in a black flash, next to my table, a shadow clone of mine appears. He also has a vial of blood in his hand as he throws it towards me. I easily catch it, and immediately my smile widens as I look at my clone. Come on now, be careful will you, what if this thing hit the ground? My shadow clone looks at me with a questioning look as if saying, have you gone crazy or something? You know that you are technically talking to yourself, right? The clone just shakes his head and dispels himself. That dick. When I get his memories, I see that he took this vial of blood after Obito gained his Mangekyo Sharingan. So when I make a clone it will have his Mangekyo too. At least that is how it is supposed to work. Haha. Haha. Finally. I can finally get the Mangekyo I always wanted. Also, from the memories of my clone, I see that Obito still seems to have the same ability as he did during the canon timeline. After all, he did run through those Mist Ninja's attacks like they were nothing. I just look at Kakashi again. He has a hollow and traumatized look in his eyes. But that doesn't matter, that is such a small sacrifice that I am willing to make so it doesn't matter. Ha 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 ha. I am so happy, finally I get one of the Mangekyo abilities I have always wanted. Immediately walk back to my mansion, I go to my laboratory. I don't even talk to my daughters or Shiori. This is something way more important, after all, children and wives are replaceable, opportunities like this are not. At the lab I walk towards the lab room with only a coffin in it, and a few ninjutsu ray around it. Also all around the corners of the room are old-looking computers. I just walk towards one of the computers and turn on all of the machines. I have Kami now. Only Kodomatsu Kami left. Haha. Haha. 3 months later. I am currently in my backyard, getting a small tan. I just look at Shiro as he is rolling around in the grass playing with Hana and Yuruchi. Though I know that Shiro is generally very sinful, shitty and doesn't even have a lot of really nice character traits. He still knows better than acting any more than a normal dog in front of my daughters, will likely get him beat severely or even killed. He knows how dangerous I can be, and I don't tolerate behavior like that. After all, I kill humans without a second thought, what is just another dog added to it. Shiro knows that he is no longer useful to me, so he is on thin rope. Of course as long as he doesn't go against my interests, I will keep him around. He is after all, my Ninken and as strong as an elite Jonin nor even possibly a weak S-rank. Also I have noticed that the war is taking a toll on all the participating nations. Economy and income is falling down, though cannon fodder ninja can be created almost endlessly to fight in the war, the economy and trade is a different thing. They will continue to drop down, and then some hidden villages don't have the economy to support their ninja, so after that they are doomed. Money truly does make the world turn around. I noticed and have been notified by my spy network that the war is going to stop soon, just because of the worsening economy. This is really funny to me. After all, no matter how many ninja died to bravely sacrifice their lives, that didn't contribute at all. Their lives were worthless, and no one except their families will remember them. 1 month later. As I am walking down the road after another burial of the cannon fodder. Konoha buried them all at once, so the Hokage didn't have to show at each of their funerals. Even death is cruel to the weak, thankfully I don't plan dying or ever being weak. Suddenly I sense the strong emotions from a certain direction. I activate one of my numerous spy seals that I have around Konoha and look at who that is. Oh, it's just Itachi. He seems to be looking down a cliff with a depressed face. Is this the moment when he jumps from that one scene in the anime, and he understands the meaning of life? Well then. General POV. While Itachi is looking down the cliff, he contemplates. What is life? What is death? There is no meaning in life. Are we all meant to die anyway, so is killing not bad? But why? In a war, why were people dying? We're all going to die anyway, so why live at all? He looks down the cliff. Suddenly he hears footsteps, and immediately he turns around looking at where they are coming from. He sees a man, with black slightly spiky hair and black pupilless eyes. He is wearing casual clothes, and he has a Konoha headband on his forehead, but there was nothing else that even remotely expressed that he is a ninja of Konoha. His posture is relaxed, and he even walks like normal. No indication of being on guard at all. But he must obviously be. After all, even I know who Yami Inuzuka is. But why is he here? Analyses Itachi thinking of the different possibilities. Yami just gives a casual wave towards Itachi. Yo. Itachi sees this, but he decides that it is better if he acted polite, so he greeted back. Hello Yami-sama. When Yami sees this he just yawns in boredom. Why are you here kid? Asks Yami getting straight to the point. Though he already knew the reason. He still wants to see how Itachi's mind is working and if he is any different from the canon timeline. When he hears Yami ask that, Itachi just looks down a little and asks. Yami-sama. You are a smart guy, right? Yami just shrugs as he walks closer to Itachi. Well, I would like to think that I am. Says Yami, completely casually. He just arrived in front of Itachi and ruffled his hair. What is the meaning of life? asks Itachi with a tone of urgency on his voice. Yami just shrugs for the 4th time since this meeting. I don't know. Everyone has a different interpretation of life. Why? Would you like to find out? Itachi nods. Yami just shrugs and suddenly, he kicks Itachi lightly on the chest, just enough to push him away, and throw him over the cliff. Itachi immediately dropped like a rock. Yami just comes to the edge of the cliff, seeing Itachi falling, as he tries to save his own life. Yami just puts his hands in his pockets and he jumps down too. Unlike Itachi, he didn't slow his fall at all, so he plummeted down, his body accelerating even more. And before Itachi reaches the bottom, Yami is already there inside a giant crater, with no injuries on him whatsoever. He looks at Itachi use his kunai trying to slow down his fall, and he is successful as crows start to surround Itachi when he lands on the ground. There is absolute shock, fear and even a little final realization in his face. He looks towards Yami with a neutral look on his face, as if this wasn't the guy who just pushed him down a cliff. No one wants to die, right? Asks Itachi as a crow lands on his shoulder. Yami just nods at this. Yep, you can be assured of that at least. And suddenly Yami's body starts turning to dust as he just says to Itachi, don't worry about inevitable things like death, life or things like that. You're a kid, so stop thinking about stuff you don't understand. 1 month later. Inside the Hokage's office there was a gathering of all of the Konoha jonin. Of course Yami was there too, as the Hokage announced. The 5 great elemental nations have reached a peace treaty. The 3rd ninja war is over. Immediately, even though they were all jonin, there were celebrations all around. Some even hugged each other, no longer holding themselves presentable in front of the Hokage. But Hiruzen didn't mind this, as even he himself couldn't help as a smile appeared on his face. Peace at last, thinks Hiruzen as he looks at a certain Inuzuka jonin, Yami, who has a smile on his face too. When Hiruzen notices this, he cannot help but think, even he doesn't want the war to continue. And that says something about it. Yami, POV. Lying has really become easy now. I can lie to anyone I want, and they wouldn't notice I am lying. Of course I already had news of the war situation, so I predicted, correctly, that the war would be over soon. And it was. Now there are just a couple more steps for my plan. That day I returned back to my house, after giving Itachi a lesson. I owed it to him. I did fuck his mom after all. But of course my real reason is because I need to see how he gets the Tsuka blade and the Autumn. I need to see how it is possible to get those types of spiritual weapons. I haven't truly figured it out yet. I don't know where to even begin with something like this, so I need to at least see a close example of how this is. When I enter inside my small mansion, I open the door and enter the house. Currently it seems like Tsunade is with my daughters in the backyard, while my beautiful wife Shiori seems to be in the living room reading a book. I just casually walk through the corridor, and go towards the living room, where Shiori is. I see her sitting on the couch as she reads the book. Romeo and Juliet. Huh. She doesn't seem to notice me. Well then. How about I just walk behind her and hug her neck. How's my beautiful wife doing today? I whisper to Shiori sweetly. She gets startled a little. Oh, it's Yumi. So, is the war over? When I hear her say that, my smile widens. I easily jump over the couch and grab Shiori and lie down on the couch with her on top of me. Hey, don't do this, Yumi. What if the girls see us? Says Shiori, slightly panicked at the prospect of my daughters or Tsum seeing us do something inappropriate. I just grab the book that she has in her hand and throw it away, and without even needing to look, I know that the book lands perfectly on the table, and ask her. So tell me, my smart wife, how did you come to a conclusion like that? She smiles too, feeling a little pride in her ability to come to that conclusion. She lays her head on my chest. Well honey, I might not know how ninjas work, but I do know how management and economics work. It was just another, as you usually say, logical conversation. I just kiss her on the top of her head and relax my body, with Shiori on top of me. You would make a good daimyo. Shiori just chuckles a little at this. My brothers are not going to just suddenly die, so I would conveniently be the next in line for succession. No, the next daimyo will be our child. But I obviously didn't say that to her, so I just reassured her. That would make you sad, so I obviously won't do that. Huh. She just nods at this. She's a surprisingly tough nut to crack. I have tried everything except memory manipulation to make her fall in love with me. But even though we have a very active sex life, I am 100% sure that she doesn't really love me. Talk about a sociopath, huh? We have been together for quite a while, and I even treat her nice, but she has no feelings towards me. Of course she isn't dumb enough to do something against me. She has learned about how harsh I can be to people who try to work against my interests. Actually, she generally works well with the businesses that I have given her to manage. The income of those has gone up by 30% since she has started managing them. Anyway, I just touch her throat slightly, giving her chills. She feels uncomfortable with people touching her neck, but I do it to sometimes remind her who is in charge. You know, my dear wife, I think that we should start trying for a child soon. What do you think about that? She knows that I am not really asking, so she agrees. Of course, do you think that we should begin tonight? I smirk at that. How about right now? She takes her head off my chest and looks at my eyes. She sees my eyes and nods. Though she hasn't noticed the changes, I have slowly been putting her dominant personality under control by showing my alpha actions and personality. After all, humans are just evolved animals, so they still have the instinct to follow someone who expresses a dominant personality and seems to be confident in their decisions. They also like people who seem perfect and never admit to a mistake publicly. Shiori relaxes again and lies down on top of me. So do you plan to become Hokage now? I don't think that the third Hokage will be for much longer. His approval rating has plummeted, so I think that he will be replaced soon. You would be a perfect replacement for him. And there it is, that instinctual manipulate. She doesn't even need to try, she does it subconsciously. I shake my head. Nope, this time I am not going to compete. So the next election, then? She asks, as she coddles on my chest. Maybe. I answer her, not really giving her a clear answer. She just pouts at that. Come on, tell me. Whines Shiori. I just smirk at that. Well, I haven't decided yet. Ah. Whines Shiori even more. That is a lie, even I can tell that. You are such a tease. If I know one thing about you is that you plan 100 steps ahead. I just mockingly frown at Shiori and even make a sad tear appear on my eye. Why must even my wife think so lowly of me? After all, I always plan at least 1,000 steps ahead. 1 month later. General POV. During this time, all of Konoha was in celebration. Not only did the third ninja war end, but the next Hokage will be chosen. Now, contrary to the ninja, you think that the Hokage was too passive and not decisive enough during the war, plus the deal that he struck with the Raikage, only to be betrayed later, didn't do too good to his reputation. But to the civilians who don't really know or care about stuff like that, they love the third Hokage. He is after all kind, and has made a lot of decisions that better the life of a civilian ninja. After all, if he was bad at everything containing the job of the Hokage, he would have been booted from the position a long time ago. But recently, the ninja have been too unsatisfied with him recently, so instead of starting some infighting with his supporters and non-supporters, Hiruzen decided to step down. The last thing he wants is to see his own comrades fight against each other. That is why the daimyo has traveled all the way to Konoha. He has been staying with his son-in-law, Yami. Currently he is in a meeting with the village elders, Hiruzen, the village elders, some powerful nobles of the Land of Fire and some of his advisors. They are currently discussing who will be Hokage. They were all sitting in a rectangular-shaped table, with the current Hokage on one head side and the daimyo on the other, representing that they are the people with the most power in here, while the others all sat to the sides. As the meeting has started, Hiruzen is the first to speak as he announces. The ones viable to be the next Hokage are Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Yami Inuzuka and Fugaku Uchiha. But Yami Inuzuka and Jiraiya have pulled out of the race immediately, saying that they don't want to be the next Hokage. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief inside of himself, because Yami decided to not participate in the race. But there is also Orochimaru. He knows that Orochimaru is also too cold to be Hokage too. Even though Orochimaru is his favorite student, Hiruzen knows that Orochimaru would be too risky to have as a Hokage too. He could actually be even worse than Yami as a Hokage. Thinks Hiruzen, planning on how to drop Orochimaru out of the race too. General POV. After Hiruzen made that announcement, the meeting officially started. The daimyo is the first to speak after that. He has a paper fan in his hands, and he uses it to cover his mouth as he says, It seems like my son-in-law won't be participating in this. That truly makes me sad. I think he would make an amazing Hokage. But he told me that the main reason why he didn't accept was because if he did become Hokage, he wouldn't be able to spend time with his wife. So I'm able to understand him. He is a newlywed after all. Ho 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 ho. The others just nod at this, even though what the daimyo just said would be taken as offensive if anyone else in this room said it. But the daimyo isn't really part of those rules. Anyway, who would you like to suggest now? Asks the daimyo, talking about choosing the future Kage of Konoha like he is talking about the weather. One of the nobles suggests. How about Fugaku Uchiha? The Uchiha clan has been loyal to Konoha and the Land of Fire for generations. The daimyo just hums at this. As if he is thinking about it, when in reality he is thinking about whom Yami told him would be a good Kage. After many hours of discussion, they debated many options, advantages and disadvantages every candidate has. Finally there was a decision of 56% votes for Minato, 30% for Fugaku and 14% Orochimaru. But the daimyo still hadn't given his vote, so there is that, plus some nobles might decide to change their votes, so they can please the daimyo. Who knows? Maybe they might even get rewarded by the daimyo due to their friendship. The daimyo seems to be thinking a little. But finally he just said, I decide to nominate Minato as the next Hokage. 1 week later. Minato is currently atop the Hokage tower, addressing the crowd below him. He still can't believe it. His dream is literally coming true in front of his eyes. He sees so many people gathered here for his coronation ceremony, he cannot help but feel a little nervous at this. Next to him was Kushina comforting him. She had a noticeable bump on her belly, signifying that she is pregnant already. Come on now, Minato, be brave. Go there and dominate, says Kushina, patting Minato on the back. But Minato's face becomes even paler. What if I slip while walking up there, something like that? That will be all I will be remembered for, no matter how good of a Hokage I am. Kushina just raises a questioning eyebrow at this. You do know that as an S-rank ninja. Saying something like that is stupid. You have the best reflexes in Konoha. Don't be stupid by saying something like that. On the other hand, Yami had a whole different problem to deal with. He was currently in his house sitting on his dinner table. His daughters and Tsunade had gone to Minato's coronation ceremony. They also took Shiori with them. So it is only Yami and Shiori, his wife, in the mansion. They had food in front of them, but neither of them touched it. Suddenly Shiori frowns a little and says, "So, I noticed that Tsume has a baby bump. You wouldn't know anything about that now, would you?" Yami just casually shrugs. "Well, I don't have any idea." He starts eating his meal after saying that. Shiori still doesn't do anything as she asks again. "I see. But isn't Hana yours and Tsume's daughter? As you can see, that seems a little suspicious to me." Yami just looks completely calm at the subtle accusations his wife is sending him. "Well, that is true, but you know that ever since I married you, I haven't really done anything sexual with her." Shiori doesn't even hide her suspicion as she looks at Yami very intensely. "Is that so?" "Yep. Plus, why would I care who Tsume sleeps with now? After all, me and her are done as far as I am concerned," says Yami as he takes another bite of his steak. Shiori's eyes drip with suspicion. She doesn't trust Yami at all on this. "I married you even though you already have 2 kids. And I never treated them bad. I even let you live in the same house as one of your ex-lovers, whom you already had a child with before. Now she is pregnant again and you expect me to think that it had nothing to do with you. You know that we are expecting a child together. So why do this to me when I have been only nice and accepting to you?" says Shiori, even as tears started dripping from her eyes as she said the last part. "So please, I beg of you, Yami. Please tell me the truth." Yami suddenly stops eating. He still has an absolutely calm face on him, even while Shiori sobs in front of him. "So, you want to know the truth, huh?" asks Yami, and contrary to her expectations, Shiori strangely feels an icy cold feeling crawl up her spine, as Yami continues saying, "The truth is that I don't really love you." Shiori looks hurt by this, as she can't even look at Yami's face anymore. But Yami still continues. "I married you because of the benefits that you have as the daimyo's daughter. You have nothing special, and you also aren't as smart as you think." Shiori just covered her face as tears flew down her face. "Did I do it with Tsume? Absolutely yes. I did. I fucked her in our bed, where we sleep. It isn't anything against you or your beauty. But I do know that you don't love me. I can confidently say that you never will love me. Me and you. We are the same. Just different sides of the same coin. So yes, I do know what I did. Do I regret it? Nope, absolutely not." Suddenly Shiori stops crying as she looks at Yami. "You never loved me." She was surprised at this. After all, Yami expresses a lot of physical love towards her. She gets angry at this, and Shiori gets an idea, and without thinking she asks Yami, "Then tell me, dear husband, how would you feel if I cheated on you with another man? Maybe then you will understand how I feel." Yami just shrugs. "Well then, I would have to torture you and slowly rip my child out of you, while you continuously scream in agony. I will also have a couple of horses and other animals ready to rape you to death. I will also kill and torture everyone you have ever loved. That would make as a great example. Maybe my next wife wouldn't dare do something against me after I make an example out of you," says Yami casually. Shiori's eyes whitened and her pupils dilated. She is absolutely terrified when Yami says that. She had almost forgotten that she is married to the best killer Konoha has. But now, she is harshly reminded. Yami suddenly just smirks again at Shiori. "Also," Yami smiles menacingly. "Also, there is something you must understand, my dear Shiori. You belong to me, your pussy, mouth, blood and flesh. Everything of yours is mine." Suddenly Yami's maniacal expression calms down, as he leans back on his chair. "And it isn't because you are a woman, or because you are my wife. I have you because I want you. It's because I am strong. I am so strong that not even your father will be able to do anything against me. I can ruin the land of fire and sink it into poverty whenever I want. I hold the rabid dogs of the land of fire under tight leash. I can also let them go whenever I want," says Yami casually. He has a cold glint in his eyes as he sees Shiori look at her hands terrified. She finally understands the situation she's in. So she can't help but feel abject despair. Finally understanding what monster she has married. Yami, on the other hand, just hides his smirk. He knows that Shiori has a dominant personality, so it is unlikely she will listen to Yami for a long time. But a fear of Yami will keep her in line. She is someone who Yami truly understands. After all, living with her for some time has helped him get a grasp on her personality. In a couple of years, she will suppress her fear and start working against me. Well, it doesn't matter. I already put fail-safes on her, just in case she decides to do something that is unfavorable for me. Think Yami, planning on how to manipulate her. Shiori isn't someone who is likely to be easily manipulated. especially since they're together almost 24/7. But I truly did cheat on her. Sadly for her, she isn't strong enough, so she has no right to complain. After all, I am not going to suppress my urges for my wife or something like that. I finally got power and have to restrict myself even when I have power. Then why the hell would I even need power if I won't use it? Thinks Yami, as he plans on cheating on Shiori again with another woman. This time though, he will not have a child with them. His plan is to create Kibba, and after that, he will stop having so many children anymore due to them not being useful anymore. Yami gets up after yawning, leaving a shocked Shiori alone. Well, he will obviously never let someone like his wife alone. If she did something stupid like cheat on him, well, he won't necessarily care. He will kill her and the perpetrator as well as his family. But unlike killing, if the rumors start spreading, it won't be easy to call them so easily. Shiori should be glad that she is still useful to me. If she wasn't, well, people always have accidents. Schemes Yami, thinking of a way to kill Shiori. He knows that eventually he will have to kill her. She will obviously get older and less attractive, so he will then need a new wife. Divorces aren't exactly a thing in this world. People separate constantly, but after marriage, the woman can only run away, and subsequently hunted down by her husband or clan. But Yami will never allow Shiori to run. That will cause too much political unrest and trouble for him. So it would be easier to have her killed and deem it as an accident. 3 months later. Yami POV. I just look at the room around me. My big living room actually. The pregnant Tsume and Shiori are here, and so are my daughters, Yuruchi and Hana. We are currently all sitting in a half-circle comfortable red couch, with a low rectangular table in the middle. We are all playing cards. I am currently intentionally losing. This will make me seem more normal and approachable to my family. They will see me as human and not some monster that does nothing wrong and they can't understand. After all, humans usually don't act nice when they encounter something they don't understand. Minato has been Hokage for 3 months already, and I can't really say that he has been doing a good job at it. I mean, he is better than Hiruzen, so the ninja have a low standard which he passes with flying colors. He is also good with the civilians, so that is going good, but Konoha isn't experiencing some golden period or something like that. I remember that back in the anime, Minato was praised by everyone, but it seems that as I expected, he wasn't that good at leading Konoha. I mean, I have to admit that he has been trained his whole life to be a killer, so in comparison he is doing a pretty good job if you take that into account. But if it was me the one sitting in that chair, well, I am about to create a miracle in management by this world's standards. As I am thinking this, suddenly a shaking sound is heard all around the table. Contrary to my family's, my expression hasn't really changed. I have been expecting this for this whole month. I would have to be a certain type of stupid to not prepare for this situation. A very loud and terrifying roar is heard, and a malicious chakra with killing intent descends, making my family freeze in place, even Tsume, who is a special jonin. Though the killing intent doesn't really affect me, I still immediately disperse it with my own chakra, and make 4 shadow clones that grab Shiori, Tsume, Hana and Yuruchi to take them away. Tsume is the first to ask Yami with a desperate look on her face. What is going on? My clone who is holding her just says. Most likely an enemy attack. Judging by the chakra, it must be a tailed beast inside the village. Before Tsume can say any more, my clones use the Hiraishin and disappear in a dark flash. Then I too am surrounded by a dark flash, and I appear at the top of the Hokage tower. Hiruzen is there too, together with Tsunade. He says, we need to take the 9 tails out of the village. Before he can say anything anymore, I say, I will take care of it. And also, I make on hand sign and I am covered in a large cloud of smoke, which when it clears out, there are hundreds of my shadow clones. I just swish my arm sideways and say, save the people of Konoha. They all disappear in a dark flash. Then I just bite my thumb and clasp my hand on the ground. This time the whole Hokage tower is surrounded in an even bigger cloud of smoke. Out of it come 10 giant bats as big as trucks, a mosquito lady and a giant red leech that has wrapped itself around the Hokage tower. I just look towards the 9 tails. It suddenly also looks towards me. I just smirk at it mockingly. Want to dance, little fox? General POV. Yami looks at the 9 tails, his eyes shining with a dangerous light in them. He looks at his summons. Leech, disperse yourself and heal the people of Konoha. Orders Yami. The leech immediately splits itself into many smaller leeches and starts healing the injured. Yami plans to become the main player in this tragedy. He plans to turn it into his advantage and cover Minato's accomplishments in this. Mosquito Sage, use your mosquitoes to save as many people as you can. Try searching in obscure places like under buildings and such. Continues Yami. He looks at the female-looking Mosquito Sage, the Mosquito Sage, in the eyes. He knows that this is the most likely of his summons to try and plot against him. So he gives her a hidden warning by saying, be careful. To the ninja around Yami, it seems like he is worried about her. But the Mosquito Sage knows better. Even though she has never done something against Yami's interests. Yami has already noticed her intentions, and has made it pretty clear to her that he will kill her if she either steps out of line or stops being useful to him. The Mosquito Sage just smiles nervously at Yami. She has known Yami for a while now, and even with her rebellious thoughts that come out every now and then, all she needs is just a look from Yami, and that will calm all of her crazy rebellious thoughts. She also doesn't want to end up like the Leech Sage, who is just a machine and tool for Yami. Finally, she decides to fly away and spread most of her mosquitoes around Konoha, to try and save as many people as they can. The Bat Sage just nods at Yami, already understanding its duty of having to protect the Inuzuka clan compound. The other Inuzuka Jonin have already summoned the rest of his Bat clan, so he already knows the premise of what is going on. While that was happening, the Nine Tails has already charged up a tailed beast bomb, and thrown it towards Yami. The tailed beast bomb obliterated everything in its path, as if the world itself was making way for the ball of destruction. The ninjas and Anbu too are scared as they try to dodge the ball of destruction. Yami just narrows his eyes at this and does 3 hand signs, then he takes a Horatian kunai in his hands, and does the tiger hand sign. The tailed beast bomb has almost reached Yami, but that is when a strange Yunjutsu mark appears in front of Yami, and the giant ball of chakra is immediately taken away. Not by the Horatian technique, but by a reverse summoning seal towards one of the Horatian seals in the ocean. Immediately the ninja behind Yami let out a sigh of relief after all of that thing landed in the Hokage mountain behind them. Then the area of destruction from the tailed beast bomb would reach the whole Konoha. One tailed beast bomb is all that is needed to completely destroy Konoha. The Nine Tails roars towards Yami, sending a giant sound wave about as strong as an S-rank wind jutsu towards him. Yami does another couple of hand signs and slowly a barrier forms in front of him, sealing the wind wave in and locking it. That is when Hiruzen decides to take action and says, "Yami, if I got you close to the Nine Tails, would you be able to teleport it outside of Konoha using the Horatian?" Yami frowns for a split second, and after thinking about it he says, "Yes, but teleporting something like the Nine Tails is bound to cost me almost all of my chakra, but I believe I can move it outside of Konoha." The shadow clones and summons took their toll on my chakra reserves too. Hiruzen has a grave look on his face as he nods. Maybe I judged him too early after all. It is said that only in a time of crisis does someone show their true selves, thinks Hiruzen, contemplating if he maybe has let Yami's killing of Danzo cloud his judgment when it came to Yami. Hiruzen bites his finger and slams his hand on the ground, summons Enma, and when the monkey sees the grave situation, before he even has time to think about his next action, he hears Hiruzen say, "Enma, adamantine staff." Enma immediately transforms into it, and Hiruzen uses the staff by simply jumping high up and saying, "Maximum expand." The staff immediately expands to as thick as a bus. Hiruzen throws it towards the Nine Tails, who just swipes sideways and changes the direction of the giant staff. The Nine Tails then looks at Hiruzen, but suddenly, as the staff's tip was pointing towards the Nine Tails, the staff extends. The staff directly hits the Nine Tails. Hiruzen then does 20 hand signs. Hell swamps suddenly below the Nine Tails' feet. The earth turns into quicksand, and tendrils of mud slowly grasp the Nine Tails' legs, holding them in place. "Yami now!" screams Hiruzen, telling Yami that is his chance. Yami just throws dozens of kunai towards the Nine Tails. He disappeared in a black flash next to his kunai, and he then appeared on top of the Nine Tails. And in a dark flash, both Yami and the Nine Tails disappeared. On the other hand, around the village, Yami's clones are running around saving people all over. Saving people from debris and other things. One of the clones even notices Makoto carrying what seems to be a baby. He is Sasuke, Yami's useful tool. Yami's clone sees a big piece of debris falling towards Makoto, and is about to go save her when a small figure jumps towards the giant debris and completely destroys it. The clone's eyes widen when he sees who the small figure is. It is Itachi, using chakra to strengthen his muscles. Talk about monstrous talent, thinks the clone as he goes to help someone else. After all, Yami wants to be saving people, and then engraves himself and the citizens of Konoha as their savior, by the way he acts. On the other side, Yami just transported the Nine Tails out of Konoha. Around 500 meters away, he also seems to be sweating and breathing heavily. Yami POV. This is all an act, though it takes around 20% of my natural chakra. I do easily have tailed beast levels chakra, due to my hearts that I have. I still haven't even used any of my chakra from the 100 strength seal. No wonder Minato gave his life to seal the Nine Tails during the canon timeline. He knew he couldn't outlast the monster. Anyway, I teleported the Nine Tails away, but only 500 meters. So I still get the glory, but the plans also go along as they are supposed to. After teleporting the Nine Tails and analyzing the situation, I immediately start to draw sage chakra from the seal on my belly. My hair extended into a spiky stupor. Under my eyes, dark red markings appear as my chakra levels spike up. I again immediately do a couple of more hand signs. Slowly a blood-like swamp appears below the Nine Tails, and it starts getting Kurama stuck in. But the fox just uses its many tails to thrash around and blow away all the swampy biome that I create below him. Suddenly the Nine Tails' head swings around, kicking me off its head. And with surprisingly swift grace and agility for such a giant beast, the Nine Tails just easily slaps me while I am midair, and crashed me into the ground, creating a crater all around me. I see his giant paw coming for me again. But before the paw can hit me, I easily teleport on top of his head again. But the paw still created an even bigger crater in the ground. Suddenly, though unseen to the normal eye due to the small self-created natural lens that doesn't allow others to see how his eyes changed into a 3-tomo Sharingan, and then change again into a pinwheel-like form. This is Obito's Mangekyo. I noticed that the Nine Tails was already out of Obito's control. It has actually been so for quite a while, so I decide to take this chance and immediately the Nine Tails starts thrashing around, but in a bit, it soon calms down. General POV. While this all was happening, Minato finally got the real attacker to escape. He knows what he has to do. In a battle of endurance, the Nine Tails will win, plus the battle mustn't last too long, or the other countries might attack too. The Nine Tails has only been sealed once, that was when the first Hokage held it down, and weakened it for Mito to seal. Ever since then, there has only been seal transfers and never really a change of the seal, only the Jinchuriki were changed. I can't seal the Nine Tails, I will. Contemplates Minato as he was about to teleport close to where Yami was. Even though he didn't express it on the outside, he is definitely scared on the inside. I will have to use the Reaper's Death Seal, and seal half of the Nine Tails into 2 different people. One of them will have to be me. But the other. After a dozen seconds, Minato finally reaches his destination, and he sees Yami fighting against the Nine Tails. He sees that Yami seems to be using S-rank Fuinjutsu and Ninjutsu, trying to restrict the Nine Tails. Minato immediately throws dozens of kunai around the battlefield. He knows that Yami is tired, and even seems to be breathing heavily, expressing his exhaustion, plus his chakra signature is very faint. Hang on a little more, Yami, thinks Minato as he tries to spread even more Hiraishin kunai. He knows that if he doesn't prepare, he will only get in Yami's way if he doesn't have the Hiraishin markers around, so he can move easier. Then finally Minato decides to use his signature move as he disappears from his place in a yellow flash, and he appears next to Yami, who seems too distracted and concentrated on the Nine Tails. He simply says to Yami, "We will need to seal it." Yami doesn't look surprised by his appearance, and Minato isn't necessarily surprised. After all, as Minato knows, Yami is a close-range sensor. Yami takes his time to answer as he and Minato dodge another one of the Nine Tails attacks by teleporting away, but not before Yami touches Minato's shoulder. He lets Yami do that because he has already caught up to his plan. Yami side teleports towards Minato and says, "We will be finished if we keep going like this. We will eventually get tired, and most likely the village will be obliterated. Plus there are the other villages to think about. With the war just finished, they might like to take a chance and try to attack one last time. We need to end this now." Hearing Yami say the real situation that they are in helps Minato make up his mind. He just nods and says, "I need my son to be brought here," says Minato as he teleports away, and a split second later he appears back here with Kushina and baby Naruto in his arms. "Yami, I want to ask you something," says Minato, who is strangely calm, as he has baby Naruto in his arms, and as Kushina falls to the ground, lifeless, unable to live any longer due to the toll the pregnancy and tailed beast extraction took out of her. Minato's eyes tear up at this as Yami just looks at him with a cold face, expressing no emotion at all. But Yami still understands what is about to happen as he says, "Sure, ask me whatever you want, Minato." Minato finally hugs the blonde baby in front of him for one last time as he says, "Take care of Naruto for me, will you, Yami?" Yami just nods and says, "Don't worry about it, I promise you and give my word that Naruto will be treated nicely and like a hero." Minato just nods at this, not knowing that Yami didn't even mean any of the words he said. He puts the baby Naruto on the ground and starts doing some hand signs. Slowly the Shinigami appears behind Minato. He has a dagger on his mouth and an accessory necklace on his hand. Yami just looks at the Shinigami in amazement. The Nine Tails tries to move, but due to being under Yami's Jinjutsu, it can't really do anything. The Shinigami used his hand to grab into the Nine Tails, and used his knife to cut it in two, and sealing them, one half in Minato and the other in Naruto, who also started crying. But even after Minato's death and all of this, Yami is concentrated on something else. The Shinigami was looking him dead in the eyes, with a confused but also amused look on his eyes. Suddenly it opens its mouth. The Shinigami is a translucent gaunt specter with a demonic visage. It is still behind Minato. His eyes are slowly turning hollow, signifying his soon-to-be death. The Shinigami is still looking at Yami with its ghostly eyes as he opens his mouth, which shows that he has a mouth full of sharp jagged teeth, and a very long almost serpentine tongue. Yami POV. The thing is looking at me. And the intimidating aura really is something else, isn't it? I actually feel fear, even though I know that he can't hurt me. Though I do not use, and will most likely never use the Reaper's Death Seal, I do know some of the details about it. Whenever I see this and other techniques like the Ito Tensei, it really humbles me. It reminds me that monstrous geniuses like them exist, those whom even something like death is an abstract concept that is understandable. I can easily admit to myself that I am extremely envious of them. I wonder who created the Reaper Death Seal. He was definitely a talented Fuinjutsu user. Though I can easily claim that I am the best Fuinjutsu user alive. When compared to geniuses of the art along its history, I am nothing special. I see that he moves its mouth, and suddenly a voice comes out of its mouth. You can see me. Ah, I understand now. The voice that comes out is hoarse and strange, as if it isn't supposed to exist. I see that it seems as if it noticed something. My body is already translucent as I have already used Kamui to become intangible. Also, this thing seems to know something about me. I can easily guess that it must be my reincarnation. After all, that is the only thing even remotely special for me. I just looked directly at the thing's empty eyes. My eyes locked into his. As a malicious smile appeared on my face, and slowly a black hole opened in the middle of the Shinigami's chest. I simply say to him, "Tell me now. What do you know about me? Or that hole will expand and kill you." The Shinigami just looks at his chest without even a look of worry on his face. I know that this is unlikely to work since it is not a spiritual attack. But he doesn't need to know that I already know that. The Shinigami suddenly forks his snake-like tongue, licking the air all around him. I can see his jagged teeth as his face morphs into a terrifying smile. Laugh the Shinigami. I have to manually turn off a little of the reception from my ears to stop them from bleeding. The baby Naruto on the ground is also protected by me. Before the sound can reach him, a wood enactment appears all around him. After finishing his laughter, it says, "You are not from here." Slowly the Shinigami starts dissipating as Minato is already dead, and his soul sacrifice can no longer keep the Shinigami here. But I just look at the creature coldly and say to the Shinigami as I point my finger at it, "Tick-tock, the clock is ticking, just wait a little more, and I will come to torture you to insanity. I will come and kill you all up there. So be careful." But the only things I hear is his laughter as it gets dimmer and dimmer, his laughter sounding as if someone who just heard something that was the funniest thing in the world. I was trying to guide him to get closer to me, but sadly it seems like it didn't work. I guess old beings like him could easily see through stuff like this. Sadly, I only have the Dagger of Soul Valley, which was absorbed by the red cube, which can help me hit soul beings. I mean, my cube can change forms into it and take its properties, but that is still useless. I am not dumb enough to approach him. Now I at least have a lead on my reincarnation. But I need to be patient on this, or else it will be a wreckage. I mustn't rush this, or it will have devastating implications. I don't want to lose everything just due to recklessness. I move the wood which is protecting Naruto away. I see a baby Naruto with whiskers and all that. He is crying, so I pick him up and rock him a little to calm him down. And he soon stops crying, even though his parents' corpses are only around 5 meters away. Obviously babies don't have something like a sixth sense that allows them to know if their parents died. I can already sense Naruto's chakra bubble up, and his chakra reserves slowly raise up. It seems like I will have to take action. General POV. It takes Hiruzen and his Anbu a little time before they arrive at the battle site. They see the wreckage all around. A whole forest has been leveled in the battle with the Nine Tails. Plus Konoha has devastating damages too, so they will have to start rebuilding soon, or they will not really be a great village anymore if they slack around. But since the Nine Tails seems to have been handled, at least they know that Konoha will at least not be completely gone from the world. Today is one to remember since Konoha was almost gone from the face of the world. Suddenly when they enter the place where the surge in chakra was fell before the Nine Tails completely disappeared. When they arrive there, Hiruzen has to stop himself from exclaiming in shock. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namek, is on the ground dead. Kushina Uzumaki on the ground dead too. There is only Yami sitting on a boulder that got taken out off the ground during the fight against the Nine Tails. Yami just looks at Hiruzen and the ninja behind him, unlike his usual neutral look. Yami's eyes had a cold glint on his eyes. Dominating, stubborn, inflexible, makes himself seem like he does it all for the better of his organization. That is how a leader acts. Leaders don't necessarily need to even know anything, as long as they act like they know things. The sheep will believe him. Think Yami. I need to dominate now. Finally, I don't need to wear any more masks. Yami just opened his mouth, his eyes cold, with the full moon behind his back. I am going to be the fifth Hokage, says Yami simply, no matter if anyone wants to refuse this or not. Their instincts scream at them, and they all get chills as Yami simply gets up and jumps down from the boulder. No one stopped him just walking away as he gave Hiruzen the baby Naruto. No one dared stop him. The dangerous atmosphere around Yami even stopped on his track someone like Hiruzen who has been in hundreds of close death situations. Yami wasn't simply exclaiming or explaining anything. He is simply informing everyone of his decision as he walks back towards Konoha. Yami POV. I just walk away from the destruction behind me. Finally I can stop wearing masks and can act like myself. I know that having a mask on for such a long time, because the mask can become the real you. It's like someone acting like a clown in school. He will start acting like a clown, even trying to make people laugh again even when he is outside of school, when that mask is useless. It is a change that won't be noticed by him. After all, the change is so subtle that it is almost unnoticed by the person. Back in the day I had to remind myself that I do not love my new mother. Or else my mask might have leaked in and changed my true personality. The best liars are the ones who can lie to themselves. And when that is taken to the extreme, well now. You have a big problem in your hands. But that isn't a problem for me. I know just the right amount of lies to believe about myself. I immediately don't trust those lies when I am done with them being useful to me. I look at the jonin uniform I am wearing and notice that it has some scratches. Immediately I use some wind chakra around my body. It immediately obliterates all of my clothes. After that, I use some chakra and an invisible seal on my body, and I am surrounded in a cloud of smoke, and as I walk through the smoke which whiffs away as my body moves, I now have a brand new jonin uniform. My control over Fuinjutsu has gotten pretty good. Now that Minato and Kashino are dead, I will become the Fifth Hokage after a brief emergency voting process. Which I will obviously win. I didn't build up this political power just so I can wipe my ass with it. Except the Uchiha, there are only other minor clans who aren't on my side. Even clans like the Yamanaka and even Sarutobi clan, they are kind of neutral, but will still take my side. But who knows though, the Sarutobi clan might betray me and vote for Hiruzen, since he is part of their clan. But that doesn't matter at all. I have way more than 51% of the votes needed to win. Obviously the civilians of Konoha only vote the civilian council members, who represent their interests. I have them all in the pocket, which is already 20% of the votes. But the civilians have only enough voting power to not bother the ninjas. The daimyo, nobles, current Hokage, which is unavailable, and the Konoha clan heads. General POV, 18 hours later, after the Nine Tails attack some villages decided to try and prop how much Konoha was weakened, their spies told them that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Immediately other nations tried to send ninja to travel to Konoha because of a mission. But they were all killed. No sign of who did it. But as soon as they entered the land of fire, not even their bodies were found. It is as if they disappear from existence when they entered. But that is when they got the news. Not from their spies, but from the merchants who traveled to Konoha. 2 days later a ceremony was being held in Konoha. Where the whole village is already rebuilt, the streets were packed up to full capacity. They wanted to see the new Hokage. It is all thanks to him why they were able to return back to their normal lives. Finally, atop the Hokage tower, Hiruzen appears, with the daimyo right next to him, and that is when Hiruzen uses a Fuinjutsu seal to amplify his voice as he says, "Let us welcome the fifth Hokage of Konoha, Yami Inuzuka." That is when the crowd can finally see Yami as he is wearing his Hokage uniform, which consists of a white robe with plenty of red decorations on it, plus the hat also with the fire kanji on it. Immediately, the crowd started cheering for Yami. After all, he had rebuilt Konoha within a day, as soon as he became Hokage. As the crowd continues cheering, Yami simply puts a hand up and with a slight smile on his face he says, "Everyone, can I please have a moment of silence to say something?" As Yami says that with a calm voice, everyone stops cheering, but their excitement wasn't down at all. They simply listen to what Yami said. It is as if an invisible power of will settled upon them. They cannot help but look at Yami, who expressed absolute confidence in every movement that he made. Yami is a fresh air to them, who are used to a Hokage who is uncertain of his actions, and even asks for their forgiveness, as Hiruzen did when he showed them the demon fox baby. And telling them that Konoha would need their help to survive, and everyone should work together as one big family. Yami POV. While looking at the people below me, I can't help but think of the different things and actions that I have taken to get here. I don't regret any of them. With the knowledge I had during the time, I have made the perfect decision in every one of them. I chose the perfect road to power. I took every opportunity that was given to me. Killing, slaughtering and torturing people, I regret none of them. I did all of those things to normal people, ninja, children, parents, elderly and even some disabled people. I regret none of it. I am 100% knowledgeable of what I did and how I did it. I am not someone who runs away from reality. I accept what I have done. And I will continue to do this and possibly even worse things along the way. I will not ask forgiveness to God or anything for my actions, because I don't regret any of them. Instead of looking at the past, I will look at the future and think what I will do next. I look at the people below me who have already stopped cheering. They think that they know what they want, but people actually have no idea what they want in their leaders. But they really want what everyone wants. It is in the nature of all living things to find some being greater than themselves and place their trust in that being, following it blindly. In order to escape from the pressure of that trust, those beings seek a still greater entity in which to believe, and those greater beings too seek still greater, still stronger beings to follow. This is how all kings come to be, and this is how all gods are born. When someone knows that, then they can be a good leader. Now that we have some quiet, I, Yami Inuzuka, would like to tell you all that Konoha's people are good and amazing people. And I will make Konoha the greatest. A lot of people might not like me being the leader, but to hell with weaklings like them who cannot handle power and responsibility. Make Konoha the greatest. As I said that, I smiled and waved towards the people. My smile is casual but not too casual either. But I did want to show that I am 100% sure of what I am doing. As soon as I say that, I get a thunderous roar in response from the happy people. They obviously don't know shit of what I'm saying. But really, they don't need to, after all, most of the population is made out of dumbasses. I obviously stole some tactics from my first life politicians. After all, it has already been proven to work. Obviously the smart people won't buy into it, but who cares what they think? After all, they are a minority. Now comes the next part of my plan. I look at the people below me as I just wave towards them. I know that I am definitely not going to be the best leader. After all, I will only look after my shoulders, but no one needs to know that now, do they? People are sheep and I will simply be their shepherd, so they will follow me. I think of the different strategies on how to deal with this. Just like this, I walk back to my office where I will stay as the Hokage. It is a simple office with a lot of paperwork piled all around it. I just brush the paperwork aside and sit down on the comfy chair that I have personally made for myself. This world really doesn't feel like home. I want to go home and tell my family this one last thing of everything that I have done, to get it out of my shoulders. Then I can will myself to leave them behind too, or else even if I reach godhood, I know that I will keep thinking about them. I have decided. I will go home. I know that unlike some other families, my family will easily accept me, even when I tell them of this. I need to see them one more time, or I will be addicted to keeping to meet them on my genjutsu. They are my last weakness. They are my chains holding me down. My family. When I think of them, I can almost feel a chill go down my spine. My little brother, my mother, they are the only people who will never betray me. They're the ones who have always loved me. My little brother has always known how I truly am. He always knew that the only reason I didn't kill people for benefits was because that will be dumb due to the police being on my tail and me being afraid of my life every single day. My little brother. The one who was never as smart, strong. Well, he wasn't better than me at anything. He always has had a little insecure about himself, due to me being better than him at everything. I was his shining light, an unsurpassable wall. But instead of that jealousy being developed into hate, it developed into absolute trust in me. When he was afraid of a robber breaking in, he would think of me, and then he would be sorry for the robber instead. Well, he wasn't wrong either. But this is a decision that I will need to think about. Just like this one day passed, I contemplated my biggest decision for myself. I know that using genjutsu on myself to relive some memories will start being addictive. I am not someone who will not face their mental problems. I don't need a weakness like that. So I will return home, I will look my family in the eyes, and then I will leave them. I am sorry. Mother, brother. I gave up my dream once for you in my first life. But this time, I will be selfish. I know that you will understand. As I decide to do this, a small smile appears on my face. After all, becoming the almighty god doesn't come without giving up some things. But even knowing what I will have to do, I can't wait to go back home. Currently, I am still sitting on my new office chair. Also, the paperwork isn't around here anymore, and there is a tea-making pot and stove on the side and 2 chairs in front of me. My clones already took care of everything while I needed time to think in my decisions. I have everything prepared and I can feel a heaviness on my heart settle down. I can finally think clearly again, as expected. When I have free time, my mind always wanders on things like this. But I didn't even go to college in my first life, even after all of that studying. Not that I really even wanted to go to that college, it was simply the major where most money is made. That is when the door to my office opens. There come the elders of Konoha, whom Hiruzen is part of. I know that he isn't exactly fond of me, but I don't care. After all, if I try to please everyone, I will just end up as the most well-liked dead man in the world. The elders sit down and Hiruzen simply summons a chair. They all sit down, and as they do so I simply say, "We need Tsunade back to Konoha." Immediately the others react by their body language showing surprise. Hiruzen is the first to speak by saying, "I don't think she will agree so easily." When I heard him say this, I just put my hand on the side as my aunt delivered a stack of paper to me. I just throw them to another side of the room, where my clone appears and takes them. While this all happens, Hiruzen and the other 2 elders are a little surprised at this. Hiruzen was always surrounded by paperwork. Well, my system is made for absolute efficiency. The documents have to be on the Hokage's hands before they are signed to make them official. I don't even do this when they are not here. They go straight to my shadow clones, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Well, Konoha needs her. If she doesn't come, then she will be simply branded a missing nin. If she can't comprehend even that, then she will be kidnapped and we will breed the Senju clan out of her. I say that calmly as I interlock my hands and lean on the table. Hiruzen seems angry at this. Well, I can understand that. After all, he has known Tsunade since she was little and pretty much raised her. Also, Hiruzen's teachers were the 2nd and 1st Hokages who were both Senju. You doing this will turn the whole Konoha against you, says Hiruzen, clutching the armbands of the chair so hard that cracks started appearing on them as his chakra spiked. I just looked at him calmly. No trace of nervousness on my face. My eyes are cold and calm, as I am not affected by this at all. Well, we are ninja, so this will obviously be done in secret. If Tsunade agrees with this or not, it doesn't matter. Also, if anyone spreads village secrets like this, my eyes get cold as I look at Hiruzen. My chakra flows out of me, easily taking down Hiruzen's. Never question my decisions, Hiruzen. Konoha will finally have a good Hokage. What do you expect us to do then? Just let the Senju bloodline die off and dissolve to nothing just because of a woman's feelings? Never again let your feelings influence your decisions. As I say that, my chakra flow settles down and returns to me. Also, if I see anything suspicious from either of you, I will put you all in a coffin. You are here to advise, not question my decisions, so you simply advise and listen to my decisions. Sleeping with alcohol is better than sleeping with nightmares, thinks Tsunade as she looks at her 20th, or maybe a 40th cup of sake. She hasn't been sober ever since Hachi's death. She knows that this is not healthy, and not exactly good for someone young like Shizune. That is also one of the reasons why Shizune is currently sleeping in the hotel. Suddenly she senses someone approach her. She gives the person a side glance. What she sees is a below-average looking middle-aged man. He seems to be extremely balding and had white hair with black eyes and a stubble for a beard. He is also wearing a suit, but it is disheveled, and he seems to be missing his tie. Tsunade notices that he seems like a normal person. She used a chakra sensing technique and came to the conclusion that the chakra is also at civilian level, and he didn't have the turbulence that one has when he uses the transformation jutsu. The old man notices Tsunade, and he comes drunkenly wobbling towards her. When he is close, he goes to cup a feel of her breast, thinking that he is being sneaky, but obviously Tsunade noticed this, and without even needing to look, she grabbed the man's hand by the wrist. A broken wrist should be enough to teach him a lesson, thinks Tsunade as she exerts a little force on her grasp, but she is surprised, as that doesn't work at all, and the man seems to smile at her. Immediately her ninja training kicks in as she dispels the alcohol in her system. A cloud of alcoholic thought comes out of her mouth as she looks at the man in front of her. Next she uses all of her power to crush the man's wrist, but to her shock, the man doesn't even budge. She looks at the man in the eyes as a frown forms on her face, and she releases her grip on the old man. After that, she just sits down on the table and grabs another cup of sake. Her mood seems sour. She also notices that no one even seems to have noticed the exchange. She takes another sip of her sake cup. Aren't you supposed to be caged now? Do you really have so much free time? Asks Tsunade sarcastically, as the old man sits down in front of her, on the same table. Slowly the old man's white hair turns black, and it starts to grow back into a full head of slightly spiky back hair, and the old, pudgy and below average face slowly reconstructed into a handsome one, with the Inuzuka tattoos on both cheeks. Tsunade just sighs and drinks her sake cup in one go. Don't you have something better to do than stalking me, Yami? Didn't you get over your whole crush phase by now? You are like 24 now, says Tsunade casually. Yami just shrugs, as he calls over the waitress. As she gets close she gets a blush on her face and says, "Hello, what can I get your order, Yami-sama?" Yami smiles back at her. "Well, hello there, sweetie. Well, you could get me some more of you, that is for sure," says Yami in a flirtatious way. The waitress just giggles at Yami. She clasps her cheek with her hand, and she fidgets a little. "Come on now, Yami-sama. If you say things like that." Tsunade looks at this and quickly gets annoyed, and she bangs her fist on the table, looking at Yami and the waitress with an annoyed look. "Go and get a room, you two." The waitress immediately walks away, scared of the aura Tsunade was releasing. Sorry. I will get you the usual T-bone steak, Yami-sama." As the waitress walks away, Tsunade looks at Yami questionably. "For a busy Hokage, you for sure seem to come here often." As Tsunade says that she's about to take another sip of her refilled sake cup, but Yami takes it away from her and drinks it for himself. Tsunade just sighs at this in annoyance. "Actually, I own this place," smugly says Yami. "Why am I not surprised at this?" sighs Tsunade, filling another cup with sake for herself. She already knows how Yami is, so she isn't that surprised by Yami owning a lot of businesses. She knows how greedy Yami can be. "Also, I am actually 23, but I guess as you get in the years you start forgetting things," says Yami, while casually pointing towards her age, which contrary to her looks, she is in her early 40s. Tsunade's eyebrow twitches slightly at this. "You really are always blunt with harsh words, Yami," says Tsunade, not really in the mood to even talk to him. When she looks at him it always reminds her of Hachi. Yami stops his jokes and looks at Tsunade. "Konoha needs you back." Tsunade's hand stops mid-swing as she is about to drink. "I am on vacation." Yami's eyes turn cold immediately, and his friendly aura changes, turning cold. That is when Tsunade starts laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. I knew it." Yami suddenly stops and chuckles. "You got me there. I guess I have been on edge lately." He understands that Tsunade just acted a certain way to make him act like she wanted. Tsunade chuckles at this too. She knows Yami better than anyone in Konoha, even better than Orochimaru. Yami literally obliterated part of her spine on some petty agreement when Hachi was alive. She can definitely guess what Yami will do if she refuses him. She isn't that dumb. "I knew that it was only a matter of time," thinks Tsunade. She knows that as soon as she leaves Konoha. She knew that Yami will again ask her back once he becomes Hokage. Yami just smiles at this result. He was ready to wreck Tsunade and force her to come back to the village. She is an unstable factor on the outside of Konoha. Her mind is fragile and she could be easily manipulated. Yami isn't someone who you want to say no to. So Tsunade just raises her small cup with sake in it and says, "Congratulations on becoming the Hokage." Yami clinks glasses with Tsunade. "Long may I reign." says Yami with a glint in his eyes, as if this was an inside joke that no one else but him could understand. Well, Yami was teasing Tsunade and joking around. In Konoha, inside a dark room, Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and some other people who were all people of different political positions were all around, sitting down and talking. Yami will ruin the spirit of Konoha if he continues like this. Konoha isn't a place that treats his ninja like some tools that can simply be given away. The one who says this is Hiruzen, addressing the situation around him. Some people in the meeting look unsure of this. They know that if they do something that is against Konoha's, Yami's, interests, then they know that they will suffer accidents. They know how dangerous Yami is. He won't tolerate anything that is against him. The only reason he hasn't already killed Hiruzen, Orochimaru and Jiraiya is simply because they are useful to him. Everyone here knows that, but they still have the courage to meet here. So they all have the bravery to even stand against Yami, which is a feat in itself. Yami is like their boogeyman, someone who can have them killed at any time. That is when Orochimaru decides to lean back on his chair. Yami's influence is terrifying. I have been careful to not even buy the chairs that we are sitting on, or the chances are he would have investigated why I would buy something like this. They were all made by some craftsmen that are part of the Yami No Caution Act, our organization which aims to lower Yami's influence on the world. As Orochimaru says this, the other members and even Jiraiya are a little nervous about this. After all, they have noticed how much of an influence Yami has on the world. It is simply terrifying. There used to be some Anbu that used to give them information about Yami, but they all had accidents the second day after Yami became Hokage. When Hiruzen sees this, he just gets up and with a voice full of confidence says, "We don't want you to fight Yami head-on, or directly oppose him. We simply need to lower his influence. Also, if any of you feel unsure about this, you can leave easily. All that we ask of you is to not speak of our organization." Some immediately get up and walk away. They have families and don't want to risk them by going against Yami. They know how the Shimura clan ended just by association with Danzo. They were still butchered even after Danzo's death, though it seems like war casualties. There is no need to look too hard to notice something strange going on in here. The Shimura clan is also out of any history books now. Every single Shimura clan child who graduated from the academy has died during the Third Ninja War. Everyone needs to think twice before deciding to oppose Yami. After all, their families will be put in danger too. After 10 minutes, more than half of the members in the room left. Even some nobles who were stripped of their positions just because Yami needed their lands, thus they lost everything to him. But they still left, their faces filled with nervousness. They lost everything to Yami. But they still don't want to lose their lives too. Hiruzen looks at the people leaving and can't help but slightly admire the effectiveness of Yami's way of handling things. Contrary to him, Yami dominates and isn't above using his power to keep someone in line, even by threatening their families. Even while he does this, there are a lot of people who hate Yami, and even less who have the courage to stand up to him. As he looks around, Hiruzen notices that there were some people who were unsure. There are less than 20 in here. This is worse than expected, grimaces Hiruzen. On the other hand, Orochimaru looks at this with a calm look on his face. But on the inside he is jovial. He can see how truly effective the method Yami uses to rule is very effective. As expected, just like everything else he does, Yami is perfect at ruling too. That man makes me think about becoming his subordinate, but sadly I am not someone who follows others, thinks Orochimaru, as he has to hold himself back from smirking. He doesn't even necessarily care about this so-called organization, but he has decided that ever since Yami became Hokage, he will become missing ninja. But I wouldn't be able to do anything for myself without Yami breathing down my neck, contemplates Orochimaru, trying to predict what Yami's reaction would be if he stays in Konoha. Jiraiya on the other hand has a nervous look on his face. Yami already took his pinky finger. He knows that he will never give him another chance. But he still decided to work against Yami. He has seen his true colors. But he is also nervous. After all, amongst Konoha's S-rank ninja, Yami's mosquitoes and other methods of spying are scary, especially with the newly released radio device by the Inuzuka Corporation. Has he used it before to somehow spy on us? No, that is a stupid question. He most likely used a radio, which is undetectable back at the time. Damn it. Fuck. That kid is damn controlling to the extreme. Angrily, thinks Jiraiya, the radio not only gave Yami much more economical control, it also brought up some scary possibilities. Of course, now that he is Hokage, Suma Inuzuka is in charge of the Inuzuka clan, and his wife, the daimyo's daughter, is in charge of the company. Yeah. Like Yami would let someone other than him be in control of anything, thinks Jiraiya as he comes up with different outcomes. They had taken every countermeasure against spying, mosquitoes, people, and even sending an electronic pulse of chakra that disables radios, and many more precautions. But even after all that, even though Hiruzen, Orochimaru and Jiraiya reassured the others that there is no way Yami can spy on this, they can only hope that it is true. After all, underestimating Yami is something that none of them will ever do. Yami, on the other hand, was just casually walking around Konoha, with Tsunade at his side. He had teleported her and Shizune right back to Konoha. Now he is taking Tsuan to his office, to assign her a new position. As they walk, Yami just extends his arm towards Tsunade. She looks at his arm and sighs. You know people will start talking if I do something like that. Plus, aren't you married now? What would your wife say about it? Yami just stops at this and looks towards Tsunade and looks at her as if looking at a stupid person, which kinda ticked off Tsunade. But before she could say anything. What? Are you some academy fangirl that feels nervous just by holding hands with a boy? Says Yami, with a joking tone to his voice. Tsunade sighs annoyingly, and grudgingly, she grabs Yami's arm a little harshly, and interlocks it with hers. Yami just smiles at this slightly, and Sun frowns in fake annoyance. Both remembering the past. That is when Yami says, Tsunade. Yami just looks at Tsunade remembering the past. The way he used to be so weak and powerless. He no longer is like that, he has no rivals or true enemies, just like he likes it. He will never let anyone or anything evolve to anywhere close to his strength. He can't say that he is loved by everyone, but even the best leader is hated by some of his people. No one can be loved by everyone. Tsunade just looks at Yami, his handsome face, and can't help but sigh in sadness. Yami has always had an average-looking face when he was young, but Yami's face now looks closer like Hachi. They're both thinking of the past. Yami is thinking of his past self who was weak, while Tsunade is thinking of Hachi. Finally she looks at Yami, someone who she knows is likely to know things. She has been thinking about something lately. She has never been a bad drunk who rapes or fights. Yami, murmurs Tsunade quietly as they walk along. Yami just looks at her when he hears her call his name. Tell me something, says Tsunade as she looks at Yami's eyes. Her brown eyes with confusion on them, locking into Yami's eyes who are always full of confidence and have a certain dark coldness into them. Sure, answers Yami simply as he turns to look in front of him. The people around him are just simply looking at him, some bowing their heads, not even expressing anything about Yami and Tsunade interlocking their arms. Suddenly, Tsunade comes to a realization and looks at Yami. So it is some genjutsu, but to be able to cover me without me even noticing. Not anyone in the Uchiha clan alive can do that. Thinks Tsunade, not really surprised that Yami has gotten even stronger. His hunger is still there. He will hunt for more power. Yami, you truly are pitiful. As Tsunade thinks that, she looks at Yami. She already knows how his life has been up till now. Always alone and the people close to him dying. She also wants to be like him. Having his son die, but even after that to just keep walking forward and move on. That is inspiring of Yami. Still, even while she thinks that, she still gathers the courage to ask Yami. Yami, tell me what happened that night. Yami suddenly stops and turns to look at Tsunade. Tsunade can't figure out at all what he is thinking. His ever-present cold and nonchalant eyes look at Tsunade. Yami just sighs a little, and he starts walking again. His eyes staring in front of him. Do you want the truth or just plain facts? As Yami says this, Tsunade remembers Yami saying about the truth. So she simply answers, I want the fact. For a split second a flash of amusement flashes past Yami's eyes as he is about to answer, but two familiar people are walking towards him. One of them seems to be flustered and angry. They are Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Orochimaru seems to be holding Jiraiya back. Let me go, Orochimaru, I want to ask Tsunade to her face if she is fucking Yami. You fool, you want to ask right now. This is the worst time possible. I don't care. Next time, instead of losing your pinky, you will lose your head. I don't care. As this argument continues, Yami just looks at Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who are approaching while arguing with each other. Orochimaru is wearing his jonin uniform, while Jiraiya is wearing his usual attire, which consists of a green short shirt kimono and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that is visible at his wrists and ankles. He also wore handguards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side. He is also carrying a large scroll on his back, and he wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil, which denoted his affiliation with Mount Mamboku. Orochimaru just sighs at Jiraiya's foolishness. They all know how dangerous Yami can be, and he still went to confront him. He could even expose our YMCA alliance. Yami is someone monstrous. We can't underestimate him at all. Thinks Orochimaru, while contemplating on how to get out of this. Finally he made his decision, and as Jiraiya was about to scream at Tsunade, that being the first thing that he would say to her in the last years that he hasn't seen her. But contrary to anyone's expectations, Tsunade just says, yes. Yami and I were in a relationship, but not anymore. Immediately, Jiraiya is frozen in shock, unable to move, and his mouth is wide open. Tsunade then is about to nudge Yami to come along as they walk hand in hand, but Yami doesn't wait for other people to do the leading. He is the leader. So he controls the situation as he and Swan walk forward. That was unexpected, says Yami, as he has to regulate the genjutsu around them again. It was a genjutsu that is activated with the sound of his feet hitting the ground. It also only affects people with a chakra amount below genin level. Tsunade just sighs. I already shut him down dozens of times years ago. Plus there are more important things to talk about. Tell me the facts about the night Hachi was conceived. Yami looks at the sky when he hears Tsunade ask him again. They both discover in a black flash and appear in Yami's office. What is it with all of the theatrics? So there was something wrong with that night. Or is Yami just doing this because he is bored with the Hokage duties? Thinks Tsunade, trying to figure out the truth. But Yami, on the other hand, just walks towards the Hokage's chair and sits down in there while lying back, and he puts his legs on his empty desk. His office is not filled with any paperwork, contrary to the time Hiruzen was the Hokage. Though Tsunade says that, Yami was still thinking. Why were they Orochimaru and Jiraiya that we met? Shadow clones. I didn't know of that. What is going on? But he decides to put that thought for later as he just looks at Tsunade and says, well, the fact is that. Yami POV. I just look at Tsunade as I lie back on my comfortable chair. I can sense my clones all around the Hokage Tower. They are finishing some paperwork and renegotiating contracts from the previous administration and the previous Hokage made. Honestly, I never thought of it, but I am actually getting better with contracts and economics, as my shadow clones negotiate things like this. My net worth is around 440 billion Ryo now. Konoha is getting better and better, and of course cheap labor is being done in other lands where it is cheaper. Ah, I love capitalism. Anyway, as Tsunade is waiting for an answer from me, I think back on the night I had with her. That used to be the best night of my life. But I already have had better. I mean, even my wife is better than Tsunade. Even though a relationship is a little stranded lately, especially with Kiba's birth. And yep, he wasn't a reincarnated person, either. I have had my mosquitoes keep an eye on every newborn in Konoha, and if they sense any abnormalities with them, it will be immediately reported to me. I even have some in the other villages, but sadly I can't follow every birth so far away. After all, I still have to be careful. So tell me, why the long silence? As Tsunade says that, I finally decide what to say. Obviously it's not the truth. I did after all predict that Tsunade might feel that something was fishy that night. I just looked down regretfully when Tsunade asks that. The day Hachi was conceived. That is the day where I regret the most. My control over my lust slipped, and it wasn't only you who was drunk and pushing for something more to happen. So no, you didn't do anything like rape me. As I say that, I just sigh heavily. I get up and walk towards Tsunade, who hasn't sat down at all. As I am next to her, she has to look up at me, due to my height. Hachi, our son, is already dead. So get over it, Tsunade. I said to her, as I put my hand on her shoulder. But her eyes, who are now locked into mine, they narrow. And a frown appears on her face. Her eyes have anger behind them. So do what then? Forget about him. Criticizes Tsunade, unwilling to do something like that. I just smile at this, and cup her cheek and wipe a tear that was about to slip out of her eye. No. But I am not someone to dwell on things that I don't like. Do you know what I do to things that I don't like? I kill and obliterate them. I obviously don't say that. But what I just decide to say. I change them. Tsunade looks confused at this, so I decide to further explain it to her. While studying medical ninjutsu, I have come to a very shocking revelation. That death is only a state of being. Not something gone forever. I shall revive Hachi, and then we can live together like a true family. I say to her as I envelop her in a deep hug, acting as if I didn't notice her shocked look. So I would like you to smile some more, Tsunade. So come on out, Swan, fall in love with me. Become my ally. So I don't have to kill you, Tsunade. I'm a liar, a thief, a lover and a cheater. So, I am not going to spare you, Tsunade. You have grown into an uncertainty. This is your decision. You are either with me or against me. Tsunade decides to hug me back slightly. I smile at this. I see. So you get to live, Tsunade. Unless you decide to act against me, that is. After that whole ordeal, Tsunade decided that she will live with me, and she will take Shizun with her too. I know that Shiori, my wife, will be a bitch about me bringing 2 other women into her home. I have noticed that even though she is pregnant with my child, she has been planning to somehow leave me after giving me a child. Damn. Why can't women just be as simple like in some fanfics in my first life? Just accept and be in my harem, don't cause so many unnecessary problems. Sum and Shiori already are at each other's throats. Add Tsunade to that, and we have a 3-way battle. But I don't really care for any of that, after all they are just my pretty little dolls. Their lives have 0 importance to me. But my children are different, after all. I don't want them to feel like it's okay to treat women like I do. That will make my daughters think that it's okay to be worthless, so I usually treat my lovers nice and with love when they are around. Though Tsum still loves me unconditionally, she was raised for that after all. But Shiori is a whole different deal. She can't wait to go away from me, as soon as she sees a part of my real self. Heh. I guess I will have to kill her. It seems like I will need a new second wife, which woman will give me some advantage. Anyway, better deal with the new problem that has been rising up. The Jiraiya and Orochimaru that me and Swan met were both shadow clones. Why would something like that happen? I can easily spot shadow clones due to their emotions, not feeling real and their soul being non-existent. It would be difficult for anyone else to notice, but quite easy for me. Also, no people know about this, so that is a boon for me. They could have just been busy and sent shadow clones around. But, why take the chance? I am not arrogant enough to think that I am omnipotent in Konoha. Also, the mosquitoes following the shadow clones were following them like they were the main bodies. I bite my thumb, and as a drop of blood appears, I just do 3 hand signs and slam my hand in the ground. Immediately, I can feel my position change, and I am in a tree, with a strange house building like in front of me. Well, it isn't a treehouse actually. I can hear the music coming from it, and the sign, which displays a mosquito with a beer in his hand, shows that it is actually a bar. This was an idea suggested by Shiro on how to keep the summons relatively happy. Plus, I already have so much money, so buying the materials for the buildings isn't really a problem for me. I only allowed it because even though Shiro is a drunk degenerate, scumbag, sinful, druggy, bastard dog, he will still have good ideas like this occasionally. I just casually go forward and open the door. Immediately loud music hits my ears, my eye just twitches a little. As I enter the club, I see a lot of different creatures, from flies, fireflies, and even some strange bird-like creatures. As they see me, their faces immediately morph into one of absolute terror. Even though most of them are bugs, and some frogs, not toads, occasionally, I can still see the terrified look that they have on their non-human faces. After all, as the ruler of the blood swamp, I am not known to be tolerating some stuff. Especially to someone who manages my spy network. They immediately bow their head. Yomi-sama. I just nod towards them. But I keep walking forward, not paying any second thought to them. Finally, when I reach the room, where the music seems to be booming, I see the gross mosquito lady dancing in a stripper's pole. But everyone else immediately stops when they see me. I see that the mosquito sage seems drunk. As when she sees me, she just jumps off the stripper pole and comes close to me, and she hugs me with her gross arms. Immediately she says, Yomi-sama, I love you. When I hear that, the way that she is talking irritates me. She thinks that her gross mosquito-like body can entice me. So I just punch off the lower part of her body before she even notices. She falls on the ground. Huh, says the mosquito girl, confused by what just happened. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she looks at her lower body. I just narrow my eyes at this. Why didn't you mosquitoes report to me that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were up to something? NOPOVI, I don't know, Yomi-sama, I swear that I know nothing, says the mosquito girl in full-on panic. Her mind already instinctively flushed the alcohol out of her system. She can see that Yami might decide to kill her. On the other hand, Yami just looks at her with a cold look in his eyes. Oh, I see, so you, as my main source of information, don't know what is going on. Well now. I wonder how useful of an informant you are now. Immediately the mosquito sage feels chills all over her body as soon as she hears the word useful said by Yami. She knows that Yami will kill her as she is no longer useful to him. Yami immediately disappeared from her field of vision, and that is when she felt a powerful pressure behind her head. As her head is bashed on the floor, creating a small crater in the floor as the whole building shakes. Maybe if you weren't messing around here you would have known that something was wrong. Do you really want to die that bad? Says Yami, as his eyes have no emotion on them as he looks at the mosquito girl. He pushes his leg with some more power and the skull of the mosquito under his foot starts making cracking sounds, and it is almost about to cave in and crush the mosquito sage's skull. I see that you need a replacement then. You have 1 month to find a replacement, or you will be tortured to death. After this month, you can commit self-suicide or be tortured to death, says Yami, as if it is a fact, no room for discussion. He then takes his foot off her head. As soon as he does so, the other summoned animals just look at this with faces full of fear. This shows them that Yami can kill someone like the mosquito sage, who is very important to him and his general information network. The mosquito sage pushes her head off the ground. Her eyes are dull, not believing her current situation. She just went from happily partying with her friends to being dead within the month. She knows that there is no escaping Yami. It will be useless. She knows that Yami has most likely put so many countermeasures against something like her betrayal. This can't be happening. Is this how I will die? Thinks the mosquito sage as she tries to get up, but she is reminded that she doesn't have her legs, and that Yami just blasted them off. As Yami was walking away, he just says, "The blood swamp isn't a place where I allow things like free choice. Here you are either useful to me or you are dead." He then looks at one of the giant human-sized flies around and says, "You notify your flies sage that the flies are now in charge of spying." As Yami says that, the mosquito sage feels abject despair. Yami knows that her spy system can run by itself, but if mosquitoes can still be distracted by things like shadow clones due to them having almost the same signature as the original. But if the mosquito sage was observing, this wouldn't have happened, and she would get to live a lot longer. Yami then immediately disappeared in a black flash. But even then, no one dared speak, out of absolute fear for Yami. Yami POV making an example out of the mosquito sage was a calculated decision. Even though I seemed angry, I wasn't really. After all, anger clouds your judgment, but mine wasn't at all. I show dominance there, because I don't want my summons treating me like the toad summons treat Jiraiya, and in the future Naruto. They are my servants and pets. Not the other way around. They do what I want and follow my orders. They are like my employees, they work for me, and I let them keep their lives. And that is quite a high-paying job. After all, not a lot of things are worth more than life, to most people at least. Why can't people work at 100% efficiency without being threatened? I mean, I would treat them good and with love if they worked harder, but that is just a lie. Treat your employees softly and they will walk all over you. I guess that I will have to investigate myself on this case at what Orochimaru and Jiraiya are up to. Just like this 4 years past, Yami is now at the age of 27. Konoha is a whole different place from it, looked more like a modern city with all the high buildings and dozens of skyscrapers. The Hokage was one of those skyscrapers with 130 floors. Konoha has already become something of a powerhouse on its own, even without the Land of Fire. Its economic power has become terrifying. Its Hokage, Yami Inuzuka, has been credited to it. The Hokage now has as much power as the daimyo has. Thankfully, there seems to be no conflict between the two, or the people might be worried. Well, they do know who will win. It will be Yami Inuzuka. He has a 91% approval rating. He has put so many nobles out of power and put smart people in there that have risen the local economy by over 900% in just 4 years. Konoha's army has also never been stronger. Many new talents have come out, though most of them are from the Inuzuka clan. But no one questions that. And if they do, they usually suffer fatal accidents. As the son-in-law of the daimyo, Yami has had one child with his wife. Though there are rumors of him sleeping around, in the eyes of the public they are just that. Rumors. On inside the skyscraper Hokage Tower, Yami is currently drinking something that looks like wine, grape juice. He just looks at Konoha below him, who, even though it is still called a village, Konoha is not one. It is a city with decades above his peers. It is the 0.1 village in economy, army, population, growth, and anything else anyone can think of. Finally, I have everything under control, thinks Yami, as a smile appears on his face. The 5 great ninja villages are only so in name. Konoha is above them all. His plan's gone perfectly. No one here is to oppose him. No hidden enemy. He has hundreds of plans for the future. Everyone is dancing at the palm of his hand, everything under control. The people love Yami, as he has improved Konoha in such a major way that some people call him the perfect Hokage, and no scandals have ever been revealed. Also, his power, political, has grown to something unrivaled. Secret organizations like YMCA have been taken care of from Yami, having the organization infiltrated from the inside. He didn't wipe it out. After all, he would have an organization against him that he can control than one he can't. Hiruzen and Jiraiya are running the organization, Orochimaru having pulled out in order to concentrate on his experiments. The YMCA organization never accomplished anything, and didn't limit Yami's power at all. When Orochimaru saw that, he immediately figured out that these technical difficulties and delays, he immediately left. He already figured that Yami already is under the control of it. Orochimaru is currently in one of his labs. He is actually outside the Land of Fire, on a mission, knowing that anywhere in the Land of Fire, he will be under Yami's eyes and control. I should run away from Konoha soon and become a missing ninja. No other choice left. I am already pressured to go into the new research department, thinks Orochimaru, as his brows frown. He needs to hype himself to get the courage to run away from Konoha. He knows that Yami will immediately start hunting him down. If he starts hunting me, I am not even 10% sure I can escape him. Yami will become like a madman. He will chase me to the ends of the world. But if I keep down my head for 4 years after escape, he should let his hunt dissipate. I can only hope that he will get bored with chasing me, or I will have to run for the rest of my immortality, contemplates Orochimaru, trying to predict if he will be able to outrun Yami. On the other hand, even with all of this scheming going around, in the slums of the city, where usually the lower income families live, there is a surprisingly high quality strip club called Shiro's First Smells Nice. There is someone who is living his life leisurely, not worrying about plots, plans, or assassinations. He is just a simple white furred dog. He is just standing on a cushy couch. There were a couple of dog and cat girls all around him. Shiro just seems to be drooling. They are actually all cats or dogs who can use the transformation jutsu. So people with furry taste cone here. Shiro already made a deal with the cat summons. When he wants to, he can be surprisingly convincing. When you live with Yami all of your life, you pick up a couple of things. Wait, I can think straight again. I need some more alcohol in my system then, thinks Shiro, as he is slightly sobering up. He hasn't been sober in 2 years. The last time he was sober was at the time he had to ask Yami for a small loan of 50 million ryo to open up his dream strip club. Of course, he spent 40 million in a 1-year spree of hookers and cocaine, but after that he was ready to leave behind his wandering ways and settle down. He was getting quite up on his years. So he settled down by opening a strip club. So he doesn't have to be sober anymore when he has to ask for Yami's monthly check. He is self-sufficient now. Ah, this is the life. I am living the dream, thinks Shiro. Hey, Chikuba, come and lick some honey off my tits, calls out Shiro to some cat girl. But on the other elemental lands, in the Hidden Rock Village, the Tsuchikage and the elders have all gathered here to discuss the topic of Yami Inuzuka and Konoha's recent rise in power. Inoki just looks at the elders and takes out a scroll, throwing it towards them to read it. This is the latest information our Konoha spies sent us. says Inoki as he has an extremely annoyed look on his face. When they open the message, the elders immediately frown as they read the letter. Yami here anyway, this spy was killed and tortured for information too. This one lasted 3 days. Okay, who am I joking, he lasted like 2 minutes. We had a Yamanaka on the scene. P.S. Still open for a trade deal. I am, that's for sure. Just imagine. Konoha having Iwa under its foot. I mean we as equal allies. The letter continues with half-assed written messages. There are even some food stains in it, showing that Yami was writing this while he was eating, most likely. They immediately think of attacking Konoha and starting another war. But that thought is quenched as soon as it comes. Konoha is way more powerful now that Yami is in charge, and attacking it would be dumb. As unlike Hiruzen, if Konoha wins the war, Yami will be ripping apart the other lands like he was cutting a cake. He definitely wouldn't be polite about it. This is the fear that keeps them from starting another war. They know that with Hiruzen, they just need to act angry and Hiruzen will give in, because he doesn't want to continue the war. But Yami is a whole different story. Yami, POV. It truly is amazing seeing the results of my actions. Konoha is stronger than ever, mostly due to my knowledge of economics and technology. I just sigh and go away from the window and back to my desk. I surprisingly have a lot more free time as Hokage than when I was your average S-rank ninja. My office has a one-seat couch with my desk being white and well-refined, and then there is the Forbidden Scroll. It honestly surprised me a little. In the story when Naruto gets the Forbidden Scroll he learns the Shadow Clone Jutsu. It is made seem like there is only one Forbidden Scroll, but actually every forbidden technique in Konoha has its own scroll, so even if someone was somehow able to steal one, it would only be one technique. They are all in way fakes. It is said that Orochimaru read the Forbidden Scroll, but he only knew Ito Tensei. He most likely assumed that the one in the Hokage's office is a fake, and thought that he found the location of the real one which actually had the Ito Tensei. I knew it, no one is really dumb enough to put all of their techniques on one Forbidden Scroll. And only the Hokage knows all of the secure locations of the Forbidden Scrolls. The second was really smart coming up with such a clever illusion of hiding scrolls. I finally go and sit down on my comfortable couch. I smirk a little as I see the shadow my hand casts. I didn't want to be Hokage to make Konoha better or something like that. I couldn't care less about Konoha. But the place is my base of operations where I have absolute power, so I will keep it. Even with the Nine Tails attack everything was planned. Minato and Kushina dying was also all according to plan. If either of them somehow survived, I would have killed them. I don't hate either of them. But I need to keep at least a semblance of what the future will be. After all, future knowledge is my ultimate weapon, and I am not going to give it up just for Minato or Kushina. I mean, sure Naruto will not have any parents. And I should care. It seems more like someone else's problem than mine. Also, I did let the Nine Tails attack destroy quite a bit of the businesses I own in Konoha. After all, it would seem suspicious if I somehow saved my businesses, or I sold out successful businesses, before the Nine Tails attacked. I mean I know that I have changed some things, but that doesn't mean that the future will change so drastically like the Otsutsuki attacking right now. It is simply logical, though I do have plans in case that happens. After all, it doesn't hurt to be prepared for things like this. While everyone else is playing chess and being concerned about me gaining more power over the political side, I don't really care about political power. In this world, violence is the ultimate power. I look at the shadow that my hand casts on the ground as I wave it around. Slowly the shadow moves by itself as if it has a physical form. The Naruto technique. I have already learned it. I have also learned the Yamanaka mind techniques, and even the Akimichi Yang techniques like the body expansion jutsu. Really any techniques in Konoha I have already learned it. I have already learned Ito Tensei and I have also learned the Immortality technique that Orochimaru uses. I use a shadow tendril to come close to my face and then I pierce my brain. I then use the shadow tendril to scramble my brain around. Ah, this pain is so amazing. I can't die. Haha. This pain of feeling my brain scrambling, I am no masochistic, but this is amazing. I use Orochimaru's technique to immortalize my mind. The only way I really know how it is even possible to kill me now is to use the Reaper's Death Seal. I have already learned so many S-rank ninjutsu forbidden techniques, and I did this the smart way. I became Hokage, so no one can tell me that I can't learn these techniques. Nor will anyone make me a missing nin because of it. Haha, haha. This was my plan all along, with 100% benefits for me, and with almost no downside for me. Suddenly I hear a knock on the door. I immediately withdraw the shadow tendril from my brain, and let it regenerate. As it does so in a split second it completely heals, and even my brain gets back to perfect shape. Soon I will implement the Byakugan, since no matter what I can't have any brain damage now. Come on in. I say as I pull out some paperwork and act like I am working. That is when my hot blonde secretary, she wears a business suit. She is a Yamanaka. I have already fucked her. I could go another round with her. But now is not the time to do so again as I see a child around 4 years old hiding behind her embarrassingly. I just smile sweetly at this and say, "Who is the little guy that you brought with you, Inami-chan?" She just raises a questioning eyebrow at this. I just narrow my eyes at her. What bitch, you were literally choking on my dick 2 hours ago. So don't act like such an annoying whore. She just sighs at this. Yes, I have had her keep an eye on some things around here and the kid behind her. Yeah. The kid behind her is the 4-year-old Naruto. Yeah, since Hiruzen already announced that he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he hasn't had an easy road. But the Inuzuka are always nice with him, so it doesn't affect him as much as it did in canon. Also Kiba and my other son who are the same age as him, they are friends. Plus the mother of the orphans are good friends with Naruto. So there's that, also a bunch of propaganda that I regularly shove down people's throats. After all, I do control every news channel in Konoha. That is when Inami understands what I mean and she gently nudges Naruto forward. Naruto-chan, say hello to Yami-sama. He is the Hokage. Naruto still seems nervous, so Inami decides to continue saying. He is also Niri's and Kiba's dad. When she says that, Naruto seems to lose some of his nervousness and says, Hi, Sir Yami. I just smile at him. His blonde hair and whisker making him look like a pet. Reincarnation of a sir. You will be very useful to me. General POV Yami just looks at Naruto, a sweet smile on his face. Well, hello there Naruto, Inami told me that you want to be Hokage in the future. That is quite a brave dream. As Yami says that, Naruto's face brightens up and he answers. Sir, yes sir. I want to be the Hokage. Yami just laughs at this. Haha, haha, I know that your road will be hard little Naruto. But be assured that you can come and ask me for help anytime. After all, no one becomes Hokage with no friends and allies. Even I have people who are dear to me and trust. The 4-year-old Naruto immediately feels inspired by this. People that you can trust, huh? Thinks Naruto, immediately coming to the conclusion. I want to have that too. So anyway, what has been worrying you Naruto? Asks Yami, acting as if he isn't already fully aware of the situation, and as if he doesn't spy on Naruto 24 hours a day. When Yami says that Naruto seems nervous for a little while, but in the end he still decides to say, no, it's nothing. Naruto looks to the side, embarrassed. Inami just smiles gently at this. He just wanted to meet you Hokage-sama. It is nothing so drastic. So thank you for your time Yami. As she says that, she notices that she accidentally called Yami so casually, but they both play it off cool. Like they didn't notice, so Naruto wouldn't pay any attention to it. Naruto nods at this and goes back to hiding behind Inami. Yami just smiles at this as Inami and Naruto both go outside of his office. Yami, POV. After they leave, I immediately just make a shadow clone to take my place and I teleport back to my house where no one is currently inside. I just walk casually towards my laboratory in the basement entrance. And like usual, after many security checks to confirm that it was really me, I finally got inside. I see the bodies of different cloned peoples. I have finally figured out how to create life. In a way. I just clone the person and use the chakra of another person to create a soul. Or more like create a shadow clone that inhibits the physical bodies. So even if they are hit or even if the original dies they won't dispel. Honestly this was only possible due to the new understanding and perspective in life and death that the Forbidden S-rank techniques have given me. So I can now already create life. Well more like clones, but whatever. Almost the same, after all I can adjust the age of the clone that I want to make while creating him. Though, I have some countermeasures against betrayal. I will never make a clone of myself, because I know that it will immediately try to kill me, or scheme against me behind my back. Anyway, as I walk along here I pass the Uchiha clone room. I finally arrive at the Hyuga clone room. I see a dozen or so individuals floating in capsules filled with green liquid. I have a couple of smaller capsules with Byakugans in them. So that is when I go and get a pair of them. I make 3 shadow clones and lie down on the operation table. My clones know what to do, as I feel them slowly opening my forehead and making 2 holes on the skull for them to fit in there. But before they put in the Byakugan, they first connect the brain with the eyes. After that, with my regeneration, in 20 seconds I am ready to use my new Byakugan. As I use it, I felt weird. X-ray, and almost 360 degrees vision. Though it seems like it only extends 500 meters. Well, that can easily be fixed. But damn. I can actually see the movements of the people all around. Though sadly due to my Fuinjutsu around the room, it makes it fuzzy to look on the inside with the Byakugan, because I already have countermeasures against it and blurring anything. But I can still see clearly outside of the underground room. Which is kinda weird. It is after 2 months, and that is when my Byakugan's range is at around 1.5 kilometers. That something interesting happens, the delegates from Kumo come. I already know that they might try to kidnap Hinata, but who knows. My power isn't for nothing after all. People are afraid to take certain actions just because of me. Currently here I am, sitting with the Kumo delegates, there are 3 of them. They all seem like the average middle-aged ninja. Hokage-sama I am Kane, I shall overlook the signing of the contract, and confirm with Reikage-sama. Says the thin and smart-seeming middle-aged man. I just nod at this. I already know what the contract is about. 5 days pass. And there is no problem. Kumo didn't dare act anything else but civil. Wow. Hiruzen's leadership must have really sucked. I mean in canon, Kumo came here to sign a deal. They broke the deal by trying to kidnap Hinata, then their kidnapper is killed. Instead of refusing to associate themselves with the kidnapper, they owned it up and even made Hiruzen give them the one who killed the delegate. That is as much of a bitch as you can be. No wonder he had to step down as Hokage. He is weak and not a strong dealer. As expected, I am changing things without even meaning to. Since I am not weak like Hiruzen, people don't dare do something against Konoha when I am the leader. I mean Hiruzen allowed Danzo to orchestrate an assassination against him, and even though it failed, he didn't do anything to Danzo and let him get away scot-free. As another month passes, Itachi seems to graduate from the academy. That was about as interesting as this month had been. But still, I have to complete another procedure today. It will allow me to change from a simple human man into something more. Now that the red cube is complete, now I just need to be delicate with it. I just walk towards my lab and lie down as 5 of my shadow clones start the procedure, which will make me at least 2x as strong. As it starts, I can feel them start shaving my head first and digging out the skull. Slowly I could feel different visions appear around my head. Yes, I have already put in their Kamui and different Sharingan all over my skull with different Mangekyou abilities, and connected them all to the brain, allowing me to use multiple Mangekyou abilities. As I get up, I look at a mirror and see a pale-skinned man with a bald head and twitching eyes all around his head. That was me. That honestly looks grotesque. So, when transformation jutsu later I look just like my normal self. Well, that is that. That is when I undo the transformation and am back to my grotesque self, and I pull out the red cube. Time to use this thing on me now. I look at my monstrous appearance with my Byakugan. All over my head there are Sharingans, and my hair has all fallen due to the stress my body is due to the massive bloodline limits inside it. There are even some strands of hair around where there are no eyes on the top of my head. Damn, I look hideous. As expected, my body is already reaching the limit. No one can grow infinitely. Not even Kagaya or anyone. There's a limit and your own cells start to die out, unable to handle your own power. But since this has been already predicted, I have made countermeasures against this. After all, I don't plan to stop growing stronger. Like ever, omnipotence isn't something that one can just get without any work. Anyway, my ugly appearance can easily be altered. Plus, even if it wouldn't be fixed, if it gave me a significant power boost I wouldn't necessarily care. After all, what is appearance worth if you have the power to do whatever you want? You want a beautiful woman. Just take her. No need to ask or care what her thoughts are. Someone despises you because of your appearance. That is easy, just kill them. Why would I care about what others think of them if it doesn't give me an advantage? But still. As I lie down on the medical and my clones look over me, I can't help but think about the harsh road that I had to walk to get here. Thankfully, I had the will to never falter on my goals. Now I am powerful. I can confidently say that, at least. I obviously not always made the best decisions, but I always took the best possible decision with the knowledge I had at the time. So now I am the most powerful person in all the elemental nations. Soon I will kill the daimyo and all of his sons, putting my son with Shiori in there. I put my hand in my chest. My fingers sink inside my flesh easily. As they sink further inside my flesh, my hand sinks deep up to my wrist. I pull out the red cube and throw it towards one of my clones, and I nod at him. My pain tolerance really has gotten monstrous. I can handle so much pain and don't even flinch now. In comparison to my first life. The clones start putting tubes on me, filling my body with nutrients, giving it the necessary proteins for growth and healing. My monstrous body does the rest as it immediately started releasing steam, already in a state of pre-healing. Slowly one of my shadow clones controls the cube, as the Fuinjutsu starts rotating around it. Slowly a strange energy is created by the cube and, like a blast, the energy flows into me. I can immediately feel the changes in my body. I wince a little, but the pain isn't that bad. All of my body hair starts falling and my skin starts cracking. Black oily sweat comes out of my skin. My body starts getting thinner and thinner. Until it seems just like skin and bones, even the hard-built muscles deteriorate. This cube has many abilities of the countless treasures that it has absorbed, but its main ability is evolution. It forces the cells of the body to evolve with the soul of the Zero Tails as a conductor. It is, in a way, something that forces the body to evolve to its perfect form available to it. Slowly my muscles start building up, at a speed that is visible to the normal eye. Like worms crawling below my skin, my body starts healing and repairing it. Black blood flows from my eyes, nose and mouth. One of the clones nods another and says, "This is gross." The other just gives him a side glance. Well, more like a glare as he says, "Shut up." The other clone looks a little down and nods. Just trying to lighten up the mood. "Well, you are doing a shitty job at it. What if we die? Don't attract us anymore, either shut up or get out, you are an eyesore." General POV. It takes 2 hours for the procedure to be finished. At the end of it, Yami is surrounded by shed skin. He smiles at this. He has an extremely pale skin as if it is painted with white. He also has no hair at all on his body. Shit. I don't even look human anymore. He then mentions one of his clones to stab him. They oblige and the kunai. is stuck on the strong skin. The clone pushes a little more and is finally able to draw a little blood. Yami smirks at the results. The evolution cube seems to be as useful as expected. This is the current limit of my current body. Contemplates Yami. He just dispels all of his clones. He gets up and senses that his chakra has grown exponentially. His natural body is beyond what is imaginable for a normal human. Chakra is miraculous and has many different jutsu that can be used with it. That you can say that the techniques are endless. Evolution is something that is possible, especially with the Zero-Tails soul who can create dark chakra which forces change in one's body. Yami simply closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Slowly his bald head is filled with black hair, and the eyes are all dragged on the inside of his skull. Slowly under his skin he creates a type of exoskeleton. His skin color changes and his face returns back to normal. He can manipulate every single cell on his body. Can I even be physically called a human anymore? Contemplates Yami. His body already works so differently from a different human that scientists would love to dissect him. Especially his cells. They have an even stronger vitality than Hashirama cells. So the newly called Yami cells are even harder to integrate with someone else. Of course, his body is even better now. His cells can handle his own energy now. Though he wouldn't be getting any new bloodlines, he doesn't want a cellular breakdown yet. I just need to get myself some Otsutsuki body, and I will be golden. Thinks Yami, wondering how their bodies will react with the evolution cube. Just like this, 2 months pass and Yami is currently on his office. Inami, the Yamanaka secretary of his, is under his table, with his dick in her mouth. Yami has his eyes closed and is watching his first life's memories like a movie. He is watching the Avengers movie. Well, more like rewatching. Suddenly the door to his office is opened, and he can immediately determine who it is by using his Byakugan. It is a young Enko Mitarashi. She seems sad as she finally says, "Yami-sama, Orochimaru has deserted." Yami just nods at this. Enko was his spy against Orochimaru, so she isn't really badly affected as she was during canon when Orochimaru left. Inami stopped sucking him off once she noticed that someone else was in the room, feeling nervous. But Yami just mentions toward her to continue, and she is unsure, but still follows Yami's orders. "I see, just send a squad to hunt him down," says Yami casually, not really caring about Orochimaru. He already had dozens of spies amongst Orochimaru's ranks. Orochimaru is a genius, but Yami is so far along in his own game that to him someone like Orochimaru is just another pawn that moves accordingly to him. 2 weeks later in a certain unidentified cave, corpses of Konoha and Anbu are all around the place. Orochimaru is covered in blood and is breathing a little heavily, though there seems no visible injury on his body. Still, he grimaces a little. They use acidic poison. If I wasn't so knowledgeable about poisons, I would have actually died. I really need to develop the curse mark faster, so I will no longer be worried about things like this. He then frowns as he looks at the surrounding carnage. I hate Yami, that arrogant bastard. By sending just these 5 Jounin level Anbu, he pretty much told me that I am free to go. That fucker. Orochimaru rages more as he punches the wall next to him. But suddenly he hears an almost quiet sound that if it wasn't so quiet he wouldn't have heard. Explosion tags, that is when the cave immediately caves in on itself. Some people seem confused, but let this be clear, Yami has his normal appearance. He used cellular reconstruction to change his appearance back to how it looked, and buried the Sharingan from around his head under his skull. Yami POV. While in my office, I just smile as I look through the eyes of one of the flies outside the cave. Orochimaru obviously survived this, but not without a scratch. He lost one of his legs. Obviously, I know that he can make a new one, but he will need time too. Also, he doesn't have the healing methods that he will have in the future. He still hasn't perfected his experimental jutsus. He is my pawn. He just doesn't know it yet. Really though. It seems like I may need to step things up a little. I am already 100% prepared for when the 4th Ninja War comes around, but some more preparations don't hurt. Also, I have a certain seedling that I have been helping to grow. I sense the Horatian I have close to that person and I disappear in a dark flash. When my view changes, I see that I am in a dark room. With a man sleeping on his desk, he has different books about chakra and chakra theories all around him. I immediately activate the Byakugan and as a side effect, veins appear on my forehead. I know that even if I slap the person sleeping in front of me too hard, he will be killed by me. But that doesn't mean that I have to be careless. This man's name is Haruko. He is a white-haired man with red eyes. He is wearing a beige robe with red undergarments, and his hair's length has reached his hips. I just reach him and grab the back of his head. He immediately wakes up, but before he can even do anything, his eyes go dull, and he starts drooling like a vegetable. I have a ball made out of light in my hand. This is all the memories of Haruko. Haruko slips out of his chair and drops to the ground. But I am not interested in it. I just put the ball of light and use the Yamanaka techniques and watch Haruko's life like a movie. But I skip the boring parts. Like the part where he didn't have funds for his research, but he coincidentally won the Inuzuka lottery. Under a minute I read through it completely, and when I do, so I clutch the ball of light, shattering it into a million pieces as the memories disappear. I look at Haruko drooling on the floor. I just get close to him and put my foot on his head, bursting it open like a watermelon and killing Haruko. Well, I got the Chimera technique that I wanted from him. I am thankful to him. He did spend his life working for something, and I got the results of his hard work. Though I will need to modify the technique for myself. I thank you for all of your hard work, Harumo. You will be remembered for it by me. Since that day 1 year has passed and here I am. At the age of 28. I am currently in my office, looking at the young ninja in front of me. He has just recently graduated to Chunin. It is Itachi Uchiha. Itachi, POV. Though I keep a calm exterior look, I can't help but feel as if I am being read like an open book. Being in front of the Hokage really is something else. Even though I have already met the third Hokage, here's in Sarutobi, the old man gives a friendly vibe. Contrary to the fifth Hokage, Yami Inuzuka. He has a whole different feel about him. I feel myself as if suffocating on air. His presence is overwhelming. No wonder he is known as the best Hokage Konoha has ever had. I still remember when we first met. I asked him about the meaning of life. And he kicked me off a cliff. A very drastic way to teach someone, but at the same time it is very efficient. It helped me understand that life is precious. And no one wants to die. Not even me. So, Itachi, says the Hokage, pulling me out of my thoughts. You seem to be a Chunin now. At this rank there are a lot of options that you can choose to go through. As an Uchiha you could join the Uchiha police, or you could just go through missions with a couple of squads, till you are ready to be given the Jonin rank, but there are also options like the T&I division, or the border patrol teams. As he says that the Hokage has a serious look on his face as he gives me all of the possible options that I have for the future. I think through all of this, but I already have chosen. Though the Hokage didn't say it, I know that there is one more choice. To join the secret division of Konoha. The Anbu Black Ops. Hokage-sama. I am grateful for your guidance. But I would like to join the Anbu. As I say this I bow my head slightly to show respect to the Hokage, and that I don't mean bad, nor do I think of his advice as useless. When I look at him, I see that the Hokage has a strange smile on his face. He doesn't seem surprised at all by what I said. I guess you have made up your mind, haven't you? Says the Hokage as he takes out a paper and signs it, handing it over to me. I just nod at him and go over to take the paper. When I read it, my eyes whiten as I read the last part of the paper. Name. Itachi Uchiha rank. Chunin division. Anbu role. Hokage's personal guard. I look at the Hokage and see a mischievous smile on his face. I must say that you will make a good addition to the team. Isn't that right, guys? Suddenly, out of the shadows, dozens of Anbu come out. They just nod without saying anything. There are no defining characteristics for any of them. They even wear the same blank mask with the Inuzuka tattoos on the mask. General POV. During this time on another place in Konoha, in the Jounin restaurant, there are 3 people sitting together in their own booth. One of them is a female with black slightly spiky hair. She is a fair-skinned woman of slender build. She has long black untamed hair reaching her upper back, and unique eyes that are red in color, with an additional ring in them. She wears makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. Her outfit consists of a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. Overall, this is very broad material which resembles bandages with a pattern on it, similar to those of rose thorns. Her hands and upper thighs are also wrapped in bandages, and she wears the Konoha forehead protector and regular shinobi sandals. She is Kurenai Yuhi. She is currently 19 years old and is a well-known jonin of Konoha. Ah, I hate it. Yami-sensei hasn't called me at all. Not to even talk for the last month. That is so annoying. Says Kurenai, and it is apparent that she has had a little too much to drink, shown so by the way she talks about Yami. Next is Guy, who is just wearing his usual green jumpsuit and his usual bowl-cut hairstyle. Didn't you go to Yuruchi's birthday? Says Guy, since Yami always invites his students to any party as they are like his protege and his pride. They have, after all, made quite a name for themselves as elite jounin of Konoha and as Yami's students. When Kurenai hears Guy ask her this, she grimaces. Yeah, I was invited. But Shiori, Yami's wife, was staring daggers at me the whole time. Asuma on the other hand has his head on the table. Yami goes to each of his children's birthdays and spends time with them. My dad, Hirzan, didn't even come home most of the time. Guy just shrugs at what they say. You guys are weird. Yami invites me to his daily youthful training, and we even discuss Taijutsu techniques together. Kurenai immediately looks at Guy with the fire lit in her eyes. Can I join? When are the meeting times? Says Kurenai, even though it seemed like she was asking. In reality, she was just stating her decision. Guy just shrugs again and eats some beef that is brought over by a waiter. It's usually in the morning, on top of the Hokage mountain. Though, I can't promise you anything. Sometimes he is there and sometimes he is not. Kurenai nods at this. But there must be a rhythm to his meeting times, and if I can only figure it out, I can meet up with Yami-sensei whenever I want. Asuma's head is still on the table as a river of tears flows from his eyes. Ah, today really sucks. Guy just takes another plate of food that he ordered and starts eating it, and he gives the waiter the plate that he already finished. Wouldn't it be easier to just go to the Hokage tower and ask to meet him? says Guy, wondering why Kurenai even goes to all of this trouble. Yami is truly free most of the time, and he knows it, since he is regularly invited by Yami to teach Kibata Jutsu. No. You don't understand. If I do that I will seem too desperate, says Kurenai, trying to think of a way on how to meet Yami regularly, while at the same time away from his wife Shiori, who is like a bloodhound against any woman that approaches Yami. That is when Asuma starts snoring, signifying that he is asleep. Guy just orders another plate, and Kurenai gets annoyed at this. Don't you ever stop eating, this wakes Asuma up. Huh. What's going on? He says while still half asleep and with a lot of alcohol in his system. But when he sees that nothing is going on, he just goes back to sleep. Kurenai notices that people from the other booths are looking over, so she settles down and says quietly, "Can't you listen to my problems seriously for once?" Guy shrugs again, for the dozenth time today. "I don't know what you want me to do. I just told you. Go and meet Yami. Why are you so stressed about it? You were his student and he taught you countless ninjutsu. Why are you acting so awkward about it now? You are like an academy fanbro." Kurenai grabs her head in frustration at this. You don't understand anything. As Kurenai hangs her head down on the table, another female voice comes and says, "Hey, what's all going?" When she hears this, Kurenai looks up and sees that it is just Anko. "Oh hey Anko, it's just that Kurenai doesn't know how to get in contact with Yami," says Guy, explaining to her the situation as Anko just sits down next to Kurenai. "Can't she just go and ask to meet him?" suggests Anko. "That is what I said," inputs Guy. "But that will make me seem desperate," explains Kurenai, in a sad mood. "But you are desperate," says Anko, as she too orders some food for herself. "Hey, I am not desperate," whines Kurenai. Anko just shrugs at this. "Whatever makes you sleep at night. But doesn't Hokage-sama have like the daimyo's daughter as a wife and Suma's his lover? Or is she his concubine? Side chick? What even is she?" Kurenai's mood immediately flops down when she hears that. "Ugh, don't remind me of that. Yep, you are delusional. You can't see reality. I work in the T&I division, and I must say that Hokage-sama might also have something going on with that hot secretary of his," informs Anko, with a devilish smile on her face. "Also, one time I heard strange moans when I was outside of the Hokage's office, and when I opened it, the secretary had disheveled hair and was breathing heavily. They were definitely, you know." Don't tell me that. I don't want to know it," says Kurenai, getting more anxious and annoyed the more Anko talks. Anko decides to add fuel to the fire by saying, "Also, going after a married man. Never took you for that kind of girl, Kurenai." Kurenai just looks sad at this. She seems genuinely sad. That makes Anko cringe a little. She didn't want it to go this far, she just wanted to tease Kurenai a little. "Yami always treats me like a kid. I am 19 now. But whenever we meet, he still treats me like I am half my age," whines Kurenai, as a certain sadness is apparent in her eyes. On the other hand, Yami, who is still in his office, is thinking of something else. Yami, POV. "The Uchiha clan, they don't really act against me. But they're dangerous. I absolutely fear their power. Any Uchiha with the Mangekyou Sharingan is one Uchiha too much. After all, when the next person gets Kodomatsukami, he might not be as stupid as Shisui to tell other people his ability. That would be too dangerous for me. It could ruin my plans. I already have Sharingan farm with the Uchiha that I clone. Well, that is simple then. I just massacre them all. But at the same time, it is not that simple. Manipulating Itachi to do it is simple. But I will need someone to take the blame when the truth eventually comes out. After all, I mean, sure, I can easily handle an angry Sasuke or Itachi. Why take the risk? Danzo is dead, so I will need someone else. I will also need to discreetly manipulate Konoha's population to have a more negative opinion on the Uchiha. That will push the Uchiha over the edge, and then they will most likely plan a coup d'etat and try to overthrow me. But at the same time, my reputation will work against me. The Uchiha wouldn't dare go against me. They know that I can single-handedly crush the whole clan with low difficulty. I will need to plan around many things. But one thing is for sure, an unstable factor like the Uchiha has to go. 2 months pass after Yami comes to the conclusion that the Uchiha should be eliminated. During this time, the only noteworthy event that happened was that Sabusa failed the coup in Kiri. He tried to make changes, but he failed. That is when people who are weak try to do something big. So he became a missing nin, to be hunted for the rest of his life. Inside the Uchiha clan compound, in the clan head's home, with Fugaku doing his work on the police force, Mikoto looks at her son, Itachi, as he is sleeping on the porch, with Sasuke also sleeping next to him. Even though Itachi was tired from his work, he still helped his little brother train. Seems like being Yami's bodyguard is quite tiring, it seems. Thinks Mikoto, as her mind wanders. She can't help but think about Yami. More specifically, she is remembering something that they did when they were younger. To this day, that is something that she extremely regrets. She remembers how embarrassing it was to have Yami at her wedding. Him having a polite smile on his face during the wedding, but when she looked at his eyes once, she could see the endless amusement that Yami was feeling at that moment. Just like this, a couple of months pass, and in one of the training grounds, Guy is sparring with Yami. Kurenai is there too. She is just watching them, but she can't follow either of them clearly. Yami was in his base form, and his strong body is easily able to keep up with the six-gate Guy, as they are engaging in close quarters combat. In a split second, Guy jumps back, and he starts punching the air until heat is produced by the speed and slowly fireballs are created from it and start going towards Yami. The sky is covered in hundreds of little fireballs. Kurenai sees this and decides to make an earth wall around her, just in case any fireballs jump through to her. But she still keeps an open part in her defenses so she can see Yami. Yami on the other hand is completely calm as he sees the sea of fire coming towards him. His leg muscles just swell twice their normal size, and he does a strong wide kick towards the fire, creating a giant gust of wind. The wind hits the fire, and due to the strong wind, the fire changes direction. Yami has an amused smirk on his face as he loudly says, "Let's see how you handle this guy." Guy on the other hand also has a calm look on his face. After all, Yami has always taught him that he must act calm during battle. Other things become secondary. He must have 100% concentration on the battle. "I am currently midair, how do I solve this?" thinks Guy as he tries to come up with something. But he can't come up with anything. That is when he remembers that Yami always told him that if you can't come up with something, then brute forcing your way out of the situation is better than doing nothing. 7th gate. Gate of Wonder open. Frost chakra starts rummaging through his body. Guy can feel the massive pain, but he doesn't let it distract him. His sweat immediately evaporates, creating a blue aura around him. He knows that punching air in this gate is possible, so he gets ready to obliterate the fire, but he suddenly stops and thinks, if punching air is possible, the leg is 3x stronger than the arms, so what about kicking? As Guy thinks this, he kicks once. He didn't feel anything. But as he does so again, he can feel a resistance, and as the fire gets closer to him, instead of fear, a smile appears on his face, his teeth shining in delight. The third time he kicks the air. He disappeared at this as the fire covered his previous place. Yami still has his smirk on his face. "I see. That is interesting, Guy. So now you can maneuver through air." Guy, who is now upside down, he adjusts his body and it sounds like a gunshot as he kicks the air. This time he just hovers by constantly kicking the air. He looks excited as he looks towards Yami. "Sensei, look. This is my new technique. What do you think I should name it?" asks Guy as he looks at his sensei with amazement. He still can't believe that he is flying. "Well, kin to flying." Yami thinks for a little and says, "How about Skywalk?" Guy smiles at this. "Sensei, you are really good at naming things." "Sometimes." Yami narrowed his eyes at that. What is sometimes supposed to mean? Guy just looks around nervously. He sees Kurenai and gives her a look telling her to say something. She just shakes her head saying, "This is your problem, deal with it on your own." Guy looks at Yami uncomfortably. Yami just cracks his knuckles as he looks at Guy. 1 year passes fast like this. Yami continues to manipulate things behind the scenes. The Uchiha clan's reputation plummeted during this time, and different rumors started floating around, raising the suspicion that the Uchiha controlled the Nine Tails. Obviously the smart people know that is unlikely, but the people with the mob mentality followed the rumors, and the village started to shun the Uchiha clan. Itachi POV. I contemplate the events happening as of late as I walk down the dark hallway of the Anbu building. I go towards a section where the Hokage's guards have their meetings. As the Hokage's personal guard, I have a general idea of what is happening. Yomi-sama has ordered Shisui to use his Kodomatsukami on the Uchiha clan. Shisui is willing to do so. I know that should be the end of it, but there is another unstable factor in this. I arrive at a metal door at the end of the hallway. I open the door and inside there is dim lighting on the inside. In the room, there is just a man sitting in the middle of the room with a table in front of him. Even though I know he is a ninja, one would never assume that the man is wearing a fedora and normal civilian clothing. The weirdest thing though is the sunglasses he is wearing even indoors, and in such a poor lighted room. He is the absolutely loyal subordinate and one of Yami's closest advisors. He is also who is rumored to have abounded his family to be a full-time Anbu. He does Yami's dirty work. He is also suggesting that the Uchiha be killed, but even though Yami disagreed with that, the man said that he will take care of the Uchiha as soon as they show signs of a coup. He is someone extremely dangerous. His name is Heisenberg, the man willing to give his life to Yami. When he looks at me, I notice that like always I can't figure out what he is thinking. With those sunglasses on him, General POV. Itachi looks at Heisenberg. He can't help but be a little intimidated by him. There are no public files on him, so that means that Heisenberg is most likely not his real name. But one thing is for sure. He has most likely killed so many people that the whole Uchiha clan wouldn't even make that much of a difference on his body count. Analyses Itachi as he looks at the man in front of him. In case that Shisui's plan doesn't work, I think that poisoning is the best idea. Of course we will save your brother as long as you agree to take the blame. Says Heisenberg. His body language is absolutely cold, not expressing anything. And he is terrifyingly smart. There are rumors of him killing people with poisons and chemical weapons. How Yami can have someone like him under his thumb just shows to the people who know of Heisenberg's existence that Yami is a strong Hokage. He doesn't allow any of his subordinates to stray away like the third Hokage did. At least it is in Itachi's view. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, has approached him to join some type of secret organization. But he obviously refused. Yami isn't someone you want to cause trouble for. His clan is already so close to being exterminated, and he doesn't want to take the risk of angering Yami. Because he knows that Yami will exterminate the Uchiha clan if even one of them steps out of line. Look at what happened with Danzo and the Shimura clan. Just like this, 2 months pass, and during this time Shisui is getting ready to use his Kodomatsukami and gathering his chakra. After all, to put such a huge number of ninja under the effect of a Mangekyou ability isn't that easy. So today, Shisui has been called by Heisenberg to meet up with him. So that is where he is going, to the meeting place outside of Konoha. As Shisui is walking at the meeting place, he notices that there are a lot of ninja hiding around him. Heisenberg isn't stupid enough to assassinate me. That could spell civil war within Konoha. He knows we can't have that. Contemplates Shisui, but still he gets ready just in case Heisenberg does something. After all, Konoha is in a tense situation. Really the only thing stopping the Uchiha from attacking is the Hokage Yami Inuzuka. Some of the Uchiha clan members are absolutely terrified of him, so they are thinking if they should really go with the coup. Most of the elders are against it, but a dozen reckless people and everything is over. As he gets closer to the meeting destination, the more nervous Shisui feels nervous. He knows that people who know of his Mangekyou's ability look at him differently. But he still hopes that doesn't cloud Heisenberg's judgment. He finally arrives at the old shrine on the side of the Hokage mountain. There was no one there until suddenly out of the shadows comes Heisenberg with his signature sunglasses and fedora hat. He is also wearing civilian clothes like usual. Shisui. Heisenberg. Before Shisui could even say anything, Heisenberg rushed towards him. He was about to react when he felt an electrical current behind his back. Yami, POV. I am currently in the trees as I see my shadow clone go behind Shisui and knock him out. Pretty easily, but I still had to be careful because of Kodomatsukami. After that, I have my clone pull out both of Shisui's eyes as I get closer, doing dozens of checks to make sure I am not under Jinjutsu. As I get close, my clone named Heisenberg dispels himself. I will make another one soon. I do need someone to take the blame for bad things happening. In a way, I need a scapegoat that will resist or anything like that. And that is who Heisenberg is. My little pet Danzo, who actually listens to me. Anyway, I modify Shisui's memory, making it seem like Heisenberg only took one of his eyes, and he was able to escape Heisenberg and his Andu. Pretty much making it like it was in the canon timeline, but instead of the dead Danzo, I make it Heisenberg. This way I can predict his actions. And I also take some of his blood. To make me some Kodomatsukami clones. General POV. 1 week later. This night the moon is red. Mikoto is there with her husband, Sasuke is at the academy. So she should find relief in that. She and her husband know what is going to happen. More specifically, they know what is already happening. As she thinks of this, she can't help but cry at this. Why? Why is this happening to us? Fugaku on the other hand is calm. He looks at his wife with a pitiful look on his eyes. No. I took a gamble and it seems like it didn't work. But who would have thought that Yami would do something like this? Put our own child against us. Even more tears swell in Mikoto's eyes. Fugaku sees this, he can't help but sigh inside of his heart. Mikoto, we will need to be strong in front of Itachi. We don't want us being in despair, the last image Itachi sees of us. Mikoto takes a deep breath and uses her ninja training to stop herself from crying. Yami. Was what we had, nothing important to you. I guess it was just me then, waiting for you to come and save me. I guess. I was just your plaything then, wasn't I? How could I be so stupid and naive? On the other hand, Yami is in his house. Tonight they're having a celebration. Everyone of his family is there, from his mother, Kibahana, Tsun, Yuruchi, Shiori, and his last child was Shiori. Nari Inuzuka. He is the same age as Kiba. Nari has straight black hair and blue eyes. He also looks very girly. Which is weird, but whatever. Kiba is running around with his puppy, Akamaru. Nari on the other hand is reading a medical book. He wants to be a medical ninja just like his father Yami. Yami POV. I drink a little sweet orange juice with my kids. The Uchiha Massacre is at the back of my mind. I have clones all over that place, so it isn't a problem if the massacre will succeed or not. Obito also made contact with Itachi. So Itachi will be my spy against the Akatsuki. I really don't respect Itachi at all. The guy who betrayed his family, someone like that is beyond trash to me. I really am hypocritical. But if someone asked me to kill my family in my first world, the first thing I am doing to that guy is raping his daughter, wife, mother and sister in front of him. Then I would brutally torture them all in front of him. But that wouldn't be the end, as I would dig into his balls with a rusty spoon. But I guess Itachi didn't really love his family as much as he thinks. He loves a village who shuns him, more than his family. What a dumbus. No wonder people use him as a tool. Because he is one. I just take another sip out of my orange juice. Then again, I am glad that not a lot of people are like me, or I would have to kill them. So in the end I am thankful to Itachi for sacrificing his family so I can feel safe. I take another sip of my orange juice. This is some good juice. Next day, after having a very nice breakfast with my family, I just go towards my office for my Hokage duties. Well, honestly, I am just going there so I can have some nice time with my lover. Cheating on my wife has a certain thrill to it. My clones already took care of everything after the Uchiha Massacre. People will most likely think that I was up all night taking care of everything. But in actuality my shadow clones took care of everything, and I had a nice sleep, and even fucked my wife with no problem, while the Uchiha clan was being massacred. Thankfully Shiori is still beautiful enough. As soon as her physical appearance starts deteriorating, I will kill her and find me a new wife. Honestly, we have a very good sex life, and she is a moderately happy wife. Most of the unhappiness comes from me cheating on her repeatedly. But her looks are the only reason I didn't kill her after I got a son. She finished her job, I got the son who will replace the current daimyo, and be the leader of the Land of Fire. With me pulling the strings obviously. I walk into the hospital alone. I was surrounded by my bodyguards, who are around me most of the time. I honestly don't need them. I could kill them all in less than a second. But whatever, they are mostly here as an aesthetic. I arrive in front of the hospital rooms. I open the door and see the kid Sasuke with dull eyes looking in front of him. Yep, soon the emo will develop. I mean, fans of the anime in my first world used to say that Sasuke was just emo, but I mean he had his whole family killed in front of him by his brother. Anyway, gotta say something comforting. Sasuke. I call out to him. He doesn't seem to listen. But I know that he is listening. Me being the best medical ninja isn't just a title. I can easily tell something like when a patient is listening or not. What Itachi did was unforgivable. I can't say that I understand your pain or something like that, but I can promise you that Itachi will be hunted like a dog. Though I can't predict his motive or if he had someone to help him. As I say that I notice that Sasuke comes out of it. He looks at me. He had no definite motive, says Sasuke with a broken voice. He just said that. He wanted to test himself. He also let me live because he wants to see if I will be a challenge in the future, and then he... oh wow. He just starts to tell me his whole life story, and how what Itachi did all along was just an act. Oh. This is going to be a long story, isn't it? I guess I will just make a shadow clone and have it listen to him. No way am I listening to this shit. I don't care about his life story or his relationship with Itachi. So 2 years passed since the Uchiha Massacre, and here I am. In my office relaxing. Time passes really fast when you are relaxing. Being Hokage isn't that hard really. It's just that somehow ninjas forget to use the shadow clone to do their paperwork. Honestly, that is like most of them have high intelligence but no wisdom. Suddenly as I reminiscing about this, out of the shadows one of my shadow clones comes out and gives me a document. I read it and it's just Kakashi leaving Anbu. Not that big of a deal really. Anyway, I better be at my daughter's academy graduation. I didn't let either of them graduate before being 12 years old. I trained them as good as I could, so at the age of 12, Hana is about Chunin level, Yuichi is at low level Jounin. Kiba is still in the academy, and my other son Nari is studying in the fire capital. Though I use a ration to bring him back home every day. Nari is going to be the daimyo soon, so that is why he isn't in the ninja academy. I look at my daughters after their graduation. I just wave at them when I see them with their headbands. Yo, Dad, says Yuichi casually, and points towards her headband. Looks cool, right? Except the whole shining, which pretty much says come kill me. I don't even know why they make them like this. I just smile at this and pat her head. Come on now Yuichi, don't be so mean. But this is like another test to see that when they become genin if they dull their headbands. That is actually why most genin don't make it to Chunin. It's like the secret criteria. Hana just walks with her 3 puppy wolves like Ninkin. Dad, isn't that kin to me? I just smile and put my hands on their shoulders, and using Haration, we all teleport away in a dark flash. When we arrive at home Yuichi just shrugs and says, well, you have to be smart to be a ninja. If they die because of that then they die. As long as it isn't family, why should we care for anyone else? I smirk when she says that, but Hana seems a little angry. Hey, don't say things like that. What about our Ninkin and the nice people of Konoha? Yuichi yawns at this. Yeah, Ninkin are just dogs. And the other Konoha citizens are simply strangers. I couldn't care less about any of them. When I hear that I burst into a full-out laughter. Haha, haha. Yuichi, you truly are my daughter. Then I look at Hana and pat her head. Hana, never forget. Family is everything. These people will turn your back on you as soon as it suits them. General POV. 2 months later, the news of the daimyo and almost all of his successors died. It was a family gathering dinner, but an accident happened with some explosion tags being transported, and everyone on the daimyo's castle was killed. It was a tragedy of the highest caliber. When news reached Konoha, it was big news and it was published by the Inuzuka newspaper. Shiori Inuzuka is just having an average day. Watering the flowers in her garden is wondering how much her husband has cheated today, and that is when the newspaper kid drops the newspaper. Shiori decides to open and read the paper like usual. but her eyes widen once she sees the front page. See this. She looks at the first headline. Daimyo and his family are dead due to an explosion accident. Her mind is going through countless memories of her family, her father, mother, sisters and brothers. Though she and her family didn't always have the best relationship, to her they were still family. Suddenly she stops. It will be the next Daimyo that. Finally, like a lightning bolt, it hits her. Yami did this. Madly thinks Shiori. Immediately she turns around and goes towards the mansion, her face filled with rage. Immediately Shiori goes inside the house. No one is inside. Tsum was on a mission, and Yurichi and Hana have taken their brothers to the park. But Yami was inside. Shiori, due to her rage, didn't notice how conveniently the house is empty during this time. As she enters the luxurious living room, she sees Yami, just putting some fruits in a blender to make a smoothie. When Shiori saw the carefree way he was acting, she immediately shouted at Yami, "You juice-drinking piece of shit." Yami suddenly stopped and looked at Shiori with white eyes. Whoa. You kiss your mother with that mouth. At the mention of her family, Shiori gets even angrier as her eyes become bloodshot and tears flow out of it. You killed them. Yami seems confused at this. What? Killed him? Shiori for a split second almost thinks that Yami truly doesn't know what is going on, but then she remembers how good of an actor he is, so she blows upon him again. You killed my family, didn't you? Just so you can put our son on the throne. You fucker, I will have the whole land of fire hunting you down. Yami looked truly bewildered by this. Wait, what? Killed your family? What the hell are you talking about? Shiori just throws the newspaper in her hand at Yami. She throws it with full force, intending to hit him in the head, but Yami casually catches it. You bastard. Screams Shiori in rage, as she rushes towards Yami in anger. Due to her rage, forgetting that she can easily be killed by an academy student, not to mention someone like Yami. Dear, don't you know that I have been in the house all day long? Says Yami, seemingly trying to justify himself, as he easily dodges Shiori's pathetic attacks. She even goes to take a kitchen knife and attack him. I know that you did it. Screams Shiori as she suddenly falls to her knees in despair. I know how you are. You kill anyone who isn't useful to you or is in your way. You're a monster, never thinking of other people as if the whole world is your plaything. You kill fathers, sons, daughters, and mothers. Finally, she looks up and sees Yami with a shocked face. She gets a smile of victory and points a finger towards him. You never think about who you kill or how you might ruin someone's life. You never love anyone. The world could burn for all you care. As she says this, she looks at Yami, who has white eyes and is breathing hard. She saw no flaw in his act. She herself almost believed it. Can you stop it for once, Yami? And be yourself. As she says this, she looks at Yami intensely with her eyes filled with hatred. Suddenly Yami's hands and body stopped shaking. His face from one of panic and uncertainty turned into a cold face. And then a malicious smile as he looks at Shiori. You really are too smart for your own good, aren't you? Says Yami as an amused look settles upon his face. Well, maybe not that smart. You did after all come here to confront me with that information. Shiori is filled with despair as she hears Yami's playful voice. I really married a monster, didn't I? Yami laughs when he hears what Shiori says. After the laugh, he gets close to Shiori and cusses her chin. No, dear, you are married to someone worse than a monster. You married a human. His smile widens even more. Do you know why monsters don't come out? It is because they are afraid of humans. Do you know why the devils stay in hell? Because they are afraid of humans. Do you know why God stays in heaven? Because even he is afraid of his own creation. Don't you think so, dear? Shiori has a dull look on her face as she looks at the ground. Are you finished? Yami seems confused by what she's saying. Don't say shit that not even you believe in, says Shiori, her voice full of any emotion. You don't even believe in God. And why are you even acting like some madman? Is this all a game to you? Yami's malicious smile settles down into a calm, calculated smirk. Honestly, I am just bored. Nothing interesting has been going on lately. Shiori just sighs at this. Yami suddenly looks serious as he decides to ask. Anyway, how did you even figure me out? What am I even doing? Talking with my family's killer. Thinks Shiori as a chuckle escapes her as she suddenly says. Woman's intuition. Yami chuckles at this too. Hahaha, smart. But really though, I will torture you to insanity if you don't talk. Shiori's whole body shivers and she immediately starts talking. As you said, look at someone's past, and you can determine who they are no matter how good at acting they are. Yami just hums at this. Okay, I believe you. But just to be sure. Yami's hand goes towards Shiori's head and suddenly, Shiori's eyes dull and she starts drooling. Yep, she was telling the truth. Think Yami, as he looks at his now brain-dead wife. Go and slip down the stairs and break your neck. Says Yami casually as he gets up and goes to finishing his smoothie. While his wife accidentally dies. She could have lived a little longer if she didn't confront me. After all, her beauty hasn't deteriorated at all. Thinks Yami, as he yawns a little and pours his smoothie in a glass. As he hears his wife fall down the stairs. He still has a nonchalant look on his face. Guess I now get to have my son as the daimyo. Now I can implement some policies that allow me for some forceful expansion. Yami then takes a sip of his smoothie. Yogurt and garlic is a nice combination. I wonder if Tsum and my cute secretary Nami might agree to a threesome, just to cheer up their Hokage after his wife's death. It was later announced that while Yami was in the Hokage tower, the news reached him that his wife had an accident. For the first time, some people saw that their perfect Hokage shed a tear at her funeral, with his children all around him crying. But the next day, he was back to work, and as powerful as ever. And so just like this, 5 years pass. Yami is still Hokage, and the land of fire is more prosperous than ever before. He was currently in his office, with his real body and not a shadow clone. He also had Guy in his office doing push-ups. Yami POV. I look at my green jumpsuit wearing student. He is doing push-ups in my office, which I allow while we are talking. He is getting older and he is afraid that his body will deteriorate if he doesn't work out, so he is mostly always working out. After all, the S-rank ninja with the name of Konoha's Green Beast is not going to be weak. He is also known as the strongest Jujutsu specialist in the world, and even has a statue in a village he once saved. He is really moving up in the world. Anyway, Yami-sensei, you should have seen his youthfulness. He is training so hard, he reminds me of a young me. Says Guy, now starting to do some sit-ups. I know Guy, you already told me about your new student. What about the others? Do you plan to have them take a C-rank mission soon? I ask him, already knowing the answer. Guy does a thumb up towards me as he smiles. Yep, that will be so youthful. I just smile in amusement at his antics. He is quite entertaining. Yami, POV. As Guy goes away, I think back on the changes I have made in this world. I mean they aren't anything major, but they are still pretty big. For example, Guy is an S-rank ninja. Kurenai and Asuma are elite ninja with the power of around low S-rank level. My power has been rising considerably, and my son is the daimyo now. Usually child daimyo are manipulated by their advisors, but they obviously didn't dare to do that with my son. They don't want to piss off the best killer Konoha has, that would be extremely dumb of them. Also in the land of rice, it seems like Orochimaru has started building the Hidden Sound village. And I also passed a new legislation during these last years. It is that everyone in the Hyuga clan must get the modified caged bird seal that I made. So their eyes can be stolen by the enemy, no matter if it's a branch or main family member. Of course the Hyuga clan tried to refuse. I didn't even need to use Kodomatsukami on them. I went for the diplomatic approach, and a voting process attended by all of the Hyuga clan. Of course the branch family outnumbers the main. So now the latter gets the caged bird seal too. I mean if someone outside of the Hyuga is going to have a Byakugan it's got to be me. And only me. I like monopoly over magical eyes like the Sharingan and Byakugan. These little eyeballs are too precious and dangerous to let out into the world. Suddenly, as I am deep into my thoughts, the door to my office opens, and a girl with purple hair and dark skin pops her head in. Dad, you busy? I just smile at her. She has grown up now. She is 17 years old and has grown, her busty womanly figure has started showing, and her beauty has become famous all over the land. She is the daughter of the Hokage and the sister of the current daimyo. Some people have sent marriage proposals, and some arrogant ones even tried to pressure me to marry off my daughters. But my reaction was calm and collected. I just burned their letters and usually burned their noble houses to the ground too. Arrogant nobles have been living for too long, so the land of fire is purged of them, and the money has started flowing back to the people. And going to those that deserve it, those with innovative ideas and such. I have no need for money anymore. I have a whole country's economy behind my back, so there is no need to even manage my companies anymore. So Heisenberg manages them now. Anyway, I look at my daughter and nod towards her. No, I'm free. Why? Did some boy come to bother you? I can kill him and make it seem like an accident if you want. Yuruchi pouts when I say that to her. Come on now, Dad. I'm your daughter. You don't need to assume that I want someone killed just from visiting you. I smiled at her. She actually asked me to kill someone who used to undermine her due to her suspected Kumo heritage. It was just your usual civilian bully kid. And I easily killed him. I don't like people messing with my kids. Anyway, Dad, why is Hana so moody lately? And I mean more than her usual self. Like she is actually mad. Did some boy reject her because they liked a prettier sister aka me? Says Yuruchi smugly. She is wearing her jonin uniform, which wasn't made to show the feminine form, but Yuruchi still does poses to show off. She became a jonin pretty early, at the age of 14, while her sister, Hana, is still a chunin. Come on now don't insult your sister like that. She is beautiful in her own right. Also didn't you just finish an airing mission? You should go and dress. I advise her, with an undertone of actually ordering her. Yuruchi just sits on the chair in front of me and asks as if she didn't listen to my suggestion. Anyway, Dad, did you do anything fun lately? I heard some rumors that you might find a new wife soon. Is that true? I just shrugged. Yep. Also try to have a better spy next time. Hora is a nice lady and an amazing intern. She also makes some good tea. But I will fire her as she acts so obvious when trying to spy. Yuruchi seems embarrassed at this, as she blushes a little. She is new to her job. I just raised an eyebrow at this. She went through no training process at all. Then no wonder sucks so much. Yurichi just looks a little uncomfortable when I say that. By sucking, you don't mean. My face morphs from an amused look to a serious one when I hear her say that. No. Oh, says Yurichi uncomfortable. I don't have the conversational skills to continue this conversation anymore. But by saying this she just defused the situation, and she actually does have the skills to get out of a conversation like that. But that is unimportant, as I suggest to Yurichi. You know, if you are so desperate, you can use my spy network. She pouts again at this. But they will report to you, a spy network managed by you isn't gonna look for my interests. Well, your current spy network also reports to me. But I wouldn't say that to her. Better let her figure it out by herself. Well, to manage a spy network, you need a building and training equipment. Plus, the food for the spies and their daily needs while training will have to be managed by you. So it's not just having people loyal to you, it's harder than that to create a spy organization. Or any organization for that matter. I say as out of the shadows without Yurichi noticing, a hot cup of tea comes and I start drinking it. Yurichi seems to contemplate what I said, and she finally says, "So, Dad, I know that you have a lot of money. So, maybe you can give me a small amount. Let's say 100 million ryo." I look at her bewildered. "You have no sense for money, do you?" "And no, I won't give you money. Make it yourself." She seems a little disappointed at that, but she perks up and asks again, "How about I marry some rich guy of your choosing?" "Well, she is my daughter, that is for sure." But I still shake my head. "No, I know that you will kill the man, and most likely create a shadow clone transformed as him to take his place, while he uses his money to fuel your fledgling spy network." She goes back to being disappointed again. "Ugh. This sucks. You make it seem so easy having so many spy networks." "Well, because it is," I say to her smugly, as I drink tea loudly. She seems a little confused at where the tea came from, and seems like she wants to ask me, but stops herself. "So anyway, Dad, who is your new wife?" asks Yurichi, trying to change the subject. When she asks me who my new wife will be, I just smile at her. "Well, she is currently a runaway working as an actress. She is the rightful ruler of the land of snow." Yurichi laughs out loudly at this. "Hahaha. Dad, you really make it sound like some type of fairy tale. So will you be her knight in shining armor?" I just laugh at her joke and insinuation. She knows that I manipulate people, she does it too. Out of all of my children, Hachi, Hana, Kiba and Nari, none of them really act like me. Even Nari, who seems like a planner, doesn't have my coldness. But Yurichi, she is like a mini-me running around. And I know best how to manipulate me. I can be easily manipulated from birth, just like I developed feelings for my first family, and hold them to this day. Yurichi also has the same feelings about me. The world could turn to ashes, and she wouldn't care as long as me and the rest of her siblings were okay. Though she doesn't have my greed. Which is okay. But after a couple of decades I will leave everything to her, as I will try to figure out how to get out of this world. I have already learned tens of thousands of jutsu from all over the world. I have no need for the ninja world anymore. So it should just go away. As soon as I get the most benefits out of it, of course. Me and Yurichi talk about an hour, and her clone even brings us some vanilla ice cream. After eating the ice cream she goes away, and as she walks away I look at her back. She has gotten stronger. Once she masters the technique I especially made for her, she will reach S rank. 2 days later Guy comes in with his team looking for a C rank mission. I of course oblige. I also notice the admiring look on his face that Niji has while looking at me. Well, he still has his father, and there isn't really any distinction between the branch and main family. They all have an invisible seal on them that I created. It will seal the Byakugan of the user when he dies. Anyway, I have been observing him a lot, due to him being a change in the canon story. But everything has been within expectations. Canon has definitely changed, and I can easily accept that. Especially now that my spy network spans all over the world. I literally know everything that everyone does. With the help of thousands of my shadow clones and the mosquitoes flies, I have worked a type of minor surface omnipresence. Knowing everything that everyone does, though my brain usually exploded in the beginning. But as I have already immortalized my mind, it doesn't matter as it heals back, and I suck the information out of it. I also have my eyes on Obito and what he has been too. I have to say though, Obito really isn't as smart as he acts like. He is just following Madara's already pre-prepared plans and following them religiously as he should. Surprisingly, getting access to the plans wasn't hard. I just stealthily mind-draked a white Zetsu underground, and looked if there was anything that I didn't know about. There was a little bit I didn't know, and that wasn't shown in the anime, or something that I didn't already know from my spy network. But really though, I know that White Zetsu acts like a good spy network, and Madara had confidence in him. Well, look, we're letting his guard down and allowing a being like White Zetsu to get information like that. General POV. So like this 1 year passed, Konoha had already reached its peak for growth at its current time. Skyscrapers are all over the village. It looks more like a modern city than a ninja village. The other hidden villages haven't been able to keep up with Konoha's growth at all. Konoha alone have stronger economical strength than the whole Land of Wind. Not just the hidden sand village, but the whole Land of Wind was overtaken by a village, city, like Konoha. A ninja village usually gets its economical income from missions. But Konoha it's different. Even though ninja missions are bountiful in Konoha, it still doesn't make even 1% of the overall income. Even when the daimyo of the Land of Wind decided to send missions to Konoha, the mission income didn't surpass 1% of the overall income. Though later on a deal between the 5th Hokage Yami and the 4th Kazuki Ichirasa was worked out. The contents of the deal are confidential to even the S-rank ninjas of the village. But it is rumored that both Yami and Rasa came out of it satisfied. Currently, on the Hokage mountain where all of the Hokage's faces were carved, a certain yellow-haired child was painting over the faces of the 4 Hokage. Strangely, the 5th face was left clean, and no paint was applied upon the structure. Suddenly the yellow-haired child was painting some snot on the 3rd Hokage's face, when some chunin yelled out loudly at him. "Hey you there, what are you doing?" Immediately the child looked at the one who yelled at him. He saw that it was a chunin with another one just came as he looked. He immediately jumped off the mountain and climbed down as the chunin chased after him. "Don't think that you will be escaping this time, Naruto." He was chased through the roofs of the houses and skyscrapers, but he was able to escape as he went down amongst the dense population and transformed into a trash can at the side of the road. The chunin walked straight past Naruto, without even noticing that he was there. But suddenly as Naruto transformed back, another chunin with a scar above his nose was right behind him. "Naruto, what did you do this time?" said the chunin a little annoyed, but then a tick mark appeared on his forehead as he yelled. "But most importantly, why aren't you a class?" Naruto seems unsure of what to say, so in the end he just blurs out, "Iruka-sensei. I wasn't the one who painted on the Hokage's faces." "Oh I see," says Iruka with a piss-off look on his face. In the end Naruto is brought back to his class, and tells them to do the transformation jutsu. All of the students do it. Everyone transformed into Iruka, except Kiba Inuzuka who transformed into his father, the Hokage Yami Inuzuka. After class, Iruka has Naruto clean up the mess up in the Hokage mountain. As Iruka looks at Naruto, he sees his past self, trying to act outrageously in front of others, until they pay attention to him. He even remembers his crush back in the academy. Gurren Inuzuka, the now famed crystal flower of Konoha. An elite jounin forever out of his reach. Iruka sighs as such depressing thoughts come to his head. So he decides to call out to Naruto. "Naruto, when you finish this, I will treat you to some ramen at Ichiraku." When Naruto hears this he cheers loudly. "Hell yeah. I am going to finish this in no time." After Naruto cleans the 4 Hokage faces, he and Iruka go to Ichiraku ramen and sit down. Iruka decides to ask. "So, not that I am complaining, but why didn't you vandalize the 5th Hokage's face on the mountain?" Iruka is truly curious about this, due to Naruto ever vandalizing the 5th Hokage's face on the Hokage mountain. Naruto has a look on his face that is full of conviction. "I know that the Hokage earned their names," says Naruto calmly, while stirring his ramen bowl. Then he looks at Iruka with a confident smile on his face. "But I will surpass them all." Iruka just raises an eyebrow at this. "How will you do that? Plus, why didn't you didn't tell me the reason you don't vandalize the 5th Hokage's face?" Naruto looks annoyed at this. "Well, if I did something like that Uchiha would hunt me down and beat me up. And she always finds me super easily, unlike the other chunin." Iruka looks confused at this. "So she stops you from vandalizing the 5th second's face, but doesn't care about the others." As Iruka says that, Naruto just shrugs his shoulders. "I am not really sure of that. But she only appears when I am close to Uncle Yami's monument." Iruka smiles at this as if already knowing something that Naruto has no idea about. It is most likely a genjutsu that is cast when one is in the proximity of the statue. Contemplates Iruka as he comes to his conclusion. Though that sounds like something impossible. Uchiha is the daughter of the debated strongest genjutsu user Konoha has ever had. Even Kurenai is only recognized as strong before she uses Yami Inuzuka's signature genjutsus. The next day comes around and this time it is the genin exam. Naruto is waiting outside of the class for his final examination. One by one, the students enter. When they come outside, they either have happy or sad faces, initiating if they passed or if they failed the exam. When others asked the kids, they all gave different answers about what the exam was about. Some said that it was one of the 3 basic jutsus learned in the academy. Some others said that their test consisted of throwing kunai or shuriken or so. Naruto immediately gets nervous at this. If it's the transformation jutsu, he can easily do it. But if it's the clone or substitution jutsu, if it's the latter he might probably pass. But if it's the clone jutsu, he knows that the chances of passing are slim to none. "Naruto Uzumaki, come in." Comes the voice from the inside of the room. The voice belongs to Mizuki. He is Iruka's colleague in teaching the young academy students. Naruto nervously goes in, and immediately Iruka asks, "Okay now, Naruto, do the clone jutsu." Immediately, an unknown heaviness settles over Naruto's heart. "Come on now, I can do this, I just gotta believe in myself," thinks Naruto as he tries to encourage himself. He gathers his chakra and does the tiger hand sign, trying to summon a clone. and in a cloud of smoke, appears next to him. Naruto is still nervous as he looks at his creation and sees the clone. It looks more like a blow-up doll. Iruka just shakes his head at this. Sorry Naruto, but it seems like you will have to wait for one more year. Naruto looks down and walks away from the classroom, dejected by the answer that he got. This is his third failure, has tried 2 previous times for early graduation, he took the test, but he still failed. In the afternoon as Naruto was walking around dejected, he hears someone call out to him. Hey, Naruto. When he turns back to look, he sees that it is one of his teachers, it is Mizuki. He smiles at Naruto and as he gets close to him he says, I know of a way that you can become a genin. It is called the secret exam. Naruto's face immediately brightens up when he hears this. Really? So that means that I didn't fail and won't have to repeat another year, right? Mizuki nods at this. Yep, this is like a ninja mission. After all, a ninja has to look underneath the underneath. You must look at things from an outside perspective and think outside the box. Naruto's face brightens at this. Tell me the super secret test. I promise that I will complete it. That day, in the evening inside the Hokage's office. It was dark and there seems to be no one. Suddenly the window opens and a figure wearing all yellow comes inside. It is Naruto. He has come inside the office and is looking around. He finally saw the giant scroll that Mizuki told him to get in order to pass the secret exam. Yes, I found it. Now I can become a genin for real, thinks Naruto, as he has a wide smile on his face. He immediately runs away from the scene, jumping out of the window. But suddenly, back in the Hokage's office, 2 figures appear out of the darkness. It was Yami and Yuruchi. They both had malicious smiles on their faces. Yami just whispers to his daughter, you know what to do now. Yuruchi nods and answers with a simple, yep. As lightning curses through her skin, forming a cattail and ears made out of lightning. She immediately disappears from her location, going towards a certain location that she can sense a certain dumb chunin. Dad really knows how to amuse himself, as expected of the person with the most free time in Konoha, thinks Yuruchi as she blitzes from building to building, traveling at breakneck speeds. On the other side of the village, Naruto just looks at Iruka, who has a giant shuriken lodged into his back, while he still says, Naruto isn't the 9-tailed fox. He's Naruto of Konoha. Naruto cries at this, and as Iruka falls down on the ground he looks at Mizuki with a furious look on his face. His whiskers become more pronounced and his eyes reddened, turning into slits. A growl comes out of his throat as he says, you dare hurt Iruka-sensei. I will kill you. When Mizuki sees this, he isn't intimidated at all. After all, he knows that no matter how much chakra he has, Naruto is useless at being a ninja and can't even throw a shuriken straight. He has been teaching him for years, so he is specially inclined to know of Naruto's progress. But suddenly Naruto makes his fingers in the cross sign and says, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Immediately a huge gust of smoke appears on the surroundings as hundreds of clones appear. This is when Mizuki looks a little afraid at this bit then. Like a lightning strike from the sky, a being surrounded in blue lightning in a split second appears above Mizuki, and bashes a kick on his head, and out of the lighting a female voice comes out saying, hello there shitty spy. It is Uchiha, clad in a skin-tight dark full bodysuit, kicking Mizuki in the face, with just enough power to knock him out. But even while he was being electrocuted, Mizuki couldn't help but admire the person kicking him. How beautiful, says Mizuki as he falls into unconsciousness, and falls on the ground. Uchiha on the other hand has a sadistic smile on her face as she kicks an unconscious Mizuki. You masochistic creep. You're too ugly, weak and insecure for you to even think about me that way. When Naruto sees Uchiha one-shot Mizuki, he can't help but look at Uchiha in a different light. She is always messing around and listens only to her father. She is strong and pretty, thinks Naruto as a blush appears on his face. When Uchiha sees this she just narrows her eyes. What are you looking at, whiskers brat? Naruto immediately looks away. Uchiha just sighs at this. Brat, the Anbu will soon be here. So calm yourself down and when they come, clearly explain to them what happened. So as the Anbu came Naruto and Uchiha explained to them what happened and how it went along. Uchiha just sighs once more at this. Well, I will inform my father of the happenings here. That is when Iruka, who is being healed by an Anbu who knows medical ninjutsu, as he opens his eyes he looks around and sees some of the Naruto clones who are just running around. Naruto, you are officially a genin now, since you can use clone jutsu. As Iruka says that Naruto turns around and says, Iruka-sensei, you are awake, says Naruto, overjoyed as he goes in for a hug. Later on Uchiha just goes away, getting out of the forest and back into the lights of the city, Konoha, as she jumps atop the high buildings from one to another. Suddenly she stops atop one of the skyscrapers and looks around suspiciously. Dad, are you around? Asks Uchiha, a little confused. Suddenly out of the shadows Yami comes out, wearing his casual clothes, which consists of white pants and a black t-shirt, with the word wolf written on it in white. Yami looks at Uchiha amused. I see that you have gotten better at sensing someone's presence. Uchiha feels uncomfortable when her father says that to her. She didn't actually feel anything and just called out randomly. And as expected, Her father was around. Yami looks at Yorichi, and suddenly his eyes widen in realization. Oh, that is silly. Yorichi smiles at this. Yeah. I always know that you were around, so I just thought that if I just call you out you would show up. You are like the boogeyman, but you only need to be called once. Hahaha. Yami laughs along with her too. Hahaha, that truly was ridiculous. Suddenly this time Yorichi's eyes widen in realization. Wait, Dad. Did you just manipulate me so you wouldn't have to tell me how you predicted perfectly what would happen with Naruto? Yami just looks to the side and sarcastically says, No, of course not. That would make me seem like a manipulative person. And I am not like that at all. Yorichi smiles sarcastically. You're very funny, Dad. Yami smirks at this. Do you know why you don't see elephants hiding in trees? As Yami says that, Yorichi notices that her father is going into one of his psychological moods, so she listens. Because they are good at it. Says Yami, snickering, as if it was an inside joke. Yorichi looks at her father in confusion. What was with that lame joke, Dad? Yami's snickers turn into a full-blown laugh. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, you could call it a dad joke. Yorichi seems more confused than ever by this. What is it even supposed to mean? Yami laughs even louder. Come on, Yorichi, it's getting late, you should be asleep. He then starts jumping from building to building, and Yorichi follows him. They look at the amazing views of Konoha, looking down from the height of the skyscrapers. As Yorichi catches up to Yami, she looks at her father and says, I am an adult, Dad, but before she can continue, Yami interrupts her by saying, Hey there, adult, I'm Dad. Yorichi, still confused by Yami's behavior, frowns. Suddenly she feels a hand on her head as they are midair. She sees that it is her father petting her. He has a sad look on his eyes, something that Yorichi never truly saw, and she knows that this time he isn't acting. Yorichi, if one day I were to disappear out of nowhere, I want you to continue your life like nothing happened. I don't want you to grieve for me or look for me, says Yami with an unusually serious voice. Making Yorichi surprised at this, but she dismisses the notion. Dad is a good actor, he can easily trick me. This might be one of his jokes. But still Yorichi still seriously answers. Don't worry, Dad, I am likely to die before you, so I don't need to be worried about something like this. Suddenly Yami looks at her with a wide-eyed look on his face. I would be sad if that were to happen. So I would like you to not die too young, Yorichi. Suddenly Yami's eyes turn cold, shadowed by his hair. Even Yorichi feels a certain chill on her spine when she sees that. But Yami says in an unusually cold voice, No, I won't allow you to die too young, Yorichi. I will never allow something like that. If I have all of this power and can't protect my own daughter, then. Suddenly Yami comes out of his trace and looks at Yorichi, his face back to normal, and his eyes have that warm energy in them. Sorry, daughter, it seems like the older I get the more my mind wanders. I will be going home first. And in a dark flash Yami disappeared, leaving Yorichi confused beyond matter. What is going on inside your head, father? You have everything. You say that family is everything. But why do you yourself seem so confused? Haven't you already figured out everything? The way you usually speak, walk and eat is of someone who has everything figured out. Why do you seem so unsure, father? As Yorichi thinks that, she is left contemplating what her father is thinking. Ever since young, she has never been able to figure out what her father is thinking. She only knew that her father is terrifyingly smart and always had an answer to any question. Father, why do you seem so lonely? While she was thinking this, she completely forgot about asking her father how he predicted something like this. On the other hand, at Yami's mansion in the Inuzuka clan compound. Inside the mansion is his luxurious living room. A woman is sitting in one of the couches while reading the book Romeo and Juliet. She has long black hair with bangs that swept on each side of her face and violet blue eyes. Her name is Koyuki Kazuhana, and the current leader of the Land of Snow. And Yami Inuzuka's current wife. She used to be a novice actress, that is before her current husband found her and completely destroyed her uncle, who had taken over the Land of Snow. She can't help it that every time she thinks about her homeland, she thinks about her husband. Or more specifically his power. What she saw that day terrified her, while at the same time made her fall in love. She used to always be worried that her uncle would find her and kill her. But in less than 1 hour after finding her, her husband obliterated her uncle. She used to think that physical power is limited in comparison to political power, and it falls short to the second. After all, ninjas still listen to the daimyo. But then she met Yami. He conjured what can only be something godly. A giant humanoid figure with a dark hue to it, and simply obliterated the castle that her uncle used to live, together with him and his whole army, with only one swing of its sword. That made the people think that the gods are mad, so they appointed her to leadership position again. That day she understood something simple but critical about the world. Violence is the ultimate power and everything can be solved by it. Suddenly in a dark flash, her husband appears, and when he looks at her, it makes her heart flutter as if they met up for the first time. When his coal black eyes meet her violet blue ones, it makes her shudder. Why, Yami? You are back. She asks him nervously with a blush on her face. Yami just smiles at her softly. He already knows that even though they have been married for quite a bit and have had sex hundreds of times, She still acts like a high school girl after her senpai. Though I am 16 years older than her. I am 37 years old and she is 21. But really though. My power shocked her so hard that she has withdrawal and the little Stockholm Syndrome symptoms. Spending her life running away in fear of her uncle and I just come around obliterating him, has broken her a little mentally. She sees me as someone undefeatable, and my power is infinite. Contemplates Yami, while looking at his wife. He now has control of the land of snow, so he uses that place as a place of technological development, before they come to Konoha. Yami then just walks towards his wife and picks her up in a prince's care. Come on now, let's go and have some fun, my beautiful wife. Koyuki blushes at this. Oh of course, my husband. Yami smiles at this and he teleports to his bedroom. Tomorrow Yami is back to the Hokage Tower, inside his office looking at Naruto in front of him, and the photo he has for his ninja document. The latter has Naruto full of paint all around him. He picks up the photo and shows it to Naruto. So, what is this? Asks Yami with a completely serious look on his face. Naruto just gives Yami a thumbs up. That is me looking cool on my photo. Yami just nods at this. Okay. Then go and retake the photo under 1 hour and bring it here. The photo needs a clear image of your face, so no paint, masks or anything like that. Naruto's mood goes down when he hears this. Oh, come on, I look so cool on that, complains Naruto. Yami just nods again and says, if you don't bring the photo back here in under an hour, you will have to repeat another year in the academy. Naruto's eyes widen, and a shocked look appears on his face. No. He screams as he immediately jumps out of the window. I will bring it back immediately, Hokage-sama. Yami doesn't react to this at all, he just pushes the document and calls the next in line. Kiba Inuzuka. The door is opened and Kiba comes inside. Yo. Dad, what are you doing? Yami just narrows his eyes at Kiba. Don't yo. Me. Did you look at your graduation grades? They were horrible. He looks uncomfortable at this. Hey, come on now dad. Don't be like that. I did pretty good. Yami just sighs at that. By pretty good you mean only better than Naruto. And that makes you the second last. In my opinion. I think you should go back to the academy. Kiba's eyes widen at this, and he immediately bows down to his waist. Please dad, come on, don't do that. I'm your son. I promise to study harder when I become a genin. Yami then decides to deploy his best tactic by saying, your sisters both had top grades in the academy. And look at them now, they have such successful careers now. And after Yami bullied teaching his son the lessons of life, he reviews the other graduates, and Naruto finally brings another photo. After that Yami gets up and Yami dispels himself, showing that it was a clone all along. The real Yami is in his office, drawing a DBZ character from his last life. With him having so much free time, he has got different hobbies now. When he gets the memories of his clones, he just smiles. It seems like the plan continues along. The next day, that is when the new batch of genin graduated. Classroom A was filled to the max. Everyone was sitting down and waiting for Iruka to arrive. There was one in here who was nervous in this room instead of being excited. It is Kiba Inuzuka. He has a nervousness in his heart. His whole life he has been compared with his father or his sisters. His father is the legendary Yami Inuzuka. Some consider him the strongest ninja Konoha has ever produced. Though some fans of the other Hokage argue that. But still, everyone knows him as only the Hokage's son. His sisters were talented and graduated at the top of their class, but he was almost the last of his class. Kiba clenches his hand into a fist. I will make father proud. Once I become a genin I will show him that I am worthy of being his son. Suddenly he is brought off his stupor when he hears Iruka call out. Teammate will be Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga and Shino Abiram. Your jonin teacher will be Kurenai Yuhi. Immediately Kiba is happy at being in the same team as his crush, but when he is also put with the Shino, someone who plays with bugs and, ugh, it will Kurenai Nichin too. She will try and talk to me about dad. That will be annoying, complains Kiba. On the other hand, Yami, who is currently inside his office, is just drawing something when Yorichi comes in from the window. Yo. Dad, today we will throw a party for Kiba's team assignment. She notices that her father is doing something and she gets curious. She gets close and sees what her father is drawing. What is that? Yami stops and looks at Yorichi with a smile on his face. This is my new creation. I call it a manga. Manga, says Yorichi, trying to say the weird saying word. Dad has way too much free time on his hands. In the end, she just shrugs. Anyway dad, what do you plan to get Kiba? Yami stops drawing and looks at Yorichi. When you graduated I created an S-rank technique just for you. When Yorichi hears the name, she cringes a little. Dad, don't call it like that. I told you, the name is. Yami looks at Yorichi with a calm look. I created it. I name it. Plus the lightning takes the form of cat tails and cat ears, that is why I call it furry armor. I mean, it is logical. No, it sounds weird and lame. Whines Yorichi. Yami just shrugs as if he doesn't care about it. Well, you can call it whatever you want, but it is registered as lightning furry armor. Yorichi pouts. Come on dad, I never asked for anything, so please just do this for me. I don't want to go down in history books as the S-rank ninja who used something like furry armor. It took quite some time to think of this name. I put real work into this technique, and I don't even get to name it. Sure. Whatever. I will change the official name. Says Yami, a little saddened on the outside. But on the inside, he doesn't plan to change the official name at all. This will be his little joke on Yuruchi. But Yuruchi. Kiba won't be able to use an S-rank technique. So what do you think I should give him? Yuruchi thinks for a little. Kiba is kinda weak in the chakra category. Maybe something that will help him in a critical situation. Yami nods at this. He thinks of the thousands of the possible techniques that could be useful to Kiba. He closes his eyes and thinks. Using his vast knowledge of jutsu and his physical brain, he now is like a supercomputer. A second later, Yami opens his eyes and looks at Yuruchi. I have just the technique for him. It will be perfect for him. 1 month passes and so Team 7 is just going toward another location to do a D-rank mission. Kakashi is just walking with one hand in his pocket. While Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke were talking about something. So Kakashi-sensei, will this mission be at least interesting or will it be just another fence painting mission? Asks Naruto, sighing out loudly in boredom. Kakashi stops for a second. He then looks at them, putting his book down. Well, this person is associated with the Fifth Hokage. Back in the day they used to be as close as brothers and people say that he has saved the Hokage's life on multiple occasions. That immediately gets their attention, even Sasuke seems interested in this. He knows that Yami is regarded as the greatest Hokage. Even back in the academy there are countless books on Yami and his early life. Kakashi takes the lead, mentioning them to follow him as he walks into an alley. 10 minutes later and they arrive at a surprisingly luxurious strip club. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura give Kakashi a nasty side glance. Naruto is the one to address the elephant in the situation. Kakashi-sensei, you didn't bring here just so you can go and mess around, did you? Kakashi just sighs at this. You kids are really newbies. He then points toward the sign in front of the strip club. It reads Shiro's strip club. This is the best strip club in Konoha and also the leader is the best informant in Konoha. Says Kakashi, surprising his students. Making them think that they truly shouldn't judge a book by its cover. As they walk inside they see 2 Chunin ninja acting as guards. When they see Kakashi they immediately let him through asking no questions. As soon as they enter the loud music beats on their ears and the strange sights shock the genin. They see females with cat ears and tails, then there are muscular women wearing tight leather suits, and one of them looks at Sasuke while licking her lips. When Sasuke notices this he feels a chill go down his spine. Suddenly a catgirl waitress wearing a skimpy bikini comes over with a couple of drinks comes in front of them and asks, "Oh hey there. Business or pleasure?" Kakashi has a blush on his face looking at the breasts of the catgirls. Until Naruto wakes him up by scolding. Hey, Privy-sensei, stop acting so shameless. Kakashi finally comes of his trace and says, Oh, yeah, I mean business is my pleasure. The catgirl's smile doesn't move an inch from her face, but she still mentions towards a hallway outside of the public. This way please now. Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 follow the catgirl. As they walk away from the loud music, the catgirl leads them to a private booth where the music isn't so loud. That is when the catgirl says, By the way, Master Shiro is busy at the moment. Don't worry, in a couple of minutes he should be gone. Can I get you anything during that time? Now. Can you get us some chicken fingers and KFC? Asks Kakashi. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura immediately look at him with a strange look on their faces. Kakashi sees this, but he just shrugs and says, Hey, it's good food. You will be surprised how good they make it. Then he turns towards the waitress and pulls something out of his pocket. I have a regular customer card. Does that extend to friends and family too? The can girl just looks at the card for a split second before she nods. Of course not. And then she walks off closing the door. Kakashi pulls out his book again and starts reading it. Not paying attention to the looks his genin sent him. It doesn't take long for the food to come, only Kakashi was eating. And his students didn't touch the food made in the strip club. Kakashi was eating it, but it seems like as his students tried to get a look at his face, they couldn't see anything. Every time, for a split second, they looked away, and he had already eaten it all. Suddenly the door opens, they look towards the door and see a dog. It looked more like a short human covered in fur, while walking on 2 legs. It also had a dog's head. This is Shiro, the owner of the stir club. But strangely he has a dangerous presence about him. Sasuke is the first one to be affected by it. Kakashi didn't care, and Naruto nor Sakura were skilled enough to notice the dangerous presence the weird-looking dog released. Shiro just casually closed the door behind him, and he waves at them. Yo, shitty humans. And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. Catch you in the next one.